battles on the track. Speed that pushes the limits. Racing against the clock. This is where drivers test their skill, endurance, and courage. Welcome to the heart-pounding world of auto racing, where every second counts. This is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, bringing real, affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing, AutoZone presents ChampCar.Live. Hello, everyone, and welcome to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. This weekend's race, it's the 2025 TireRack.com National Championship at VIR. And so taking a look at Virginia International Raceway, courtesy of Google Earth, situated in Alton, Virginia. The full course this weekend for 24 hours of racing. You can see the pits to the right, the front straightaway bends to the right there as they come through at a terrific speed, racing down into turn number 1, also known as the horseshoe, as the track turns back on itself on this 3-mile road circuit. A lot of character on this racetrack, lots of elevation change, and a true test of wits as we head through turn number 6 here, the snake, and begin gathering speed for the climbing S's. Under the bridge we go, and then the setup for this very fast uphill section of the racetrack, the climbing S's, up towards turn 10, one of the high points of the racetrack, where they'll turn left and then dive downhill, steeply going down into what was called Oak Tree. Turns 11 and 12, using all of the racetrack at the exit of the corner. They have to because they need to get set up really well for this incredible backstretch. 3/4 of a mile is the length as they head uphill here at VIR to the highest point of the racetrack, the very top of what's known as roller coaster. Then it's downhill. 120 feet is the drop down into turn 16, also known as hog pin, round 17, and back onto the front straightaway. And that's a lap here at Virginia International Raceway. 120 feet of elevation change, 17 corners, and that's what our teams will be dealing with this weekend.
And they're going to be dealing with a little bit more than that this weekend. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, and we are live here at Virginia Soupy International Racecourse, Raceway. Paul Velton with Kyle Lockrow and Les Epps, and we thought we were going to start a race here in a few minutes, Kyle, and it's looking like we might not quite start it just yet.
I think we're going to be a little bit delayed. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to VIR for the National Championship race, and in addition to the Winter Classic 8+7 here at VIR. Yeah, we're going to be a little bit delayed, as you can tell from our cameras. A little bit of a line of sight issue for our corner workers. That is a requirement for safety. They have to be able to see each other and communicate to ensure that they're giving proper signals and communication to the teams, to race control. And with the fog right now, it's going to be a little bit of a hindrance for them. But they are saying that this should lift here very shortly. The sun should come out and help burn this off. But it is very chilly this morning, Paulie. So the teams are definitely going to have to. They've been on pit road. They've been letting the cars warm up for probably about 15-20 minutes now, trying to get all those fluids and everything up to temperature. We'll have to wait and see. We did hear race control was thinking about possibly letting the cars go out and circulate, maybe help generate some heat in the racetrack. Maybe we get that old vortex theory going. Mm-hmm. But once we get more confirmation from race control, we will be sure to pass that along.
The science according to Darrell Waltrip, which is still somewhat proven. I don't know. It seems like it's one of those wives' tales that may have some credence to it.
I don't know. I've watched many of those stock car races, many NASCAR races as well locally.
Like it's legit.
Well, up at Richmond many years ago, I remember watching a race up there in 2003, and when the cars were running at speed, it didn't rain. When they'd go under caution, it would start raining. And I tell you what, it proved his theory right that night, and on many other occasions too. Bristol, Daytona, at every track, and even on the road courses too. But thankfully on the road courses, they race in the rain. But the fog's a little bit different.
Yeah. So we're running a race within a race this weekend. Kyle, let's talk a little bit about some things that we know from yesterday, and I'm going to start throwing up a second pylon here. So what we're going to do is, you'll notice the pylon to the left says National Championship up at the top. So that is the running order, the standings for the National Championship teams. And then the pylon to the right is the race within a race, the 7-hour race competitors this weekend. Now we did have some teams that have left the championship and are just going to be racing with us today in the 7-hour race, Kyle. And we know that, unfortunately, Flat Out Nemesis is one of those cars.
Yeah, unfortunately, they had a little bit of an issue at the end of yesterday's race where I believe they had run out of fuel. They said they were having some other little gremlins that they were fighting, so they've opted to go ahead and withdraw from the championship fight. But what they're going to do is, now what we had talked about yesterday was if you had removed yourself from it, you would go to EC. We were actually a little bit incorrect in that. We were a little short on the information that there was the option that if you wanted to take yourself out of the championship fight, you kept your classification, but you just rolled into this 8 and 7 Winter Classic, essentially event rather than the national championship. So Flat Out Nemesis will continue to keep their classification. They'll just roll into the Sunday race and be part of that fight. So to look forward to see how they stack up against the rest of those guys.
Yeah, I think I brought up the idea about EC because what we've done in the past is when we're running these Parc Fermés, and we used to do quite a few of them back in the old days. That's what would happen. If you got pulled out of line, you'd be pushed into EC if you wanted to race the next day. But circumstances are very different running this type of race, where we do have a race within a race, so you can keep your class, you just get pushed off into the other race. So that's what's going on as far as all the technicals there. And we've got, if you weren't with us yesterday, Eddie Vedder, Parts Badger, and Team Salins really put on a show for us. Eddie Vedder capturing most of the race leading laps yesterday, and they took it all the way to the checker black yesterday. So they're starting on pit lane. All of these cars that are lined up in the pits, those cars are part of the championship, and so they're going to be led off of pit road nose to tail like this by David in the car, and we've got Les Epps in there as well with our follow cam. So we'll get to see those cool shots again of the cars following the pace car with David at the wheel. And then the rest of these cars that are not in the championship hump, just running the 7-hour race, they're going to fall in behind, I believe, is what they're going to do. So thanks, Timothy. Appreciate you, and it's always great to hear from you during these events. So that's what's going on. Yeah, when I went out on the track today, it really wasn't quite this bad. It's unfortunately it's gotten worse since I did see quite a bit of fog up on the high side of the track, which I would have expected down low, but actually up at Roller Coaster is where I was seeing this kind of stuff. I thought, well, hopefully this goes away. You can see the tire tracks where I drove over to where I put the cameras in. This is down at Hogpen, the low part. So even down here, actually it's much worse than it was. But Kyle, your wife's in here, Tanya. She said she'd heard we have a freezing fog advisory till 10 o'clock. Mm-hmm. And so, and Bill Strong was over here. He said he was hearing it over here at the track. They're hoping for 9. It's almost 9.
Yeah, we're almost at that first witching hour, and we're seeing some pretty good pea soup here, so probably going to have to hang out for a little bit. I did get a confirmation. Bill popped in and has been him and Andy have been great. They've been coming in giving us updates constantly just to keep everybody updated. So we had mentioned possibly that they were looking to take the cars out and do some circulation to help generate heat. The problem is with the line of sight, the corner workers are requesting to not have the cars out there just in case something happens. Plus, with as cold as it is, they don't want to risk cars spinning out, because with the lower portions of the track, with the elevation changes here at VIR, when you get down into Hogpen, you're very close to the Dan River. Honestly, you're a stone's throw away from it when you're in Hogpen on the other side of the trees, and they're worried about a little bit of potential ice on there, so they want to let the ambient come up a little bit. They want to make sure everything's good so nobody spins out and has a problem. We saw that yesterday with Flat Out Nemesis on the outlap, where they hadn't gotten their tires and everything up to temperature, and they had that spin. So they're just trying to be extra precautionary with the current situation.
Yeah. Precautional.
Precautionarial. There we go. Where does Macy?
Let's make some stuff up here.
This will be a good fog delay. We're just going to start making up words. As long as we don't go into Urban Dictionary territory, I think we'll be all right with the censors.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. That remains to be seen.
Very true. Yeah, very true. We're lucky they let us on air, hour after hour.
So, Kyle, let's talk about this racetrack a little bit. For those of you who are just tuning in and or maybe haven't been to the racetrack before, we're at Virginia International Raceway this weekend for a 7-hour race today, and it will determine the national championship title for 2025 also. So it's kind of a race within a race. We got some teams that are racing within the championship, some that are not. But so a nice complement of cars on the racetrack this weekend on this 3.27-mile road circuit. We typically run the North Course, I believe, this time of year, but we're running the full course for the national championship title. Very technical racetrack, lots of elevation change. This place is a riot.
It is.
Kyle, you've raced here. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what it's like to race at VIR?
It's an amazing place. My second ever start in Champ Car came here, ironically, on the North Course, and then got my first win here in the 24-hour back in August with Rad Air Racing, which was amazing. Taking the B class and getting that victory was amazing. But it's a really cool place. 17 turns, 3.27 miles, a lot of elevation change, very narrow track, a lot of single file racing through certain sections, very technical. You really have to be heads up, want to keep your eyes up, have to pay attention, really have to figure out and think about where you want to make your passes, because while there is a lot of runoff area, there's not a lot of track. It's not wide in a lot of places. So you really have to make sure that as the passing driver, you're doing your job, you're passing in the right places, and you don't unnecessarily take those chances. We saw that through the lower S's yesterday, where a couple cars got into through the 5A through 6B section. If you get offline there, especially with as cold as it is, and you get up on those curbs too much, it can end up ruining your day. So this is coming through that section. And it's a really fun racetrack. And if you can race here, you can race anywhere at North America's premier road courses. It's a lot of fun. There's opportunities to take different lines or different corners depending on your setup and what the track grip availability has. So it's a lot of fun. You really can learn a lot. I was able to instruct last weekend with a club and had a lot of fun and learned. It was taking a gentleman from, I believe it was Poland. It was his first time out here at VIR. Was able to really coach him around and show him. And I'll tell you what, he learned a lot, and it's just such a fun place to drive. I recommend it for anybody. But it's a big boy track, and it takes some confidence and some seat time to be able to carry momentum and speed through Oak Tree, through the upper S's, and then really get the ebb and flow of Hogpen and roller coaster, because that's really what determines how much speed you carry down the front straightaway. We can hear Mr. Ray Frank talking, chit-chatting with some of the guys from Money Shift Racing. Ray was out there with me this morning. He was standing with me making sure, because I had to put a few of the cameras in, because we have a camera in Eddie Vedder. We have the camera in Parts Badger. So he was out there with me just overseeing, making sure just everything's on the up and up while I was putting cameras in. We were chit-chatting, talking about Roy and his driving style and just how his talent level was fun to watch, and just how crisp and clean the guys in Eddie Vedder were, and just how fun it is. I mean, Ray doesn't live too far from here. He lives over in Lake Gaston, there in North Carolina and Virginia, and Bracy, and we were just chit-chatting just how much we love VIR. We love it when it's warmer, but we love VIR.
Yeah, it's a wild racetrack. I did, yesterday we were talking a little bit about how we had a lot of penalties handed out for violating the blend line, and there was some question about the blend line and so forth. So this morning when I was out there, I took a crude video of it from my phone as I was rolling out, and you can see that's it. And one of the things that's odd about it, you can see how it causes you to exit. The track starts to really kink and turn right there just as you exit. So you very naturally, as you roll out of pit road, you want to go straight. You actually have to turn to the right at the exit of the pits, because this naturally, as you're accelerating hard, it tends to point you to the left. But there is no blend line past that little triangle wedge, so if they're drifting over this wedge, I'm sure that would get them in trouble, Kyle.
Yeah, but it's kind of standard procedure when you come here to VIR. I mean, honestly, the best thing that they could do would be to put some dotted lines probably about halfway down there. But even then, you'll get somebody that's probably, once they get to the end of the dotted lines, if they just kind of have a brain lapse, they're going to want to move to the left, because traditionally you want to get out wide to take that entry into the corner. But what you have to do is you have to stay right over by the white line all the way down to turn 1, start to make the turn into the corner, and then about the apex of the corner, center of the corner as we call it, you'll want to blend in with the traffic, and then at that point you're at a pretty even speed with what everybody's going through there, give or take a few miles an hour, and then it's a little bit easier to pick up the throttle and start rolling into and getting in line with traffic, let's say.
Yeah, so I guess I could kind of see how rolling out of there under power that you would just naturally end up going left, because the track, the pit exit points you left of the track, because the track density is curling to the right. That's one of the things that makes it so hard to get a good camera shot out here too. But enough about me. Let's talk about these guys. They came here this morning to go racing, and now they're left in this situation. What do you suppose this does to some of the guys emotionally? You get charged up, you're ready to go, and then you're told to sit and wait.
It's probably the hardest thing for a race car driver to do, because you go through all the motions, you go through all your pre-race checks, and then you get in the car, you fire it up, the nerves, the bubbly in your stomach is there, you're ready to get in the car and get rolling, and just you want to get out there and get into your rhythm, and then it's, all right, well, hurry up and wait. A normal day at a racetrack. But in these situations, it's a little bit tough, because then at that point your body's going to relax a little bit, your mind relaxes, and it sometimes can mess with you when you get back in the car. So what you have to do is you want to the best thing you can do is try to relax, talk to, and I know that's easier said than done as a driver myself, and been there, done that in these situations, and talk to your crew, laugh, cut up, joke, get your mind off the race, don't think about it. You know your strategy. You've been talking about it for 2 days. You know if you're in the championship, you're just picking up where you left off yesterday. If you're no longer in the championship, you just figure out what you want to do, but just laugh, cut up, keep the mood light, try to relax. You have to be flexible. And anybody that's been in racing, and many of these guys have been doing this for a long time, you have to be flexible, and things can change at a moment's notice. And when we come here at VIR, this isn't the first time we've been delayed in December for some fog or weather. And I mean, we see this at the 24 every once in a while with the fog too, especially in the overnight hours and when we would race at Nelson Ledges. So it's not uncommon territory, but as a driver, you just have to learn to adjust, and that just comes with time and experience in the series.
And I will say, some of these shots you're seeing from our cameras, like this one in particular, this camera is actually a long lens that's sitting on the balcony out here on the tower, so it's looking through a lot of air compared to someone that would be down there actually at that hut there on the right. So this exaggerates the situation, makes it look a little bit worse than what it really is, as opposed to some of these cameras that are right down on the ground, where you can see a little bit better. So these cameras here are looking through quite a bit of air. I
will say that these shots are getting a hair better than they were when we checked them about 20 minutes ago. I'm noticing that I'm seeing the blend line a little bit better. It's not too bad through there in Hogpen. It looks like it's lifting slightly, but I mean, we still have to have it lift more, because the biggest thing is those corner workers have to be able to see each other, to communicate, to work with each other, to let them know if somebody's off track or something's wrong. This is going to be the hardest part, folks, because the elevation change, the lower parts of the racetrack where you sit lower, and if you've got that low ceiling, it's got to get above all of those points, and those are always the worst ones, because the lower you get, the cooler it is. So
Yeah.
It takes a little bit longer to generate that heat to be able to, and then to get it lifted and get that light in there.
Yeah. So some of these shots, this is heavily exaggerated. This is a long lens, whereas the one right next to it, this one is more almost like you're standing there looking. It's right up near the racetrack, relatively close to the racetrack. So, yeah, some of these camera views will be a bit exaggerated on the level of fog, but you can see it's dense enough that, the thing of it is, Kyle, is if they don't have good line of sight between the corners, they're not going to start the race. This is something that the corner workers, we always run into this. We have weather issues that most of which we can race through. But when the corner workers can't see each other, that's when we run into problems where we have to bring the cars in because they need line of sight in order to keep everybody safe. If you can't see the cars that have slid off the racetrack, or they can't see, the safety vehicles or whatever it is, for whatever they need to see the other turns with, that's when they're going to bring us in until that visibility improves.
And it's also for driver safety, too. I mean, yes, the corner workers have to be able to see each other, but if the drivers can't see that far in front of them to be able to see the brake zones, see your 500, 400 markers, see your turn-in points, know where your apexes are, and just be able to see fellow competitors in front of you, that's a safety issue, and that's absolutely going to be a no-go where we can't go out there and play and race today. So once this lifts and we get it out of here, we'll be able to throw the green and let these guys have at it.
So if you're just joining us, welcome everybody to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series National Championship Race at Virginia International Raceway. And we're just getting ready to get going here. Green flag was supposed to happen at 9 o'clock. The cars have not left the pit road because of a freezing fog advisory, and it's caused a visibility issue. So we need to wait for that to lift. Now, last we've heard, this freezing fog advisory is supposed to lift at 10 o'clock. That's a little bit less than an hour from now. So we're hoping to see a little bit of that sunshine come out and burn this away so we can get the cars on the racetrack. So at some point here, hopefully soon, we will be able to roll the cars off of pit road and begin this challenge. Checkered flag at 4 o'clock. I don't think that's going to change. We don't usually push things forward. So I think 4 o'clock is still the target hour. If that changes, of course, we'll let you know. But thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much. Now, Paulie, you just brought up a really good point. We were talking about fuel strategy for everybody, those that pitted within about a half hour to go yesterday, pitted with an hour to go. When you're sitting here burning no fuel and the clock's running, this may play into your fuel strategy a little bit. So your 3-stop race may have just turned into a 2-stop race.
Yeah, or a 4-stop race turned into a 3.
Yeah.
And people like Parts Badger are like, oh yeah, bring this on, baby. And then the Salins guys are like, no, we want to push everybody out as far as they have to go because we're better on fuel. I don't know if they are, but I'm just giving an example. Just a role play that some of these teams are loving this, and others are dreading it. They want to get out there because that's their advantage is the ability to hold that fuel and burn less of it than some of the other guys.
It'll definitely be interesting to see, and then we'll also have to monitor the pace. It is very cold. The track is going to be slick, absolutely. I mean, we're worried about it. And, Timothy Elliott mentioned that the off-track is very icy. Yeah, you're not kidding. With the frost that you're seeing there, we were jokingly talking when Ray and I were on pit road this morning while I was putting cameras in, and there was one of the crew guys there. He was actually asking about some situations, and we were jokingly saying, if you want to get your FTD on the day, go as soon as you come out of hog pen, get into the grass, and you'll probably pick up about 2 seconds, and that'll be your fastest time of the day. Don't know if you'll stop when you get to turn 1, but you'll definitely pick up some speed.
Dropgear asking, what is the actual temperature out there right now? And according to AccuWeather, it's 30 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, so we are below freezing right now, which is going to make it very slick. It's going to be difficult to generate heat in the racetrack. It's going to make it difficult to generate heat in the tires until we get some more ambient. So the drivers are really going to have to tiptoe. I believe it's colder today than it was yesterday morning when we started. So
it is.
It's definitely going to be a chore, and these drivers are really – and that's going to be a hard part too is – that's why I said the best thing these drivers can do is relax as best they can, keep the mood light, not overthink this, because as race car drivers, we're going to sit there and overthink everything because that's what we do. And what you have to do is especially the championship guys, they're thinking they got 900 million things going through their head. what they've got to do is remember to just go through the motions as they normally would. Yeah, you're delayed a little bit, but don't change it, because if you start to get desperate or overdrive your race car, or thinking, well, I've only got 6 hours now instead of 7, and then you change it and you try to get more aggressive and the grip level's not there, you're going to end up taking yourself out of the championship inadvertently by overdriving your car. Or maybe making a pass in an area where you know it's questionable, the grip may not be there, and it just you've got to let it come to you. And I think that's where I think your strategists and your engineers are really going to have to talk to, and your crew chiefs are going to have to talk to these drivers on the radio. If you've got a two-way, you pretty much have to say, like, look, stay calm, you got to take care of this, don't make it harder on yourself. Think about play the long game, and you just have to keep them patient. Just a lot of talking to drivers on the radio will be crucial today. Yeah,
and this will adjust the stints too. You know, that some of the guys, even with the 7-hour race, that shortens your stints typically, and you got to still think about your pit windows and what your strategy is going to be. But it is going to, if it lasts longer, it could certainly affect strategy and the way that they're going to play this out. You know, a lot of teams, they'll put their hot shoe in at the end of the race. They may have some opportunities with this where they split up the stint. They could put that hot shoe in more than once and just run these shorter stints. So there's going to be some gamesmanship here for sure, as we look for the start of this race. And it looks like some of the cameras, you know, it's amazing how fast things can change. I'm already seeing some of that clarity coming in around the racetrack in certain areas. Some of the track areas are more fog laden than others, and where I noticed it this morning was up on the higher areas. And Kyle talked about temperature. When I checked the temperature yesterday when I was on the track in the morning, it was 32 degrees. This morning it was 23, so it was a big temperature difference, and there was a lot of frost on everything from the fog, whereas yesterday we didn't have really frost at all. So, and it was almost like snow. There was so much frost. Although I didn't really see it on the racetrack. What I saw it on was all the surfaces where it settled, like on all the wood and the metal, the guardrails and the camera equipment, the boxes and all that stuff. That's where I was seeing a lot of this frost and the covers that we use to protect the cameras. So, so I think the track itself might be fine, unlike, you know, concerns about having ice on the racetrack, that kind of thing. But it's just all these other surfaces where the fog is sticking to, like the grass that we see. That's definitely a thing. But the nice thing is, though, that the ground's not too soggy. You know, they had a fair amount of rain on Friday, but it's not too soupy out there. And so guys that get off, it's kind of like driving on grass. It would normally be a little slick, but fortunately, we shouldn't see too many guys getting stuck out there.
Yeah, it shouldn't. It honestly, the only problem is with as slick as it's going to be, you're not going to sink into it. You're going to slide across it. If you go off into the grass, with it being as icy as it is sitting on there, you can see just that frost. The car is going to pick up a little bit. So if you happen to go off the racetrack, what I would do is make sure you don't turn the steering wheel, because if you turn the steering wheel, you're going for a ride. You're going to have to just get out of the accelerator. Don't dump it, but just roll out of that accelerator, hold the wheel straight, let the car naturally slow itself down, and then as you can start to get some traction, ease the car back onto the racetrack. If you do anything abrasive or you try to quickly make a move, the car's going to go into a spin. And, I mean, we've seen that time and time again, especially coming out of Hogpen here. If you get out there, the car just goes for a ride. So you really just have to be patient. You have to treat it like you're racing in the rain almost.
Yeah. Right, it would be the same condition in the rain in the grass. It's going to be unusually slick over there, but it's just the way it is. Stay off that.
Exactly.
Keep on the track.
And that's a great point, Timothy. I mean, it won't let you control the car. No, it won't, because I mean it's like hitting black ice. The car, it's going to just lose traction temporarily, but you just got to breathe and just do the best you can to get it slowed down, under control, then get it back on the racetrack.
This is a shot of the climbing S's.
It's looking better,
and it's because we are going to see. We're seeing a little more light here at the track too. I'm looking out. The fog that's here, it's not just stagnant. It's actually being moved by the current of the air. So it is actually moving all the time. So it can move out of here pretty quickly. We just have to wait and see how quickly. But we are seeing it clear up a little bit already. Les is with the I guess chase cam, we'll have to call it, something like that. Is in the pace car right behind Eddie Vedder. So from the Eddie Vedder, you can see there's David Kisak ready to pull out and lead the car around the field. So they may indeed bring them out onto the racetrack to get some laps in, to get some temps in the car, and just to kind of get that air swirl effect. But we haven't heard anything official yet. So, yeah, hopefully it lifts pretty soon here. A look at turn 2. This is quite a ways back. This is off on the catch fence. And I've got another shot here I can bring up as well. I'll work on that. I told you I'd put a camera up on the catch fence to catch everything, but it was pointing at the sky. Actually, it wasn't. It was just that I had it zoomed in. So this is a look from the catch fence out there. I have 2 cameras back there, but this is the one that's looking at the cars as they come into turn 1. And so, yeah, I'll be bringing you this view as well today. So I hope you all are having a fantastic day, a fantastic beginning of your weekend. Or I guess this will be the last day of the weekend, right? Thanks for joining us, everybody, on ChampCar.Live. And we're just going to settle in here. Already, yeah, this coming off the Michelin bridge is looking great. It's getting much, much better. And so the snakes look much better as well. But you can see as we get up into the higher part of the track, that's when it starts to fog over a little bit. This is the look that heads down into. Yeah,
this is going to be one of the worst areas here going toward Oak Tree because it goes down into that lower section and then back up. But it's not as high as it is there at the top there by the villas.
This is the exit of Oak Tree here.
It's a little bit better here, but on the other side toward 11 and as you go down the hill there, and then this isn't as bad either, but as you get closer to the Dan River toward Hogpen, that's where, yeah, it's really bad over here still. So I did just get an update from John Wittenauer. Unfortunately, Wittenauer Motorsports' championship bid has come to an end. They changed motors before 5 p.m. Saturday, but the replacement was leaking oil at the main seal. Unfortunately, they are done for the weekend. So They said, take care. Hope they wanted to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and a Happy New Year. And they said, we will see you guys at Gingerman next year.
Oh, okay.
So safe travels to the Wittenauer team, Kelly, John, Dylan, all the Wittenauer clan watching at home. Thank you guys so much for being constant supporters of Champ Car. Safe travels back home, and we will see you guys in 2026.
Yeah, they had Stephen Cox was racing with them this weekend, our friend, and they had an alternator issue. They pulled it in. They thought that would fix it, and then they just continued to have electrical issues yesterday. It was just a terrible day yesterday for them trying to get the car motivated to stay out there. Great race car and has done so well in the series too in the past. So it's sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it was a tough break, but I mean John and the team and Kelly and Dylan, they're all in good spirits. I mean they know the world of racing, the good days, the bad days, but I mean, we know that they'll go back. They'll work their tails off over the off season. They'll get it bigger, badder, and better, and we'll see them at Gingerman, and they'll be ready to go for a checker.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
if you're just joining us, welcome everybody to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the 2025 National Championship title run here at Virginia International Raceway, and we were scheduled to go green at 9 o'clock. We're waiting for the fog to lift here. We've got a freezing fog advisory till 10 a.m. And once we get to the point where the corner workers feel like the line of sight is adequate, we'll be able to roll the cars out and get this thing started. And so we're hoping here in the next 45 minutes or so, we'll be able to do that. We're already seeing some of the cloud, the coverage lift, and so we're hoping as the air current moves through across the racetrack, it'll continue to lift that.
So if you guys get a chance, make sure you, as per Timmy Elliott, make sure you smash the subscribe and like button, and make sure and pull up in another browser. We got our marching ants going. So obviously everything is red right now as we're in this fog delay, but make sure you have that up. Over there on Marching Ants, you'll have both the running orders for the National Championship and then the pylon for the 8-7 Winter Classic event, so you'll be able to keep track of that. Also, make sure you pull up Race Monitor if you want to look at it a little bit more in depth. Red Mist has where you can look at the lap times and do comparisons for the championship, which is a great way for you to kind of figure out where you are, where you stack up to your fellow competitors, as we're looking here at our turn 1 camera.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep the information up there. Yeah, this is the turn 1 camera that I didn't show you yesterday. So it's, I don't know, this is a long lens. Hopefully
it'll give a great shot of them. Once it clears up, you folks will get a great shot. You'll really see them hauling the mail down there as you come through here, and then you'll really see the noses dive as they get past the start-finish line, as they come toward our camera, as they go into the brake zone. Yeah, this camera was turned a little bit it was turned a little bit there yesterday, but we were able to get it running. And you really get an indication of what these cars can do into the brake zone. You'll see them turn into the corner, and then it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. And that's a big passing area, so you'll see a lot of guys either pull out to the left or pull out to the right and make passes. And a lot of times, if you take the long way around through turn 1, if you can get the car to stick out there, if you don't really complete the pass, you're in a better position going into 2 or 3 because you're in the optimal line at that point. So that's the nice thing about VIR is it gives you different passing options, and you learn as you get experience here to make it to maximize it. We looked like I saw one of the ambulances going by. I bet they ran out to get some coffee and warm up or hot chocolate or something.
Well, they were delivering lunches yesterday, so yeah.
Probably wanted to get hand warmers, feet warmers, hot chocolate, everything for these poor corner workers.
Yeah, I don't know.
But thank you guys so much for tuning in. And while we get a couple minutes here, we always are encouraging. We've seen so many new teams come into this series, and we're seeing a lot of teams that had gone away for a little while. They're starting to come back to Champ Car. We want to give a big thank you to our CEO and leader at the helm, Mike Chiswick, and his wife Andrea, for doing so much for the series. Everybody, all of our fellow officials and everybody. But if you're interested in coming and you think this is really, really cool and you want to build a car, make sure you go to this awesome place called ChampCar.Org. You can check it out. Find out it through the BCCR, all the rules, regs, everything you need to know to build a car. Find out what kind of car. As you can tell, we have 12 different OEMs represented this weekend. We'll get into that in a little bit. And find a car if you want to do it, or if you just want to see what it's like. We have an arrive and drive option where you can go. You can find a team that's looking for a driver, rent a seat for a weekend, and you can race at some of North America's most premier road courses. So make sure you go to ChampCar.org. Check that out. The event calendar for 2026 is already on there. There's a printable copy if you'd like it. That we have, obviously, the entries are open for next year, so go ahead and make sure you get your entry in if you're interested. We'll start the season off ready to go at Road Atlanta in early February, roll into G2 Motorsports Park, one of our many new tracks next year, then on to Dominion later in March. And then we'll get ready to go to Daytona for our annual stop there in Florida for the 14-hour, and then on to Gingerman and on into the season. So make sure you get your entries there. I think there may still be some spots on the list or on the waiting list for Sebring at the end of the year, which is a Sunday this year. So remember that, folks. A little bit different than we've done in the past. It is actually on Sunday, which gives everybody a little bit of an extra day to travel so everybody can be at home with family and friends for the holiday. So make sure you check that out as well. And we also, really quickly, while we have a moment, we want to thank our amazing sponsors and partners that we have here in Champ Car. Our title sponsor, TireRack.com. Thank you to that team for always doing so much for us. Our series supporters, Parts Badger, your online machine shop, Roy and his crew, Lifeline Fire Suppression Systems, the champions of safety. Make sure that you guys show them some love. Frozen Rotors, Hawk Performance, Flying Wrench Motorsports, Flagtronics. Our class sponsors, Krispy Kreme in Class A, Discovery Parts in Class B, 9 Lives Racing in Class D. AutoZone, the ChampCar.Live broadcast presented by AutoZone. Thank you for them. Candelaria Racing Products with Sentinel. We appreciate that. And Mr. Eric Call, Better Call. So if you need a wireless provider, 5G home mobile expert, if you need a wireless expert, call Eric. He can get you hooked up. Series supporters, Laminex, Protective Films, and then calltogrid.com for these passionate drivers that need assistance with things. And if you're interested in becoming a Champ Car partner or sponsor, there is a link below where you can reach out to the marketing team or the coordinator that can get you all the information. The 2026 deck is available. They can get it to you, a copy of it. You can review it. It is a great way to spend your marketing dollars, and we will make sure to take great care of you. Timothy, you were asking races that we will be covering next year. Paulie, should we give it away now, or should we just wait till Sebring and kind of make them wait like good children for Christmas?
I'll try to bring that up. Let me see what I can do here for you.
We're not gonna make them wait. Like anticipate. They have to.
Well, some of them might be planning.
Well, that's true. They might be planning to go racing. All right.
So we're going to be doing a show from Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. Then that's February 6th and 7th. We'll be at Daytona International Speedway April 11th. We'll also be doing a show at Watkins Glen again. That's the May 22nd through the 24th. We'll be at Audubon Country Club this year doing a show. I think it's the first time we've ever done it. That's June 13th and 14th. I guess I would know because I'm the guy that does it. So, yeah, this is the first time we've done it. Lime Rock Park. We'll be at Lime Rock the 24th and 25th of July. So that'll be a lot of fun. Then we'll be we're going to jump to September, and we'll be at Middle House Sports Car Course the 4th and through the 6th. And then off to Sebring the 19th and the 20th of September. And then we're going to be at Pocono Raceway, the first time ever, October 10th and 11th.
That's going to be a lot of fun.
Back at Road America up in Wisconsin. All right, October 24th and 25th. And then we're going to do another show from Virginia International Raceway. That'll be December 5th and 6th, just like this year. And
we'll determine our champion for 2026 here at this same venue next year, right, Paulie?
Yes, we will. That's what it says. And then the December 29th and 31st, we're going to be at Circuit of Americas for that final race of the year and do a show there.
So we will have 11 races in total that Paulie, myself, and Les, and we will have all the Champ Car action covered. And just remember, even if we're not doing a show, if you want to follow along at the events that we're not doing the broadcasting and enter, remember they're going to have follow along, pay attention. You can always check Race Monitor, Red Mist, all that, find out what's going on. So just because we're not doing a show, bump up those numbers and those other platforms as well to support your favorite Champ Car teams, drivers, and pay attention to what's going on.
If you'd be interested in doing some advertising on Champ Car Live, feel free to drop me an email at paul.veltman@champcar.org, and I'll be happy to send you the sponsor deck, and we can get you involved in supporting the show or getting some advertising through the club that way. So there's plenty of opportunities to get involved, and you can start out, that's what Eric Call did. He started out in a lower level just to kind of dip his toe, get his feet wet, see what it was like. And then next year he's going to be sponsoring, supporting the C-Class. So it's not uncommon to start climbing the ladder rungs, if you will. And this is a good place to start. Start on the show. You get a lot of exposure. We're going to be at the big events. So it's a great way to get started in your advertising venture and getting exposure in your market.
No, absolutely. And I mean, just any level in Champ Car, whatever, we will work with any budget that you have to work with. And we're willing to figure it out. We can make it work. We want to make sure we can maximize your brand, maximize your budget. If there's any initiatives you're trying to push or any products or services, we will make sure that we get the word out. And I can assure you that Champ Car fans and club members are loyal to Champ Car sponsors. They are very adamant about using and giving that business back to them because they know that those marketing dollars get returned tenfold.
Well, I wouldn't overstep on any budget. I mean, there is a threshold if you're going to advertise with us, but yeah, we want to get you in here and help you out. And it's not terribly expensive to get started.
No, not at all. But we also want to make sure that we don't want to. If you have a small business, we're willing to work with you. Is more what I mean. I don't want them to feel like we can't work with a mid to small level business either.
No, I've done some very inexpensive advertising for some folks for for MyRaces.Live. Did some very inexpensive advertising for them, so we can help you out. Eat more hot dogs, says Billy Salem.
Billy, you need to talk to You need to talk to Joe, and maybe we'll eat some more hot dogs, but maybe you got to start sponsoring in the series again, and we need the Salins at Chump Yard at the Glen again, or we need some class sponsors. Man, I'm willing to do the hot dogs, but tit for tat here.
My change jar isn't enough. I wonder if we could get something, Timothy, going for your Scirocco venture. If we could do what do they call that, where they put it online and people
a GoFundMe.
Yeah.
It could do a GoFundMe for the Scirocco.
For the Scirocco effort. Why not? That'd be fun. It's been done before. That kind of stuff's been done. All right, so with that, we'll take another break from all the action. We'll take a break from
It's so hectic on pit road. They're side by side, beating fenders, trying to get off pit road.
Yeah. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George and Junior are fed up. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today, but they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps them find a deal on the right parts.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Fly & Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at partsbadger.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, back from our first break here. So far, we haven't heard any updates regarding the weather as to when it might lift. We do have some folks that have come into the booth, so we'll get a chance to hear from them as we're just waiting out this freezing fog delay here at Virginia International Raceway. Thanks for joining us, everybody, here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're expecting to get started here relatively soon, and of course it's a safety issue with this a line of sight issue that we have with the fog delay. So once that's out of here, and we were talking about a little bit during the break, you know, we often see this kind of thing during the 24-hour race, not so much during the winter, and that's, well, I guess it's the fall. But this fog's a little different because of the cold weather. It's actually considered a freezing fog, which I had never heard of until a couple of years ago when we had that crop up at Road Atlanta during a race. And so that's the kind of situation we're dealing with right now, is a freezing fog. Sorry, I'm trying to get out of the shot. Thanks, Tanya. So Tanya and her husband, Kyle Lockrow, went and visited one of the local toy stores to pick up some of the toys for Toys for Tots. So we kind of went in together and put some money together and bought some of the toys. They bought some of the Toys for Tots and delivered it to the Warriors in Motion. They have a box down there in their pit box at the tent for the Toys for Tots drive. So if you'd be interested in also bringing some toys out to the track that you can drop off over there for them, that they would appreciate that. And it's just a fun thing that they're going to be doing this year. So just want to let you folks know about that. We talked about it a little bit yesterday on the show, so I want to let you know about that again today. Yeah, please hit that like button and appreciate everybody hanging out with us as we get ready to go racing here on this Sunday. This is to determine the national championship title for the 2025 season, but we've also kind of got a race within a race at the same time, because we have a number of competitors here this weekend that are not competing in the national championship, but they're just competing for the 7-hour race. So last I've heard, we still will checker at 4 p.m. local time. Flat Out Nemesis, you'll see them there in 14th place. And so weren't they running in the championship? Yes, they were. But they ran out of fuel yesterday, and so as a result of that, they moved into the race within a race. Troy Trulio, how's it going?
It's good.
You want to talk for a little bit? Troy Trulio, you got to flip it around. Just spin it all the way around. There you go. Troy Trulio's here this weekend working timing and scoring. I think it's the hat. It's not
the hat.
Not you, it's him.
We'll say the hat.
How you doing, Troy?
I'm doing good.
Great.
It's good. It's a good race so far. Yesterday, I should say.
So what you bring over here?
Oh, I brought over paper.
Yeah.
But have we talked? I haven't paid attention. I've been doing work.
No, you've been working, yeah.
Have we talked about strategy and fuel and when people have fueled and all?
No, but we know it's going to be interesting, but what have you been seeing?
So this is what I wrote down. So Eddie Vedder, 91, he fueled at 3:47 yesterday.
Okay.
So an hour and 15. But the number one, and he's got 174 laps. The number one has 172 laps, but he fueled at 4:45. So he has an extra hour on fuel.
Oh.
The 942 fueled at 3:48.
Now that's one of the Salins cars.
Yeah, and he has 172 laps, and then 169 laps is the 943.
The mustard car.
So we've got two completely different strategies here, which it'll be interesting to work out because let's assume we start at 10, which is what we're hoping for probably. Because if you look at the clear, the weather said it. So my calculations have Eddie Vedder having to stop 3 times for fuel.
Okay.
And the 942 having to stop 3 times for fuel. But the number 1 and the number 943 only have to stop twice for fuel because we only have 6 hours left.
Wow.
So even though it might look like this, it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah.
In the next few hours when it comes on fuel strategy.
Yeah, and then of course with the reduced number of laps we're going to have, we were already going to have a short race. Now it looks like we may have a 6-hour race, Troy. Yep. So if you're a strategist, you're way better at strategizing than I am. How would you play this between those two teams, those teams that have the 3-stop and the 2-stop? Is there anything
so then you got to say, okay,
they can do for those 3-stoppers?
For the 3-stoppers, you're just going to have to play purple. Like, it doesn't matter when.
Play purple whenever you see a purple jump on it?
Because you know you're going to have to stop 2 more times no matter what.
Okay.
Because you're going to have to stop 3 because you're going to have to take fuel because you have a half a tank now.
Okay.
So I would say, even if a purple comes out in the first 10 minutes, you got to stop for fuel.
Really?
And then you're on the 2-hour strategy, I would think.
Oh, okay.
Because these guys already have a full tank, so they're just going to go. If we start at 10, they're going to go at 12 and 2. So number 1 and number 943 are kind of stuck, and actually everybody else 414, 502, they've already stopped at the 4.
That's
they already stopped right. So
okay.
all of these guys are basically stuck on strategy. They have to pit at 12 and at 2. Otherwise, they're pitting extra.
I see.
They might be able to do a driver-only change, which would be interesting if there's purples. But, I mean, personally, I think 91 and 942 are more sitting in the driver's seat in that they have, even though they have to stop 1 more time, they could stop twice under purple or 3 times under purple because they have big windows. You get your window of stopping is like, let's say, an hour instead of 10 minutes. So then you could really play with that, and then you can get fresh drivers in and stuff. So now if we don't, a lot of times on Sunday though, compared to Saturday, is way less purples and much more green.
Okay.
Like on Sundays, you could see 2-3 hours sometimes of not a single purple.
Gotcha.
So your fuel strategy here, and fuel's heavy here, so you can't necessarily go 2 hours here. So that'll be interesting. If we have really long greens, then these other ones that are going like, oh, well, I can go 2 hours. Well, now you can't. Now they run out.
Why do you think teams would have a harder time making 2 hours on fuel here as opposed to a place like, I don't know, Road America or someplace that's flatter or something?
Well, Road America is the worst in the whole country on fuel. It's all how long you are on the gas. So you've got 2 like really long straightaways here.
Gotcha.
So you come out of hog pen and you're flat all the way to the 5 or 4 braking marker. And then when you come back into the S's, going up to the S's, you're flat out of turn 5 all the way up to like the S's. And then all that back straight is really long to the hog pen. So there is a lot of on throttle here. So this is like a medium. So but like and then like amp is the easiest. Like let's say a car can do 2.5 hours at amp, it might only do an hour and 45 here, or an hour and 30 at Road America.
So that's because you're doing a lot more brake, accelerate.
Yeah, it's
you're
more
not
of a
really winding it out as much in the higher gears.
Like what I used to calculate when I was racing is, okay, let's say you have a 2-minute lap. What percentage of that time are you on full throttle?
Okay.
So let's say I have a 2-minute lap, you might be 40 or 50 seconds on full throttle at one track, and it might be 30 seconds on full throttle. So your overall time on full throttle is more.
I see.
So, and then and we even did some weird strategy where if you have 15 seconds on a front straightaway and you let off 1 second early and coast, that actually gains you like 10 minutes over that 2 hours.
Good night, really?
So it makes a huge difference. You'd be surprised. And then our lap times didn't go down at all because you'd actually you wouldn't over brake because you're not over accelerating for the turn, and your apex speed would be higher because you didn't over brake. So drivers found that their lap times were just the same, even though we were in semi-fuel strategy. We would just let off and coast another 300 or 400 feet before the turn.
Wait, so the lap times didn't change much?
No, because when I looked at the data, when people were pushing and braking, they would go so much deeper that they would over brake. So by the time they did the apex speed was, let's say, 80 miles an hour in a turn.
Yeah.
When they let off the brake earlier, their apex speed was 83. Because they didn't over brake, and then they didn't have to over accelerate. So they were smoother, their line was better, their G-forces were higher throughout like the apex and the exit.
Because their cornering speed was higher.
Yeah, but they were saving fuel. So you could save fuel and go just as fast.
So it's sort of like your mindset is, I'm going to push harder into the corner, brake later, but they were going too far with that.
Yeah,
maybe.
they were.
And so they were over braking then, and then going slower through the corner, even when they were trying to go faster.
We had one driver that didn't. He went slower because he was that good that he's like.
Right, but most drivers,
for
most
the average
amateur drivers,
sometimes the whole go slower to go faster, that's where it finally hit me in real life. It's like, oh, well, that's what they really mean.
Wow, that's cool.
So that's pretty interesting. So I think it's going to be an exciting. I'm kind of excited to see what these four and how it plays out, and strategy, and how hard do they push? Are they trying to?
So the Rockwell Autosport Development, that's the number one car, the 91 of Eddie Vedder, and then the two Salins cars, 942, 943.
And they're pretty set up good because they both have they're going to be totally different strategies, and they're usually pretty good at strategy. So it'll be very interesting to see how they play out.
It's really interesting. Thanks for bringing all that to us, Troy.
Yeah.
So. Other than that, how's your weekend been going?
What's up, buddy?
My weekend's been going pretty good.
That's pretty cool.
Exciting.
Thanks for
trying
doing
to
all that.
run two races at once and see who's going where, and that's that's pretty good.
I mean, that's kind of fun, isn't it? I mean, it's different, and it keeps you from getting bored.
Yeah, the beginning, and then with our registration, we worked through it, but yesterday morning was a little bit hectic because I try to be pretty anal where it's okay. Within 1 or 2 laps, I want to have everybody correlated. I want to have everybody done. But we didn't have all the transponders, so it took me like a half hour to get everybody up to speed.
Gotcha.
With both races, and people are like, I'm not showing on there. I'm like, you're
I know.
okay. We're
working on it.
You're there.
Troy,
so just because the race starts doesn't mean you have everything the way you want it yet.
Right.
And we need to be a little more patient with waiting.
Yeah. Well, and most of it is something. If you're, I'd say half of them are fat fingers, meaning like your transponder number's 36444, and you put 38444 because it's hard to read.
Okay.
So then it'll just come up as a number, and your car won't show up. And then, if I only have 1 or 2, it's easy. I'm like, oh yeah, that's that one. But when I have 20 or 30 of 70, and you have a group of 5 people going by, and you're like, I don't know which one's which. Sure. And then you kind of got to let it spread out a little bit, and then you kind of write them down, and then you get it. But yeah, it just takes a little time yesterday. Usually where I try to be a lot quicker.
Nice.
I was actually going to ask you because
Troy.
Yeah, we appreciate that, but like I was going to ask like how involved is that process, and it's got to take you quite a bit sometimes. I mean, we know you're good at it, but it just with all the details that it goes into.
Well, actually, I have my book here. I'll show you.
Because we've had people ask, like, hey, the time of the scoring's off. Like, how do you do this?
Where's the mic?
The camera's over here.
Okay. So what I do is I write down the whole order. When you guys go out, before you're even out, so when you're in the pit lane, I'll write down the order. And then as you're doing, like, your first, before you even get to, like, the first lap, I compare at the pit out, and I'm like, okay, car number 15 hit. The next car has a blank there with just a number, and then the next car is 86. So then I'm like, oh, okay, well, I wrote down that the car in the middle should be 251 in this example. and then 251 equals this. Then I have to go in real quick and then erase the old one and put the new one in, and then I have to go, and you're like, okay, and then I can do the next one.
Okay.
And usually by the time they come around, I only have a couple to do. So I'm like, okay, I got the 4 or 5 done. But when you have like 30 to do, and you're like, oh, and then they come around, and then you have 3 late people coming through, and you're like, oh, why couldn't you line up on time?
Is that sometimes, though, because we've had a few people ask over the course of the season, when traditionally we always do the one-time buy to do the transponder check, is that occasionally why we'll do the second time buy, is just because you're seeing something and saying, hey, guys, I need one more lap, something's not right, and especially like when we've gotten to cold races where the line's acting up, like Road America where it freezes?
I don't know about freezing too much, but it can be. There's multiple reasons. One is if the line's not working right, but a lot of times I check that ahead of time. Another one will be if it's the timing is off. Let's say we're just too early. Or a lot of times it's from the safety of the track or something, or the track workers, or they're not necessarily ready, or we might be like, okay, one corner worker's not there yet. Okay, well, we can't start without a corner worker there. Okay. He's not there. So it could be multiple reasons, but I'd say about 95% of the time we start, and on time, maybe once or twice a year, we have to do an extra lap.
And that's the reason I wanted to ask you, is because we've had a few people ask, like, hey, what's the delay? And we're not really sure. But that we wanted to know because they wanted to know. So we wanted to relay it to them.
Basically, 2 things. If we can't score the race, then we're not going to start it.
Exactly.
Or if there's a safety concern, then we're not going to start it.
So there you go, folks.
One of those 2 reasons,
From Troy Trulio himself.
There you go.
Well, thanks, Troy.
Yep.
Appreciate you
All right,
stopping by.
I got to get back to work, I guess.
Okay, brother.
Maybe we'll start a race.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we will. I think we should.
You guys have fun. Enjoy.
We got a guest that's coming on here in a few moments that wants to talk about the vortex theory. He's got a lot of experience from the roundy round world. So we'll bring Mr. John Curley on here in just a moment.
Okay, so you're muted there, so you could transfer headsets. We're playing musical headsets here real quick, and then we'll hear from him. And if you're just joining us, welcome everybody to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race at Virginia International Raceway to determine the national championship for 2025. We're on a fog delay at the moment, hoping to get started here in the next 30 minutes or so. So as we're waiting for the weather to clear, Kyle, we've got a guest, so why don't we talk to him?
We do. Mr. John Curley, welcome to the broadcast. He is with 2244 Motorsports, Wrench Rags, the 2009 Mustang, if I'm correct?
That's correct.
All right. So I ran into you at the hotel we're staying at. We're staying at the same hotel there, the Sleep Inn off 58 in Danville. And we were chit-chatting, and I noticed the Joe Gibbs jacket you had on with all the Toyota stuff. And I said, what'd you do for Gibbs? And you started telling me a little bit about it, and we chit-chatted. And then you told me you were up here racing Champ Car this weekend, and you told me a lot of cool things. I was like, why don't you come on the broadcast and share some of the fun stuff you were telling me last night with the viewership, and especially with the delay here. I'm sure they're going to love it. So how's your weekend going so far?
Well, it's going really good. We started yesterday. We're not in the championship race. We're just running the 8-hour and the 7-hour. And we started off really good yesterday, but we broke a spindle. And we lost. We did a real good job of swapping it out. Well, we only lost like 7 laps.
Wow, that's a good change.
Laps. And then we got back out. We ended up winning our class in D class. But I think toward the end of the race, we were within a half a lap of catching the leader of our class back, and then they had a problem. So anyway, we're happy with it. We got all the way to the finish.
That's the first battle in this series,
right? And so we had to make some changes last night that we didn't get to make during the initial problem we had yesterday. We ended up, when we changed spindle, we ended up with a bunch of tow out in the car. So we got those things taken care of, and everything's looking good for today. Get the vortex going, get this fog blowed out of here, we'll be good.
All right, well, you've been around a while. You've worked in NASCAR for quite a while, and you've heard old DW, Darrell Waltrip, talk about vortex theory. So from your perspective, you've been doing this a while. I've explained it a little bit, but explain this vortex theory that DW talks about.
Okay, so what it is, there's in order to make downforce off the car, the air coming off the car is actually lifting. It's pushing up. Plus, there's heat coming off the car. So if you get all the cars going around, it puts a heat at the surface level, and then as the cars with the big spoilers and stuff go by, it pushes that warm air up, and it just lifts the fog. It'll lift the fog. It'll push it right out of here, in theory.
Well, how many times would Mike Joy say, well, I don't think that's going to work in DW? All of a sudden, those cars would go out there under green, and it would be dry as a bone, but then that caution would come out, and what would happen?
Yeah, it would come right back.
It'd start raining.
But the most where it would work the best was always at Bristol.
Or Richmond, or one of the short tracks.
Yeah, so I don't know that the theory's going to work great on a 3-mile road course, but
Yeah, you got enough cars that might be able to work.
You get enough cars, get the wrecker out there, the ambulances pushing air around.
We got Parts Badger and Salins and some of these guys with these big old like those old Daytonas back in the day. They got those old spoilers.
They're going to break a lot of wind. If you disturb the air and put warm air in, it'll do one of two things. It'll either get better or stay the same.
All right, so you were telling me, let's tell the viewers a little bit at home. What was your background? How'd you get started in racing, and what's kind of gotten you to where you're at now?
Well, I was born into a racing family. My dad was racing the old late model sportsman series through the 60s and 70s. Harry Gant used to drive our car in 65. All through the 70s, we ran for the national championship. So I grew up at the short tracks all across the East Coast, racing with Butch Lindley, Sam Ard, Jack Ingram, all those guys. That's kind of where I grew up. And then in the 80s, I started racing myself. You know, we had dirt cars and go-karts and motocross bikes, and then I started working in professional motorsports, working with some teams as a fabricator, and then when the fabrication played out, I drove a truck for some different teams. I pretty much made a career there for a while out of working with NASCAR teams. And in the meantime, I had late model cars, ARCA cars, Hooters Pro Cup cars, and me and Mike Potter, we raced together for like 25 years. We had ARCA cars and Hooters Pro Cup cars and Super Cup Series cars and all that for years. So. And the just to give the fans a little perspective, because we have a lot of folks that do the road racing, the Grand National stuff you're talking about, or the late model sportsman back in the day, is what in 1982 became what was then as the Busch Series. The Busch Series, then the Nationwide, and what's now today known as Xfinity. And Mike Potter, who was a good friend of yours and business partner, essentially co-owner. Mike is a former late model sportsman and Busch Series driver. Mike drove for, I believe, Jimmy Means, Johnny Davis. Right. Mike's driven a ton of different people. To the late 80s and 90s, ran 62 Cup races.
Oh, wow.
Made the 1992 Daytona 500.
Who did he drive for that year?
His own car.
Oh, that was his own car. Okay. Yep. I didn't know if he drove like a backup for Jimmy Means that year or something. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and Mike passed away about 3 years ago.
I had heard about that. That was a shame.
He passed away. Mike was in the Marine Corps in Vietnam.
I didn't know that, really.
Yeah, I was in the Marine Corps. I wasn't in Vietnam.
Well, thank you very much for your service, sir. We appreciate that.
So we had a connection there, and then late in his life, Mike got some complications from Agent Orange and cancer, and it drug him down and got him in Halloween Day of 2022 or 23, and. He was born on the 4th of July, and he died on Halloween Day. So we was always celebrating for Mike.
He was one. I tell you what, he was one of the true independents of that sport.
Oh yeah, he was. He helped build the sport. Like I said, I remember him telling me the story. He took his pickup truck and an open trailer, and he loaded his car up, went to Daytona, and didn't have a motor. And he rented a motor when he got to the track and ended up making the Daytona 500.
That's all. That is the true independent. Back in the day, and you don't see that anymore, where a guy goes down there, rents it, and gets into what was then the 125 Gatorade 125 races. Right. That was awesome. So let's kind of transition a little bit. So through your fabrication, and you work through various race teams. Who all, just to give some of our viewers, who all did you work for doing some of the fabrication, and then who did you drive for as you did some of the late model and the ARCA stuff? So the late model, the driving part, the late model stuff was always my stuff. And then in Hooters Pro Cup, we had a team through the Bobby Isaac Motorsports Technology Center, which doesn't exist anymore. It was a training where we took students in and we trained them
taught them to fabricate, taught them all we could, and we ran a car at the same time.
Okay.
And actually, Ben Ebling, who's on one of the co-owners of our Champ Car deal, was one of my students in probably 1999 or something like that.
I tell you what, that's got to be pretty cool to just see where he's come from.
There's been a bunch of students went on to do great things. There's Cup crew chiefs that used to be, that came through our class, chassis builders. There's been a lot of guys come through and learned enough to get them going, And so we did that with the driving, and then me and Potter owned the Cup car, the ARCA car, and then went on to run some Hooters Cup after that deal ended, and then the Super Cup stuff. When I started, my first racing job was I helped drive a truck for Dick Bear Racing when Michael Waltrip ran the Hawaiian Punch car.
The 30 car, right?
Yeah.
That was just to give folks perspective, if you've ever watched a race at Bristol, and they always talk about the infamous wreck, and was it 1990? He had that vicious wreck on the backstretch when they still had the gate. They still had the metal gate that you'd have to shut because Bristol, because it's down in a bowl, you actually, and still to this day, you have to drive your trucks in and I can only imagine being a truck driver trying to get a truck in and out of Bristol.
Yeah, you just aim for what you think's there.
Yeah, I've heard it's one of those.
That car was the Busch car. I helped with an old Cup car, the big Pontiac.
Was that the Country Time car?
Yeah. No, it was Hawaiian Punch.
The Hawaiian Punch.
Country Time car is the one he wrecked at Bristol.
Okay. All right.
But I went from there, ran my own stuff, and then I went to work for Roush with Jeff Burton and Mark Martin.
Okay.
In '98. We won, I think, 11 Cup races, finished second and fourth in the points. It was one of Mark's best years.
Yeah,
and
he was dominant back in that Valvoline car back in the late 90s.
And that was the first year for the Taurus. So
98, I believe, wasn't it? They transitioned from the Thunderbird.
Yeah, it was the first year, and it was a rough year for fabricators. We didn't start building cars till January the 8th.
Oh, wow.
Because they didn't have templates approved until January the 8th. And we had two teams, and by July we had built 36 cars.
Good Lord.
And when we were winning races. So it was just a bunch of guys that it all just jailed, and it was a really good year. We just barely missed winning the championship that year. And then went from there. I worked for various other teams. You mentioned earlier Charlie Henderson's team. I went up and worked for Charlie for a while, and then their sponsor deal fell through, and I went to did the school where we trained the kids and stuff. I went back to Roush in the Busch Series and won a championship with Greg Biffle.
2002 in the Granger car, right?
Yep. I was a fabricator then, and then I went to Travis Carter racing the next year with the Todd Boudin in the National Guard car.
Yep.
And that was probably the best place I ever worked in my life.
Yeah, we were talking off camera. You couldn't say enough, but you're not the only person I've heard that from over the years. It's just they talked about his integrity. He was a racer. He came from that background.
Yeah.
And then Matt, his son, we saw him get into what was Busch and then in Xfinity.
He was running late models, I think, at the time.
I believe so.
Left there, went to Morgan Dollar with the Chevrolet truck. Stayed there a while. Then went to Team Renzi. Was there for a while. Went from there to Germain, I think, and
so you definitely bounced around a lot of the teams, the Charlotte, Mooresville area,
and then I went back to Joe Gibbs and was like an assistant truck driver. I only went on the two truck driver trips. Did that for about 7 years, which was 14 races a year. I was there when we won the championship with Daniel Suarez.
Okay.
In the Xfinity, and then the guys that I originally worked with on the monster car ended up going and being the 18-car crew, and they won the championship with Kyle Busch. Those same guys that I worked with. Matter of fact, I got a text last night from the Adam Stevens, C-Bill's crew chief, so he sent me a text last night.
Did you tell him to watch the broadcast? You're going to be up here today?
I always send them the links.
Okay.
And it's up to them to watch it.
Okay. Awesome. Well, I think we're going to have to take a commercial break here. So real quick, we'll let you get back down there and start getting ready when we go green. So what's your outlook for the race? When are we going to see you behind the wheel?
Well, we're going to get started today. I made 2 stints yesterday, and Ben made 2 stints yesterday. So we're going to start with Dan in the car. He only ran 1 stint yesterday. We're going to start with him, and Ben's going to run a stint, and then I'm going to run a stint depending on if we get the race going.
Okay.
Dan will get back in at the end for a second stint, if we don't, depending on time, depending on how soon it gets going.
Awesome. Well, John, we'll let you get down there. Thank you so much for coming up and joining us, and congratulations on all the stuff. And wave as you come by the start-finish line. We'll see you.
Hey, we'll do it.
All right, man.
All right. Thank you.
Bye. Have a good one. John Curley, everybody. 2244 Motorsports. Look out for that Mustang. We're going to go pay some bills. We'll be back here for the National Championship at VIR, the Winter Classic. You're already staying with us through this. Come back and join us.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Fly & Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back, everybody, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race at Virginia International Raceway to determine the 2025 National Championship. Looks like they've released David in the pace car, along with, I think Les might be out there with them, and they're doing some laps here. So that's always good to see. You get a little bit of activity out there on this 3.27 mile race circuit in Alton, Virginia. There's some of those curbings, Kyle, we were talking about yesterday, how the way into the curbs, maybe not so bad, but then when you get onto those gators, into the yellow stuff, that's when things get kind of nasty.
Yeah, so the curbing is made up of two. There's a concrete section, which is kind of, you want to use that a little more than you necessarily want to use the actual gator itself. So as we can see David coming down the back straightaway, so when he gets to 13 and then going into roller coaster down into Hogpen, I'll kind of give you a visual here. So he's coming down that back straightaways into the brake zone, brake markers to your left on the screen. David will make that slight left into the corner. You'll see right there, those are those concrete gators I talked about. And then you'll turn in here to 14. There's David going right there. And then you'll see the normal gators right here. And there's some where you have the normal gator or it's just the concrete. The other gators have the sharper teeth, as I guess is the better way to put it. So they're more abrasive on your drivetrain, your rear end, and your transmission if you roll into the accelerator. And then same with front wheel drive. If you get your front tires on it and you're giving acceleration, you got to be really careful. So it's great to use it. The concrete's not as bad, but if you just gently touch it, it kind of helps set the car because it's elevated a little bit. But you can use either one. If you have the durability built into your car and you can use the curbs, by all means use it. There is some speed, and when it's warmed up, there is some grip. Now, the other side I will tell you about getting on the curbs, you got to be really careful because they are painted. And that in slick conditions, as you can see, the frost is starting to come off the ground, which is good, which means we're starting to get some more ambient. But you got to be careful putting your tires on there when it's slick or in these conditions, because that is like hitting an ice patch. So you want to be really, really careful. You want to make sure you're not applying too much throttle to get a lot of wheel spin going, because that can cause you to break traction and get you in trouble really quick.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go ahead and pull off here, Kyle, and head into the where we pull off into the paddock area here. So he's went out there, did a hot lap. I shouldn't have probably said that. He did a lap, and it's kind of nice to see a little bit of recon and get an idea of what it really looks like on the racetrack. And it's not quite as bad, I guess, as I thought it was.
From the driver's standpoint, from where they sit in the seats, it doesn't look that bad. The problem is it's the line of sight for the corner workers, because they're a bit more elevated than the drivers are. So, I mean, it's not horrific, but the drivers have to be able to see far enough in front of them as well, because the last thing you want to do is all of a sudden turn around the corner, see somebody parked in the middle of the racetrack, and then you can't get around it and react to it. So we're probably just going to have to hang out a little bit longer. Hopefully, I mean, we're at 10:13 on Eastern Standard Time here at VIR, so hopefully we'll start to get this rolling shortly, and we'll be able to go racing.
Yeah. So some of the people who might be watching, maybe they haven't raced with us before. We've also got some people that have been racing for a while, and we've thought about having them come up to the booth and talk to us. And we've run into this before, Kyle, where some folks have felt kind of uncomfortable with the idea or even scared about, I don't know if I can be on a live show and be interviewed. And maybe just talk about that a little bit. If you do get invited up here, Kyle, what can they expect, and how are you going to conduct the interview?
Well, the first thing, come up with no expectation. We are here for fun. This is a great way. We are grassroots racing, folks. That is what Champ Car is about, family-friendly entertainment. But we want it to be an experience. If you're a driver that is new and has aspirations of wanting to go on to bigger and higher levels of motorsport, this is a good way to get some media training, to get comfortable, to kind of hone your craft a little bit for doing more of those interviews as you get to that. Or if you're one of our regular teams and you're just a little nervous and a little camera shy, we have the option where you can do the camera, or we can not have the camera live to where everybody sees it. We're very flexible. If there's things that you don't want to talk about, we're not going to press you on those things. We'll do a little bit of pre-screening during a commercial break or before we bring you on the air. We want you guys to be able to talk about your team. We want to be able to let you have the ability to talk about your sponsors, your partners, give us your background, tell fun stories, obviously clean stories. We can tell all the crazy stories off the camera so the censors can't get to us. And speaking of somebody that's actually got a little bit of media experience and somebody that's part of many diversity programs and has a lot of experience, Paulie, we have another guest, and it's another one of our roundy rounders that we see here at VIR, Mr. Ryan Vargas. Welcome to the broadcast, sir.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. This was cool. I just kind of got dragged up here just now, and I appreciate you guys, what you guys do with the broadcast. It's always cool. I know it's a long day probably, so yeah, it's good stuff.
It's all good. It's all good, though. Thanks for coming up and talking to us. We were just talking about having people coming up and talk and how they might be a little bit uncomfortable and nervous, but Kyle just puts everybody at ease because it's just kind of like having a conversation between people. Yeah. So go ahead, Kyle.
Well, I appreciate that, Paulie. I try to. We want to make sure that we're open to everybody that comes up. We want to make sure we encourage them because, Ryan, you can attest to this. You've gone through the ladder system. You know what it takes to your first few times. I'm sure you remember. What was it like your first few times on camera interviews? I'm sure you were about ready to pee your pants.
Yeah, it's definitely nerve-wracking, right? But it's something that I've really learned to embrace, more or less just because it allows you to tell your story. It allows you to tell kind of what you got going on. You're able to open up a little bit and, fill people in on, what's going on, really, essentially, because not everybody knows what's going on, right? And that's important.
Absolutely. So, okay, well, since we're talking about this, Ryan, you've done everything from, you started at the short tracks, you've gone to trucks, you were in Xfinity at that point. You've done quite a few things. Now you've gotten into Monster Jam. And then you were doing NASCAR Euro over in the European Series. You've done anything and everything. You're very involved. Congratulations on the award, that Xfinity award you won not too long ago. What was that again?
The Comcast Community Champion.
Yes, Comcast. Okay,
yep.
I apologize.
No,
I
you're
didn't
fine.
Remember. Still waking up. Haven't had all my coffee yet.
I don't blame you. I just pumped 200 milligrams of caffeine in me with an energy drink. I am wired. I slept good last night.
Yeah.
I had an air mattress the night before and it deflated.
Oh.
But today I had a cot, and I'm a big firm bed guy. So once I had the firmness of the cot, I was.
The first night, were you like a turtle on his back trying to get it?
Well, and I'm a belly sleeper too, so I was bent out. But no, it's.
So you weren't like this trying to get off the bed?
Yeah, no. I woke up, I was fresh. But no, I'm very fortunate to have done a lot of really cool things and still working on doing those cool things. You mentioned the Xfinity and truck stuff, getting to do all that, and very proud of all that. And then also getting to go over to Europe, getting to go to Canada. Spent a lot of time at DJ Kennington, and you mentioned competing in Monster Jam, driving those Monster Jam trucks. It's that is some of the most fun I've ever had in my life, and it's been a lot of fun. And for me, I love getting track time, right? So Champ Car it's provided a really good opportunity for racers of any skill level, experience level to come out here and get laps, race in a competitive race, and go at it. And I think that's really, really cool.
That's awesome. I mean, you've been involved in a long time, and you're very big on the business side of things. You understand what it takes. I mean, I know you chase your own sponsors. Mm-hmm. You're very involved in the securing process. You're big into brand growth. I'm pulling up your website right now. I know some of your partners that you've mentioned, Critical Path Security, Williamsburg Contracting, Lear Gas, all these guys that make it go round for you. You've driven for a lot of the smaller teams. Mm-hmm. You've worked really, really hard about making sure you get the cars in the show. Seat time for you. You talked about just being well-rounded. Is that why you're here this weekend? One, just to have fun, but two, knowing that NASCAR continues to increase the road course count on the schedules every year, are you just trying to hone that craft? And if a team calls you and says, hey, I need you to put it in the show, does seat time here pretty much make it easier for Mike Harmon or somebody to say, hey, Ryan, I need you to put this thing in the show for me?
Yeah, I mean, that's that you kind of hit it on the head, right? I mean, also, I've just never been to VIR. I've been here to watch one time. I came here to watch one time, 3 years ago. I came here with my buddy Brad Perez, and then after this we went to a metal show in Greensboro. So so literally it was just a combination of a lot of cool, loud noises. But, like I said, you hit it on the head. For me it's seat time, getting that experience, getting out here on track. And, that was also, part of why I went to Europe. That's part of why I went to Canada, because I wanted to get better at specific things I didn't grow up doing. I didn't grow up road racing, right? I grew up doing roundy rounds, doing circles, going on ovals, and I wanted to get better at that. So, going out and doing all this stuff, being out here, this is completely foreign to me, the way you drive these cars. I'm absolutely struggling, and it's fun to struggle. I like to struggle. I like going out here and struggling because, it means that I'm learning something that I'm not comfortable, I wouldn't say not comfortable with, but something that I'm not used to, and I think that's important.
So I just have a quick question. Just sorry to interrupt you.
No, go for it, buddy.
Do you think your experience learning in road racing, endurance road racing, is going to hurt or help when you're back and when you're doing oval racing? Do you think it's going to help you, or do you think it's going to you're going to feel like going back to that, like a total change?
I found, because now I've done, like I said, I've done a year and a half in Europe doing that with the NASCAR Euro Series. Okay. Racing in Canada, where their schedule's pretty split down the middle, 50-50 between road courses and ovals.
Oh, okay.
I've found that whatever I do on the road course side hasn't necessarily affected my oval experience, but the road racing, like I use this as an example, and it's not going to sound super impressive, but I'm going to say it anyways. When we went the NASCAR Canada Series this year, we went to Calabogie up there in Canada.
We used to run that at ChampCar years ago with the ChampCar Canada.
Very fun track. The surface is like Darlington, gritty, and a lot of elevation. Very fun racetrack, and that was the first time the series went there. And I think I qualified like 7th or something like that. And I mean, that was a stacked field. You had all the road ringers and like that. Like I think I qualified. I qualified directly behind Sam Fellows, like Ron Fellows' son, right? And he's a good road racer. I think he's either won Canada Series.
Ron's had a little success on road courses here.
Oh, I'm talking about Sam, but yeah. But Sam's also had a lot of success.
Having to learn from his dad, he's had a little success.
Yeah, and so for me, like, if I'm able to just kind of be in the conversation with those guys, that means I'm at least it's positively impacting me. Yeah. And I think that's the biggest thing for me.
I thought that one of the things I think that really helped Mario Andretti was that he came from racing on the dirt, really hanging a tail out there, and that was when you looked at the class of drivers that were out there at that time. It were guys like him that raced on the dirt and then started racing on the pavement. They just had a decisive advantage in that feeling that car and getting that car control in a variety of situations, because the car's never perfect, right? So just having to learn how to handle a car that's out on the edge like that and what to expect.
And I'll also say I think that's where the oval racing has helped me. I mean, we're not hanging it out as much as we are in dirt, as you would in dirt, but it's allowed me to kind of go into these road races,
right?
And if the car's not perfect, it's like, okay, I'm stuck with this, let me adjust myself to make the car faster.
Right. I've done this before in road race and in oval, and I kind of know I can play this game here.
Exactly. Too. And it's just been twofold. Like it's that's positively impacted that. Therefore, this is better, and then all these other things get better. So yeah.
Sorry, that was
really interesting.
Bill Strong in the background.
I just think that cross pollination of racing from different areas of the sport. You got guys racing rally and autocross. A lot of our drivers come from autocross. Get into the sport. And Randy Popst and came over in from motocross. So it's just interesting. I love that, how, as I said, that cross-pollination helps drivers in all areas of the sport.
Let me ask you this. You said it doesn't really translate too much, but let me take it in this regard, because I remember doing that transition. There was a season back in 2018 where I was bouncing from doing Champ Car and then doing late model stuff.
Oh, cool.
And then I remember when I made my ARCA start in 21, after doing a lot of Champ Car, while it doesn't necessarily translate, do you feel the consistency you have to have in road courses made you more consistent on the ovals because it allowed you to focus and you figured out, okay, it's not about one fast lap, it's more about where road racing forces the consistency? Did you figure out you were more consistent on the ovals and you learned to just more repetition, if that makes sense?
No, it does make sense. With road racing, I've actually had a very fun time learning road courses, oftentimes more than I do learning new ovals. And it's because of that. And I wouldn't say because it's easier, because I'd be totally generalizing it. But when you do a road course, 9 times out of 10, there's not more than one way to really hit a corner. You have to focus on how to nail that corner, where the braking zone is, how far you could push it, and then here's the line. Whereas in ovals, there's oftentimes, even if it's a quote-unquote single-groove track, there's still a top lane. There's still sometimes a middle lane, and then some of my favorite tracks are the ones that have 3 to 4 or 5 lanes, right? So in the road racing side, you have to focus on hitting that mark every time. And there's, sometimes 12, 15, 20 corners on a road course, and you have to remember each of those corners and hit that mark the same way every lap. And so when you go to an oval where, it is kind of like a single groove, I'd say bottom lane dominant racetrack, that does translate in that sense because it forces you to kind of get that.
You remember Darlington, knowing it's more of a singular groove and a half racetrack. You remember, okay, I got to clip the left front just to the apron, drive it up toward the wall where it says Darlington. I have to lift a little bit here to get the car to settle, to come off a 2. The walls, those types of things like that. But then you go to a place like a Richmond or a Charlotte. Okay, I know to hit my line if I'm going to run the bottom. All right, if I know they're bottom feeders and I can make hay on the top. All right, I know to lift a little bit here, get the car out, get it up on the cushion on the wall, ride the wall all the way around, keep the RPMs up on 2.
Exactly.
Yeah, all those kinds of tricks too.
Exactly. Yep. And that's and it all plays a hand in hand.
So Ryan, real quick, we know that outside of your driving, advocacy is a big thing for you. So briefly, we don't want to hold you up too much. We know you got to get back down there with your team.
I like the heat in here. I'm
it's well, you have a nice little space heater right there.
I do.
We wanted to make sure you were comfortable.
It's right by the feet.
We knew you were coming, so we made sure that was comfortable.
Put my feet up.
So what? Tell us, our viewership, a little bit about your advocacy. I pulled up your website. If you guys want to check it out while we're talking to Ryan, I'm going to throw this in here, and make sure you check out all of Ryan's partners like Critical Path Security, Leaf Gas, was it Williamsburg Contracting? Williamsburg Contracting. Yep. I'm trying to remember it here, but make sure you guys check that out while we're talking to Ryan. So talk a little bit about your advocacy, and also kind of give us a little bit, if you can. Obviously, there's certain things you can't talk about. What's going to be on tap for you in 2026?
Yeah, I mean, on the advocacy side, mouthful there. Obviously, like one of the things I obviously wear a lot is my scar. Right, I have the scar that goes down the side of my head, and I have it on my helmets. I have it everywhere I go, and it's just something that I was born with. I was born with craniosynostosis. It affects 1 in every 2,000 to 3,000 kids, and effectively, it kind of starts when your soft spot on your head. As a baby, it closes, and your skull's in 4 sutures, and 2 of mine fused together. I had surgery when I was 11 months old, hence the scar. But I'm very lucky that was the only procedure I needed. And when I started working with these craniofacial charities like FACES, which I'm a board member of, FACES, the National Craniofacial Association, I didn't do it necessarily in the sense of wanting to kind of make a pity story for me, because I just think that's very disingenuous. Because I'm healthy, I'm able to do this, I'm able to drive race cars, for crying out loud. You know what I mean? Like I'm not struggling on that side. It's more or less to say like, hey, I have this connection to this. Let me tell their story, and also here's how you could help out, right? And FACES does a really good job of just helping these kids, helping their families, with the education, but also helping with like travel to go get surgeries and stuff, because that's a big expense. There's only so many craniofacial centers around the globe, around the country, I should say. So you got to travel. and you got to go do that. So Faces does a lot of good with that. And then to go back to your other question about what next year looks like, next year there's a lot, I anticipate jumping around a lot. I anticipate, driving different things. What those are, I either A, can't talk about it yet, or B, can't really say because I just don't know yet. Everything is very much on a per day type basis.
Oh, absolutely.
But, just very lucky to be here and be able to do this stuff.
So real quick, we want to let you get down there, and we got to pay some bills on our own. We know that. So real quick, I threw your website on there. What social media channels are you on, and what other sponsors did we miss? And folks, would you like to thank? And tell us who you're driving for this weekend so we can keep an eye out for you.
Yeah, no, I'm, obviously everybody can follow me on social media. On Instagram is the only one that's a little bit weird. It's RTRV23. The rest is Ryan Vargas _23. So I've tried to change the Instagram one for years and it's never worked. And I'm out here racing. I get to represent my partners and stuff. Litigant Security, Critical Path Security. I got Harriet's Hamburgers on my helmet. Williamsburg Contracting on my sleeve. So just a lot of cool stuff. And no, I've just been out here racing with Alan Martin and just getting laps, getting experience. That's the biggest thing for me is just all of that.
And K1 and Butler Built keep you safe with seats and suits and everything. Amen.
Oh, yeah. I'm
a K1 guy too.
It's cool because I get I always put the Butler Built on the sleeve. Yep. So when I'm racing, you could actually see the Butler Built being red like that. So, yeah, it's a little... marketing thing for those watching.
And then who are you driving for this weekend?
Alan Martin.
Alan Martin. Okay, so you're driving one of his Mustangs. So, please tell Alan and everybody at Section 8 we said hello, and we'll let you get back down there. Ryan, good luck.
Yeah.
We appreciate everything.
Thank you.
With that, we're going to take another quick commercial break and be back in a moment, and we'll get you an update on this National Championship race start here when we come back. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back. Much more to come.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Dave's twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available.
Lifeline's Zero 360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race at Virginia International Raceway, determining the 2025 National Championship. I told you there'd be an update when we came back, and the update is we don't know. No, the update is that we don't know. And there's the fog advisory has been extended till noon. So that's 10:30 now, local time. So we might have another hour and a half. So, but the truth is nobody really knows for sure. And,
so the bad news is we're going to be on pit road a little while. The good news is they get to listen to us for a little bit longer.
And everybody's on fuel conserve mode.
Exactly.
They're not going anywhere.
So.
Although we did hear somebody fire up a car and everybody's heads pivoted. It's like, oh, somebody started a car.
Does that mean we're going to get to go out? Do we get to turn laps under caution? Come on, guys. Come on, Andy. We want to race our car.
Like a puppy, yeah. But we have somebody in the booth there, so
we are like children. And she can attest, we are like children. She's married to a racer and a mechanic and everything.
He's not a racer, actually. Just a mechanic.
Well, he's a racer at heart.
He's competitive.
Okay, well then that's qualified. He's a racer. So the voice you just heard, that's Miss Patricia Billings from the Race Right team with Silver Bullet. The duo of Andy and Dale are back at it this weekend. Welcome back to Champ Car Live.
Thank you. Good to be here.
So how's your weekend going so far? You guys are in contention for a national championship.
Yeah. So far so good. Yesterday, we didn't have the test day on Friday, and that was rough. The guys have raced here, but it's been a few years. So, having to go out and not necessarily learn the track, but remember the track. So that took a little bit of time. And then once we got that kind of figured out, got the car warmed up, we were just trying to click off laps faster in the afternoon. So that was good. We haven't had, knock on wood, any issues. That's pretty much where we're at. That's our plan, is just to keep the car on the track, out of trouble, keep putting down laps and make sure we're taking care of the car and preserving it. There's a balance.
Yeah.
You got to preserve, but you also got to push.
Well, we talked about that yesterday because, I mean, this place, as it's aged a little bit and as the pavement continues to weather, this place is not hard on equipment, but it can be hard on equipment. And then just the longevity when you run it for a long period of time, things break, things happen. So it is walking a tightrope.
Yeah. Well, and we, you want to, it's always nice if you pit under caution, and we just barely missed them yesterday.
Yeah.
So I think all the other teams, all the other A-class teams were lucky and hit those cautions. And so that put us back a little bit. So we were hoping today we'd have 3 good, clean, under caution pit stops, but we're now watching the clock dwindle.
But you're getting phenomenal fuel mileage.
We are. We're saving fuel right now.
So
saving money. We're here to save money.
So if either Andy or Dale are not the best at conserving fuel, their average is getting ready to go way up.
Oh, totally.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So
that'll take the full 15 hours.
Well, that'll be a nice bonus, accolade for the off season. Who saved the most fuel.
Yeah.
So. You guys have been part of the series quite a bit this year. Again, contending for a national championship. We've talked to you guys on a number of occasions. This duo of the two of these two, they're so smooth. They're so consistent. I mean, we've seen you guys. We rarely see you guys in the paddock. What is it about these two, the way they do it? And then just the work that Pat and the team do. How have you guys been able to be so consistent and keep the car on track all year long?
Yeah, I mean, Andy always starts, and he is very much mindful, and they've done this enough. They've been doing this for, I don't know, a while. I'd have to get the exact number from them. I think they started racing in the early teens.
Okay.
I believe. But yeah, I mean, it's just knowing, within the first couple hours of the race, people drive poorly.
There's always questionable things that happen every once in a while.
Yeah. So not everybody, but that surviving. I mean, the day one is about surviving and staying on the track. So yeah, I mean, it's just racecraft. They know what people are doing and all of that. There was a pretty good spin out in front of Dale yesterday. That I have the timestamp on that, and it was this car just spun, and it was one of the boxers in front of him that they just barely missed it, and Dale just knew where to go and avoid it, and that's part of it.
But with their experience level and knowing the car and the fact that they've been here before, eyes up. Always, that's one thing we talked about, is making sure you're not driving off the hood of your car, keeping those eyes up, because when those things happen, you have a better chance of getting around it. And it just seems like the two of them, they flow well together as teammates, but they respect the car.
They do.
And I think the way they've driven, you guys are always in contention, top 5s, top 10s, podiums. And do you feel that duo just continues to keep you guys consistent in what's been successful?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, between we just have the perfect team. They're driving, and then Patrick and Jake spend a lot of time, going through the car. They came down here Friday, I think around 11 is when we were able to get in, and they spent until probably 6 o'clock just going back through everything. Because, in transport, things get shook about.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up here from Texas is 2 or 3 days on the road in a trailer. So, you just have to really take care of the equipment, check everything over. We have checklists that we go through. Patrick has, he always jokes about his mental checklist.
That's a true thing.
Yeah, but we're, it's funny because some of us are paper checklist people. I'm a person, I have to have everything in writing. I got to go through my list. He's like, no, it's up here.
I got it here.
No. So we always kind of disagree about that. But
do you keep your husband honest? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
I'm going to get him in trouble. I'm not trying to.
No. We're, I don't know. We're lucky. We have a really great relationship, and it's fun. I mean, I was thinking about it. I was laying in bed last night thinking about it, and this is technically work for us, but it feels like we get to go on a little fun racing vacation. And we've done a lot of that this year. So it's been fun too, just for us, to have these experiences and memories together.
And it's got to be fun to share it with your husband. The fact that you guys, you're doing this, you've had this journey together. And it's funny you brought that up. That's a great transition. So For those that may not have been on some of the prior broadcasts that got a chance to listen to us interview you, can you give a little bit of history? You guys are based out of Harris Hill, right at the Speedway, right? Right at the course.
Yeah, our we have 2 shops actually there on site. One house is like our main shop, and the other one has we have a dyno alignment machine, really nice alignment machine, another lift and tire machine, mountain balance, all that stuff down there. So yeah, we started in about March of 24 on the side. So he actually worked at a shop in Austin still. So he would work, 5 days a week at the shop, and then sometimes nights too, but weekends. So it was 7 days a week. And the track is about 35, 40 minutes from us. So that was a lot.
Sure.
And it got to a point, I'm like, you have got to pick what you want to do. And an opportunity opened up for us to, there's a shop that's attached to the clubhouse, and that was available. So we moved up there about, I want to say July of 24.
Okay.
And then we had been racing with our family team since about right when we got married, 2019 or so, with the Datsun, which is my mom's car actually.
Oh, nice.
She races as well.
Is she pretty good shoe? Are we going to get her out here in one of these cars?
She had double knee replacement a year ago.
Okay.
So then she took a long time off, and she's been working on it. But yeah, I'm hoping that she'll come out.
Marlene, that's your mom.
Marlene.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so.
she's very Marlene. If you're watching and listening, thank you for supporting us. And when you get better, we want to see you out here burning laps. I want to see you go up against these guys.
Yeah, it would be great. But yeah, so we, when I made our website early last year, we thought, well, what services do we want to provide? And we just threw track support on there because we were like, well, we've done it, unprofessionally, right, for fun. And we started working on cars at Harris Hill, and I think Dale talked to Patrick and said, well, would you support us in Champ Car? And Patrick and I were like, well, we really didn't set out to do this. And then the logistics question came up, who's going to take care of our kid? And we have a 3-year-old at home, and just a lot of questions. But it's something I've found in life in the last year and a half is you don't always have a clear path. Sometimes you just have to walk forward, and the path will appear, through the fog, I guess. So, So
that was very well played, by the way.
Thank you. It's been really great. It's been really fun, and we've had a lot of support from people at Harris Hill. A lot of good customers there. People asking us about working on their Champ Car. We work on a lot of the Champ Cars for the people who race just there at Harris Hill.
Because when we would come out there, because we do it twice a year,
yeah,
you guys get a lot of, and you provide that trackside support similar to kind of like what Quantum does here at VIR.
Yeah, we'll prep the cars, and we're generally on hand. I mean, this is our team, that we're here with. So this is our main priority, but as things are available, that's a crazy weekend for us. We usually have another employee at home, Nick, who joined us in July. And then, we've got friends and stuff that we'll bring out to help us support in smaller ways. Some of the other teams we won't do the fueling and everything, but we try to be on hand to help people out. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
And they can find you at race-right.com. I pulled it up here in the studio for reference, and then I also threw it in the chat. So if anybody's looking for any trackside services, if you're going to Harris Hill next year, if you need some help, reach out to Patricia and Pat.
Yeah. If you want help, if you have not issues necessarily, but just want help getting your setup dialed in. Patrick's I always say he's the master of the running joke back home, or not joke really, but the magic alignments, because he's really, really good at just getting cars super balanced. And so we do that. We work with a tuner, and we do a lot of tuning for quite a few Champ cars, actually, like I said, back home.
You had said when we talked to you, I think it was at Road America, you said that through being in the series and everything, it's just continued to grow as more people have seen this. And I think the success that they've seen you guys have on track and just the professionalism, I think it's gotten people's attention. They said, hey, let's go talk to these guys and see if maybe they can get our stuff ironed out.
Yeah, we've been super fortunate, and we're really grateful for all the people that have come to us. You know, we give Dale and Andy a lot of credit for picking us up last year.
They're making you guys look good.
Yeah, they do. They do make us look really good. We really appreciate that. No, we wouldn't be where we are without them bringing us along. So it's been good for everybody. It's been a really great experience, and we're excited about next year.
That's awesome. So we don't want to hold you up too long. Let you get back down there.
Yeah.
Hopefully get the vortex theory going here
Maybe.
shortly.
I'll start running around the track.
Hey, whatever works. So real quick, what's your take and what's your outlook for the rest of the day? And then what do you guys have going for 26?
Yeah, well, my outlook for the rest of the day is hopefully we get down there and start putting some laps down. I think that's our plan. You know, get out there, put down laps, keep the car together, hopefully hit some purple 35s for pit stops, and we should,
maybe some luck going your way today.
We need some luck. We need a little bit of luck, and you always do. I always say that's such a big part of this is just luck. So, we'll see what happens. My daughter said that we need to win and bring home the Piston Cup. She's a big cars fan, so we'll see. Can't disappoint her, right?
No, not at all.
And as far as for next year, we're planning on G2. We're really excited about that. That's a new track up in near Dallas. We have the 2 Harris Hill races, Lime Rock Park.
Okay.
I think Mid-Ohio. Yes, Mid-Ohio again, which was super fun. That was a great race. I hope we get lucky.
You guys had a great time up there.
That was so fun. Yeah, that was a great one. Oh, geez. I already said Lime Rock Park. Ozarks in November, which is a bit different. We'll be back here for the National Championship and then COTA.
Are you guys going back to Watkins Glen, or was that kind of like a one-and-done bucket list track?
I don't think it's one and done, but I think we're not going to do that one this year.
Okay.
The guys were really hoping for High Plains.
Okay.
And they were hoping for, there was one other track.
Are they looking at Daytona at some point?
I don't know. I think if there's an 8+7, we would probably entertain it, but I think the Daytona ones are usually 14.
Because it's 14, yeah.
Yeah. They don't like driving in the dark.
Because I know one of the...
Is that an 8+7? Is it in the summer, though?
We used to do that's the overnight race. That's not going to work that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget the 8+7 for those guys.
Well, I think usually there was a Sebring we did the Sebring at the end of the year last year, which was an 8+7.
That was the doubleheader.
But now we've got COTA. So, and they know COTA well. We actually just did a PCA event maybe 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
And the guys it's sprint races. So there's 3 sprint races, and they've got spec 997 cars. Dale podiumed all 3 races.
Wow.
Andy podiumed the first race, and then his wheel speed sensors went out, and he just had locked up, went off the track, and we tried to kind of see maybe we can do this or that, and we put new tires on it, and he tried to go out the last race, and the same thing happened. So sometimes things like that happen, but so they've got experience at COTA, so we're hopeful for that one.
Well, plus it's home. It's Texas.
It's home.
It's
exactly.
home. So awesome. Well, Patricia, good luck to you guys today. Thank you so much for coming up.
Yeah.
Tell Andy, Dale, and Pat we all said hello from ChampCar.Live, and good luck and stay warm down there.
Yeah, I got the heated vest. I'll be all right.
There you go. Black Friday special, right?
Oh, yeah. I got to save some money.
All right. Good luck the rest of the day. Patricia Billings, everybody from Race Right. Good luck to Dale and Andy in Silver Bullet. So, Paulie, any more updates from the powers that be?
Well, I liked Carl Townsend on social came up with an idea about 54 minutes ago. He says,
he's from the Warriors in Motions guys.
Okay, he said, news from race control. Due to the fog, we're going to set on the national championship with a foot race. Please come to the start-finish line with your running shoes. So, Patricia, you better get out there with your running shoes. We're going to put all the young people out there. So, yeah, that's funny. That's funny.
Well, and remember, they brought up Craig Wiggins brought up that piston from that they were going to give out as that award. So if they do that, you may just win that piston cup for your daughter. There you go. So, Craig, if you got that piston anywhere, Patricia's looking for it. Her daughter, early Christmas present, she wants that piston cup.
Yeah. That's funny.
It's cool. So
yeah, I was just kind of joking with Patricia when I came up and said, the last time you were with us, we had that rain out race over at NCM. So it's been kind of an unusual year because I was reflecting on the previous year. We had so many sunny races for the show. We had I think it was just the last race of the year at Sebring that we actually had a lot of rain. The rest, all of the other races that we did a show on, the weather was fantastic. It was really unusual. And then this year, we've had just a lot of rain and struggle. But no, some of them have been pretty good though. Most of them have been pretty good. But this is unfortunate. Somebody else was mentioning over in race control as I was over there talking to him that it's extraordinarily unusual for them to have freezing fog. They're really not accustomed to that here. We do often have fog here during the summer months, when we do the 24. But to have that now is very unusual for them, and they're not really accustomed to it. So, there's not much to be done about it. As you mentioned earlier, Kyle, we are seeing that the frost has seemed to have lifted off of the grass. So the temperatures have climbed a little bit.
It is 38 degrees right now. We are above freezing. Now we just need to get this nasty fog out of here, and then we can go play with race cars.
Yeah. And as your wife mentioned, the freezing fog advisory is supposed to lift at noon. So hopefully within the next hour or so, we're going to start seeing things clear up quite a bit, and then we can get to racing. So that's the news that we have for you right now. So, yeah, we're obviously hoping for a break here, so from the weather, so we can get out there and do some laps, which is what we came here to do. And it's not the first time that I've come to the racetrack early in the morning to get things lit up and saw some fog out, but usually it doesn't carry over and become a real problem to start the event, but that's what's happened here today.
Usually we deal with fog about 3 to 5 a.m. for the 24 when we would do it here. Usually not necessarily for the December race.
Right.
So this is some new territory for us.
So this happened to us the last time we were here, right? When we did the 24, I think we shut down the show for a little while, got a couple hours of rest, but I think by 6 a.m., we were back up and going again.
We were.
So we would expect that the sun's just being hidden by the clouds right now. And so if we could just get a little bit of that or get some air coming through. But again, it is scheduled to be lifted. So it's just a matter of time before the conditions change. There's one thing that's always consistent. Change. So we know eventually we're going to be. We can talk a little bit about what happened yesterday. It was a very interesting start of the race. We had the two Salins cars at the front of the field. They started on pole, and by the end of the first lap, it was Parts Badger overtaken both of them for the lead of the race. And pretty exciting stuff. Roy was at the wheel, but then by the end of the second lap, it was Eddie Vedder in their Corvette that took over the lead from them. And as I mentioned yesterday, I was talking to them Friday. So they haven't put a camera in your car. It's got the extra 20 horsepower sticker on it. So that's got to be good for you, right? And
I think it worked. Took the lead in, 2 laps, 3 laps?
Yeah, it must be. The guys with flat out nemesis, when I put a camera in their car, one of them said, "Oh, no, that's bad luck." I said, "No, actually it isn't. Statistically,
read the sticker.
Statistically, it's actually a big advantage to have one of our cameras in the car. Most people with these cameras do really well." And so I was kind of laughing about that because Charlie he had an answer quick for that one, didn't he? But no, yeah, as I was putting the camera in the Corvette, they said actually what we need help with is reliability.
Yeah.
And they were working underneath the car that Friday night as I was pulling out. But yesterday they seemed to do really well. Now, we did hear some noise from inside the car while they were racing yesterday, and we became concerned about that for their sake. But it didn't seem to be a real problem, although we did see them working underneath the car and underneath that right side, if I remember correctly, during one of the pit stops. So there was each of the cars, they all have these little niggling problems. You don't just go from end to end of a race and not have any issues. There's always something that comes up that you have to be looking at or concerned about. But nevertheless, they were able to go out there. Now, they were one of the several teams, such as Parts Badger and even Team Salins, that did have some unscheduled time in the pits, the things that they had to take care of. And we saw a number of teams also having to change that left front tire. This is a clockwise racetrack. And so there were some tire deg issues there that we saw as well. But nevertheless, it seemed like the issues that they had all got kind of sorted out. Now, one of the things I did hear about strategy from race control has to do with Team Salins, in that at least one of those cars, when they pitted, it doesn't seem that they took fuel. And Eddie Vedder might be one of those as well, which means that would have helped that moment of strategy in my mind to just do a driver changing and get back out there and then do the refuel later after on Sunday. And that might really come into a point of advantage for them here, probably thinking they could, do it under some cautions. And as we had Troy Trulio in the booth here with us, he mentioned the thing about Sundays, though, is that sometimes you don't get nearly as many purple 35s and cautions on a Sunday as you do on Saturday. So the drama is still here. It's still percolating in the background as these teams are getting ready to go out and start this race to determine the national championship for 2025. Everything's still on the line, and everybody's lined up and waiting. Stay with us. We'll be right back with more.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Dave's twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
In the zone, AutoZone.
All right. Welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. And we're at Virginia International Raceway this weekend, as you folks know. Thanks for joining us. And I said I was going to wait for Kyle to get back, but maybe we'll go ahead and get started. We got somebody else in the booth with us, and you're with Eddie Vedder, right?
Yes, sir.
So
thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. So here comes Kyle now to the rescue. So something's. What's your name, sir? And tell us your name.
So I am Dan Tiley.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm one of 2 guys that own Eddie Vedder. So my teammate is David Pesky.
I feel like an idiot now. Is that how you say it? It's Tiley? I've been saying Tilly.
Well, you know, I actually asked him to send you a message at the start of the race spelling both of our names phonetically, because everyone says his name as Pesci. Okay. And everyone says my name is Tilly. Oh. And both are wrong. So
that makes me feel even better. Anyway, so continue your thing. I'm glad you corrected me.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so we've been racing Champ Car, I think, since 2018 together. Together. We first built the Mustang, broken 60 seconds, which was literally a $500 car that we got from one of those student programs, the student mechanic programs at a high school.
Okay.
And it was just a rolling chassis, had no engine trans, anything like that. But yeah, we put the thing together as a team. We had 2 other guys that were involved with it as well, and we all just started racing. And now I was the only one that actually had any racing experience. So the other 3 guys were all brand new, and that's one thing that we thought Champ Car was so great for, was these 3 guys were able to get in a car with no experience and get real seat time and real competition. And all 3 guys got to be pretty good, but David in particular did really well. He and I really got to the point where we're swapping lap times, so it's been great to.
That's a lot of fun,
have a
isn't
teammate
it?
that we can do that with. And,
yeah.
The other guys had some other obligations and things they had to deal with, but one of the original 4, Dave Simba, actually bought our original car, our Mustang, back from another owner that we had sold it to. So he's actually out here today in the green broken 60 seconds Mustang with
the 60
2 other
car, I believe. Right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep. And I've been racing SCCA since over 20 years. So I've got a lot of seat time here at VIR. It's one of my favorite tracks. I consider it my home track, especially the full course, because really that's all I'd ever run before until I ran with Champ Car, because you guys give us the opportunity to run south and north, and we haven't done Grand, but I think you guys. Or Patriot maybe you had done many years ago.
Many years ago we did do Patriot. Yeah.
Okay. But anyway, it's been fantastic to get the opportunity to run these other configurations of the track that I've never been exposed to.
Does it feel weird passing the broken 60 seconds Mustang once in a while?
I'd give him a little wave.
I was going to ask, do you give him that wave as you blow by him on the straightaway?
We have to be careful because you have a camera in our car. So,
well, you can wave, just don't give him the salute. You're right.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, even if you get fined, the Warriors in Motions guys are doing it. It can just be part of the swear jar. It's for the children.
Oh, that's fair.
There you go.
All right. I can deal with that.
There you go. So now your backgrounds are interesting. I know we've briefly talked about it off camera in the past. If you would like to share that, because,
Sure.
with your engineering experience and everything, what is it that you guys do in the roundy round world?
So let me kind of start back kind of how we started again with broken 60 seconds. So it was 4 guys that were all vehicle dynamics engineers and simulation engineers at Ford Motor Company.
Okay.
So it made sense that we all got together, we built a Ford and raced it. Things progress, careers changed a little bit, and David ended up leaving Ford and going to GM. So when it came time to, at that point we were racing Freddie Mercury, which I actually didn't mention before. That was kind of a car in between the two, but still essentially a Ford. So made sense for me, but then when it came time to build this new car, we decided we wanted to do a Corvette. I still work for Ford, he works for GM. It's a little bit of a conflict, but it seemed like the right car for the series, so we decided to go that route. But anyway, getting back to your original question, so we're both vehicle dynamics engineers in simulation. So what I do now is I work on simulators. So I work with primarily NASCAR drivers, but we do sports car stuff too, and WRC, and we've got all sorts of battery electric development vehicles and demonstrators, and so it's a lot of simulation work, and then all that transfers down to the products that you build. Oh, I saw you looking over there. What was going on?
I was trying to figure out and decipher what he had written down, and I'm like, is it lies? I thought he was giving us an update like, oh, we're getting ready to go green. I was going to say, oh, get your helmet on.
Yeah. That was the lie.
That was the lie. So back to what you were saying.
Yes. So
which is the truth.
I think. Hard to tell now. Where was I? So anyway, we both work in so I was saying what I was doing. That's right. So I work on simulators mostly with NASCAR drivers. So these guys will come in the week before a race, say like the Phoenix was the championship race. So they would come in a week or maybe even 2 weeks before. I'd work with all of the Penske drivers and just get them ready for their race. So it's a lot of it just going through setups that they want to try because they don't get a lot of practice time. So they will work through numerous setups that they wouldn't have the opportunity to do at the racetrack. And they'll do it in the simulator. And then what you end up with is a handful of like 3 or 4 key changes, high sensitivity changes that they can take to the racetrack in their limited practice time and use it to make those changes.
Let me ask you this question, because I've followed NASCAR for a long time. That's kind of been my bread and butter. I remember the days, and I'm sure you do back in the day, when you'd show up on Friday, they practice Friday morning, they qualify, they'd have Saturday practice, then happy hour, then they race on Sunday. Now, with the current configuration, the Cup guys, sometimes you show up, you get 20 minutes of practice a lot of times, and then it's bam, you're flipping to go qualify, and then you're racing on Sunday. The fact in Champ Car that we don't always get a practice day on there, like especially Daytona. Do you feel like the experience
or
VIR this weekend? Do you feel that has given you something else to bring to the table to help those guys prepare, because you guys understand it at this level? I mean, I understand it's not Cup or O'Reilly. Now I can't say Xfinity anymore. It's O'Reilly. But do you feel that that's been something you guys can bring to the table to kind of help them get up to speed a little quicker?
I think so. I mean, ultimately, if there was one perfect setup, we'd all have it, right? So you come to the track and you're making guesses. And the thing that I think our particular job helps us to do is just make better guesses. They still could be wrong, and often, in fact, most times they probably are wrong. But but I think that's really where being in that type of career path really helps us out. In fact, we had several new things that we were trying on the car this weekend that we thought we were going to have a test day to kind of sort out, and one of them didn't work at all, and the other 2 were good. So. But yeah, I think that's where that really helps out.
So you guys have been with us for quite a few races so far this year, and you guys have had success, but then it's kind of been feast or famine for a few of you guys this year. Do you feel with the way you ran yesterday, there's light at the end of the tunnel? You're starting to get through some of those gremlins that were happening earlier in the season?
Yeah, I mean, more so last year. Last year it was run up front or don't finish. Just it was always a mechanical failure, blown motors, power steering issues, you name it. There was just a list of mechanicals that would put us out of races. But this year, we've actually had much better reliability, which is the key to this, endurance racing. So, like at AMP, for example, we actually had two good days. We really weren't the fastest car on Saturday. Nemesis, those guys are unbelievable. They're really good drivers, awesome car, and
it showed that again this weekend as well.
Yeah, for sure. And that particular track is great for that car. It's super light, nimble, ABS, and again, just great drivers. So we weren't the fastest car, but they had a mechanical issue, and that allowed us to get the win on Saturday. And then on Sunday, we actually had a perfect race. We finished fourth just because we had the lap penalty in the beginning.
And that's always hard to overcome just because, and it's the field is so tight now. But even with everything you guys have been through, you have 3 wins this year. You won the 14-hour road Atlanta. Yeah. You were very successful there. You won this on Sunday, I believe, at CMP, which is another one of your kind of home racetracks. And then you just took the Saturday victory at AMP. That's the 3rd win this year for Chevrolet in the series. The 3rd, and then you guys pretty much hold the record. You guys have all the D-Class victories this year in the overall, which is awesome. So it sounds like you guys are really you've been able to just kind of take that and run with it, and it seems like things are going back the other way, which is good.
Yeah, for sure. One thing we thought's been pretty cool is to make a D-Class car last a race. And that's, again, we've been running these D-Class cars since 2018. And if you look at the attrition rates of all the classes, I got to believe the D cars are by far the hardest to actually make last an entire race.
Why is that? And maybe you can, real quick, we don't want to hold you up too much in case we get word here. We'll let you get back down there and just get in your mindset rolling. Real quick, can you shed some light? Why is it that the D cars, why is it that longevity for them seems to be so difficult?
I think it's just they're big, they're heavy. You've got twice the cylinders you've got to deal with. We deal with a lot of blow-by issues. And I was just talking to the guys that ran the Firebird, I think it is, the other D-Class car. And that's what put them out yesterday. Was they had significant blow-by enough that they lost enough oil. They just lost oil pressure and had to pull off. So it's keeping the engines running is probably the hardest thing. But then again, it's just like I said, everything's just big and heavy, and it's American iron, and they're not very well designed as far as being able to do this type of thing. Like a lot of the, a Miata is meant to be a track car. It's designed that way from day one, and it's light. You don't have nearly as high loads on everything, and the smaller engine to deal with, and it's been a huge challenge, more so to get reliability than it has been to get the speed. Because even Broken 60 Seconds was a really fast car. Freddie Mercury was a fast car. But honestly, I think the key to keeping these cars working is to do as little to them as possible. To not trick F yourself.
No kidding.
Was it you I was talking to on Friday, or your team? I can't remember. I said, I'm putting a camera in your car. This has the 20 horsepower sticker on it.
Yeah, and I think he said we need the reliability sticker.
Somebody said, actually, what we need, David's like, actually, what we need is the reliability. So I guess I'll have to put another sticker on another camera for the reliability.
So
that seems to be working really well for you.
So good transition. So is this going to be the final race for you guys for 2025? And then what is 2026 looking like for Eddie Vedder?
Yeah, for sure. This is our last race of this year. I would love to do Sebring, but we take our family up to New York for the holidays, so that's a tough one to do on New Year's Eve. But yeah, next year I'd love to get Road America in there. I think that'd be a great track for this car. And it's just a track that we haven't done together. I actually did run it. We ran the championship race in Broken 60 Seconds. It was actually called MK Motorsports then, because we had sold it to somebody else. But he let me run with them, and it was a great car there too. It was fast. We were running second to Tuttle when what happened? We ran out of brakes. We didn't account for the downhill braking zones, which are like 3 of there.
Oh, that was 2021?
Was it that long ago?
Yeah, because that was back when they had the. Was it Tuttle used to run the Eclipses?
Yes.
The Mitsubishi Eclipses?
And they had the fuel thing at the end.
Yeah, that
was. He wanted, didn't they? They gave it to our bank.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was an interesting.
So we were in the mix there. We were, like I said, we were running second when we fell out, but you got to finish. So it's all part of it.
There you go. Timothy just said instead of a 20 horsepower, 20% reliability sticker. So whatever your first race is next year, we'll put 20% or increase in reliability in your car. So
it seems to be working. That camera's doing double duty for you, man.
Exactly.
It seems to be working well.
So other tracks we plan on doing, Road Atlanta. Tracks that are kind of close to us. Road Atlanta, CMP.
You guys be back at Daytona next year, probably? Or?
Daytona, yes, thank you. And we're gonna, instead of doing AMP this year, we're gonna do Road America.
Oh, cool. Okay, cool.
That's the plan. Anyway.
So that'll be one of the races that we'll cover. So another opportunity for some reliability. Awesome. Are there any new tracks, real quick, that you guys are maybe outside of Road America? Any other ones that you're thinking about maybe trying to do? Obviously, pending family schedules and all that.
No
bucket list tracks.
I would love to do Laguna. That's for sure a bucket list track for me. It's just
we continually hear that one all the time.
Oh my God!
Everybody wants to go to Laguna.
Yeah. From a logistical standpoint, it's just it's out of reach. But
there's a lot of issues like that.
You talking about you maybe throwing around Pocono?
Well, I think that was a date issue.
Okay.
I mean, just with the NASCAR connection.
That was kind of why I was thinking. Maybe like Pocono, get a taste of what they do.
We love the Roval.
Yeah.
Like the Charlotte Roval.
Yeah.
And in fact, David lives about a mile from that track. He can hear the cars going around from his house.
Oh, he lives in Concord? Nice.
Yep. So, it would be, I would love to have that one back. I know it's a tough one, it's an expensive track, and the turnouts haven't been great. But
I know they're working on it, so.
I would love to see that back.
I would just give you a warning, Dave, is that the Road America event this year actually sold out. So if you guys are going to do Road America, you really want to do it next year. When they do open that up, you might want to.
Okay, we got in Daytona the day it opened to make sure we got in.
To get in there, yeah, because I don't know that I don't remember the last time we actually sold that event out, but we did do it this year. Okay. So it seems like it's picking up in the popularity department.
That was a great point, Paulie. Yeah, go ahead and at least put your deposit in there now, because it was a packed house this year.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it should be. That should be a bucket list track for everybody.
And you'll be able to leg that thing out up there. Yeah, it's a great track. So, well, Dan, we'll let you get down there so much. Dan Tiley, everybody from Eddie Vedder, good luck. And you're leading right now, and counting down, and you're getting great fuel mileage.
Yeah,
so. Right now we are.
Dan's
we generally find a way to mess these things up, so we'll try that too today.
So are you going to be down there advocating for fog delays?
Right.
Well, I don't know, guys. It looks awful bad.
This is the only way we don't mess it up.
He'll be out there on the pace lap screaming on the radio. I can't see.
No, we got to bring it in. Yeah. No, it's great having you up here.
Thanks so much for joining us, man. Be safe out there and have fun.
Yeah, have a good time.
All right, Dan Tiley, everybody from Eddie Vedder. Leading in the championship side right now. Hopefully when we can go green here very shortly, we'll see if they can hang on to it.
Yeah, they're distributing lunches out to the corners. I guess there's corner workers out there. I didn't realize those folks were sitting out there all this time, but they are apparently. So, but yeah, you can see the look at turn 10. It's just still a lot of heavy fog out there. So we've got some other people in the booth getting ready to come on. So what we'll do is we'll take a quick commercial break, get that pushed out of the way, and bring some other folks in to talk to. Lots to do here on this lazy Sunday as we eye a national championship race here at Virginia National Raceway. So stay with us, folks. We'll be right back.
I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Welcome to Parts Badger, where we want to be your online machine shop. Through our online platform, we connect our global manufacturing capacity to your fingertips. You can request a quote, place an order, manage your parts, and even share that information with a colleague right online. If you prefer, you can work with our experienced team of sales representatives who are supported by our design engineers and project managers as well. Whether your project's big or small, simple or complex, Parts Badger can get it done. See if we can help your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone here at Virginia International Raceway. It's the 2025 National Championship and an 8+7. So there's sort of a race within a race here this weekend. So we've got competitors that will be vying for just the 7-hour race. And then we've also got those that have qualified for the championship race. So you have to have a couple of races under your belt at different events. Weekends, and you need to qualify usually within the top 15 points will get you into the show. So that's these teams that are competing here with us today for the national title are teams that have done just that, and many of them of course have done more than 2 events. But then it's kind of like in golf where the lower score gets you better results. So if you have a score of 2, well, then that means you won a race at 2 races at least. So you're going to throw out all the others, and your lowest score counts towards your bid to get into the championship race. And it also affects the where you start on the grid. So so that's the way that the national championship is scored and gets you into the race. And so yeah, a lot of teams showed up today for this race, not just in the championship, but also those that just want to come here and run the 8.7 version. So when we throw the checker today, we're going to be checkering the national championship leader, and regardless of where the 7-hour race leader is located on the track. So that's how they're going to checker the race, and then we'll be able to give you standings throughout the day and at the end of the race as to where the different teams finished, respective to whether they were running the championship race or just the 7-hour race, okay? So good morning, Bernie. Go Bears. Packers suck. Good morning, Bernie. Thanks for joining us. I saw Fred Wolf also was in the stream, in the chat a little bit earlier, so it was great hearing from him today. I didn't get a chance to say hey there. We've been interviewing quite a few people today. And just to bide the time, just to give us bide the time as we continue to wait to hear more news on when we might be able to go back to racing. Hopefully here today, and wrap up the national championship. We just had Dave here with us in the booth. We spoke with him with the Eddie Vedder team, getting a little bit of a background from them. The Freddie Mercury, former Freddie Mercury team, and Broken 60 Seconds. And so it was great to hear from those guys. Great group of guys. A lot of fun when we get a chance to talk to them. And of course, they're hoping for the big prize today, which that would be pretty amazing. You know, and it would be big for them. Well, for anybody that would win the title, of course, but you know, they've really battled the reliability challenge with the car. So to be able to keep it on the racetrack, it's obviously a good performing race car, but to keep it out there throughout the event and finish with the win would be great. And of course, all this time sitting is just only going to benefit them if that's their weak link, is in the reliability department. This waiting is only going to help them more and more. So, and Timothy, the Bears still suck. Oh, hi Hyler, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, let me know, guys, if you're having any issues with your cameras or anything like that. I haven't heard much from the folks that I've provided cameras to. Sometimes I see them, but in the events that we're covering. But yeah, let me know how it's going if you have any issues or questions, and be happy to help you. That looks like David's out there on the track right now. This is looks like he just left the booth there on the backstretch. So this takes them up the hill, the backstretch here to roller coaster. All's well. Big game day. Good to hear, Hyler. Good to hear. Of course, Hyler with the Momo Champ team. Man, look how foggy that looks there on that long lens. It just looks completely socked in. But David will come up over the hill here and around the bend and be out there delivering lunches. Looks like we got another guest joining us here, though, folks.
We do. So
who's with us?
All right. So, folks, welcome to the broadcast, Mr. Will Britt from Dominion Raceway and Entertainment in Thornburg, Virginia. And Dominion Raceway, if you know it, is a 4/10-mile NASCAR-sanctioned oval right off of I-95, exit 118. Also home to the 118 Bar and Grill, if I'm mistaken, right? Okay. Helps if I turn your mic on.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's what happens on a fog delay, a foggy brain. Anyway, Will, welcome. How was your 2025 season up there at the facility? Because you guys have the oval, but you also have a 2-mile road course that I don't think a lot of people know about.
We do. It was a great year in 2025. We're looking forward to 2026. That Champ Car is going to join us for a race this year in March. And we're very excited to have them and continue to grow our road course offering. We have a 2-mile, 12-turn road course, and it's got 70 feet of elevation change and real fast flowing back S section. So we're really excited to see how the cars take to the track.
And it's going to be a doubleheader that weekend. It's going to be an 8-hour and one of our 8/7s that we traditionally do, like we're having here for the Winter Classic. 8 hours on Saturday, 7 hours on Sunday. I've had the pleasure of running that 6-hour that you host, the Super 6 Enduro,
yes, sir,
that you and Richard Storm put on. Done it a few years in a row with the Baltimoreans team. A fun event, and that is a technical course you got up there.
It is. It's all about mastering the flow of the course and just rolling through the corners. So we like to have a lot of fun there, and hopefully Champ Car will have 2 great back-to-back weekends.
That's awesome. So a little bit of history. I know your family's been in racing a long time. Your dad, Steve Britt, they have been in the NASCAR ranks and just in racing for a long time. Dominion Raceway is now the new location. You want to give a little insight, because you guys were in another location that I think a lot of people don't remember or may not remember or have a lot of history. How long has the Britt family been in, and how did this get started?
Yeah, so we bought our first racetrack in Manassas. It was called Old Dominion Speedway. It was one of the first drag strips on the East Coast, as well as an oval track. It was a 3/8 mile track. It was built in 1948. We bought it in 2002, going into 2003. And we owned that facility for 10 years until we had the opportunity to create something new, which was Dominion Raceway. So that facility was much smaller than Dominion Raceway. It was only 42 acres. And we only hosted 60, 70 events a year compared to Dominion Raceway. We're hosting over 400 events a year. We have the tire company for American Racer. We have the U.S. Legends distributorship. So we have part sales and tire sales and all sorts of other things besides racing that goes on at the track.
In that history, you guys have taken that history of Old Dominion, because that used to be the Old Dominion 400 back in the 60s for the original, when it was the Grand National Division, which was then Winston Cup. And then that carried into the late model Sportsman, and then on into a lot of big name drivers have raced Dominion. Dickie Boswell, and I know, I'm trying to think of some of the others that I know. Dickie, so many. Junior Johnson, Bobby Allison, I think Morgan Shepherd, couple other names, Sam Hard,
Kyle Petty.
Yep.
A lot of guys have raced it over the years, and it was a very, very good historical track, and it raced very, very well. So we took that track and actually laser scanned the turns 3 and 4, and then replicated that onto 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 of Dominion Raceway, and just kind of stretched it out and made it a touch bigger. And it's a fast oval, but we're gaining experience on the road course side of the world, and looking forward to growing that part of our program.
So obviously you guys have transitioned now, and it took a little bit to get going. You guys did a ton of promotion before you opened the doors and really wanted everybody to know what it is. and you guys are NASCAR sanctioned with the oval, but what is it that you've done? Because you guys are getting more and more series on the road courses and then on the ovals. I mean, you guys have the Cars Tour now. You have the supercars, the old Grand National cars.
Yeah, we have ASA coming with super late models. We have Cars Tour. We have Smart Mods, which is like Whelen Modified Tour mods on the oval track. We have the Grand Nationals, which is the GNSS series with, older body stock cars. I mean, we have vintage cars, Inex Legends and Bandoleros. We run just about everything.
And then what is it you've done really well with the oval there? What is it that you've gained? I mean, we know Champ Cars, we're going to do our doubleheader there next year, but who else have you guys entered into the fray on the road course side? And then you guys also have the drag strip that is incorporated with that on the front straightaway of the road course, right? It's an 8th mile?
It is an 8th mile. We run no prep on Friday nights. And, the goal of the facility was to entertain everyone from the start of the weekend to the end of the weekend, even though we do events on the weekdays too. So you may come for a road course race, but we're going to have entertainment for you before and after your race. That way you're not just sitting by your camper and, drinking a beer and watching the fire. I mean, it's the goal is to entertain at our facility.
So. And that was a big thing because your dad, Steve, was very big. He understood the business side of it. Your family, that was one thing because I had the pleasure of racing Old Dominion. That was where I made my first time in a race car in a late model. The old driving school that Mike Southard used to run at Old Dominion. I can't remember the name of it. Try It Racing. I remember 2007 it did it. And then I ran for Roger Austin a little bit, Kevin Yates. I got my feet wet at Old Dominion. But I always remembered, and especially with some of the characters that raced there, but it was always a party. I mean, everybody was so friendly, but your family was so welcoming to the teams. They took care of them, and it was a facility that you felt like was home. But from the minute you walked in the gate, you were entertained, you were taken care of, and it just really, I think that's what kept bringing people back, and it sounds like you've carried that into Dominion, and you want to continue to carry that.
Of course. We want to do our best to become a premier motorsports facility in Virginia. I mean, we're here today at beautiful VIR, and we're learning. I mean, that's what we're here doing. We're here observing and learning how to become a better road course program. So
yeah. So what, going into 2026, so what does your schedule look like? Now, outside of just the driving, you guys have entertainment. You guys have concerts. You have events. I think you guys are open to doing graduation parties, weddings, bar mitzvahs. If it's an event, you guys are open to hosting it.
Yeah, we're a bit crazy. We do 400-plus events a year, so we really don't stop in the off-season. We had events last night, the night before. It's not uncommon for us to be operating every single day of the week, and that's what keeps us able to reinvest in the facility and constantly improving everything. That's what you have to do nowadays to create a facility that is worth people spending their hard-earned money on.
Absolutely. And has that been a challenge, knowing that the economic climate at times has kind of been up and down depending on how world events go on? Is that something that you guys look at very intensely, ticketing prices, the budget for concessions and merchandising, things like that? Do you try to make it as affordable? And then same with just entry fees. Do you try to make it as affordable as possible?
We do our best to keep it as affordable as possible. And by us doing so many different events, it allows us to keep our entry prices down. That's the beauty of if you're operating 6 different things or 9 different events on a day, I don't have to charge one event, aka passing that cost to the customer, to one person. I could spread it amongst everyone, and that allows for just a better experience because you're not spending as much.
That's awesome. And, I mean, just with that background, and I'm sure with your dad taught you very well, and just that family legacy you guys have. So moving into 2026, obviously there's still going to be a host of events. What's your 5-year outlook for the facility? Any future upgrades coming? Anything else that you guys have aspirations of doing? We just heard that ARCA East is actually going to go play at Hickory next year. Are you guys looking to start getting some of the national series in that back, maybe entertaining, kind of like what you had back in when K&N would come?
Potentially. we work very well with NASCAR. We're blessed and fortunate to have a 22-year-long relationship with them. So really thankful to, all the growth that we've shared together. But we will look into other events just to continue to grow our platform, to bring other people in from the area. I mean, our goal when we came to that county and we told the county was we were going to bring tourism to the area. And with Kalahari coming to the area, that's going to allow us to grab bigger events just because there's more hotel space. We have 6 hotels at our exit now. Which can house just about anyone now.
And then there's one hotel, actually. I think it's one of the Hilton ones, right? That's True. I think one of their brands. It's like right outside of Turn 10 on the road course, isn't it? Right?
Correct. Yeah, the True Hotel sits right before the bridge, and it overlooks the road course coming up the climbing S's. And it's a great hotel. It's 77 rooms, and it's got a pool inside and everything like that. Free breakfast. So if it's where if you're coming to the track, it's where you want to stay. Nothing against Cross 95, but it's
cool.
easy.
So if people want to find out, or if they want to come do a track day on the road course, or if they want to come watch some oval racing, or if they're passing by and they just want to come see the track and check it off their bucket list, how can they find Dominion Raceway and Entertainment, and where can they find the schedules and everything, and how can they reach out to you and Tom Moore, who's sitting back there, part of your sales team? He wanted me to express, we want to see more people at our track. And then he told me about foam parties and fights and concerts. And where can people come be part of it, the party?
They could be part of the party just by coming by 6501 Dominion Raceway Avenue in Woodford, Virginia. But, so we're right off of 95 on exit 118. And to check out all our events, you can check out our website at dominionraceway.com or check out our Facebook page, which always has a list of all of our events. What's coming up this week, what's coming up this month, and we're always up to something, so just come on by.
All right. Well, I threw it dominionraceway.com, right?
Yes, sir.
Yep, I threw that in the chat for everybody, so make sure you go check that out. Will, anybody, sponsors, partners with the track that you want to thank, anybody that's essential that you want to say hi to that might be tuning in?
I just want to thank everyone for the opportunity to have us on the Champ Car schedule for 2026.
And we'll look forward to that. It'll be cool. It's going to be an inaugural event. That will be the weekend of March 14th and 15th, the Old Dominion Enduro. So make sure there's 40 spots available. They're going to fill up fast. Make sure you guys get your first foray. You're going to love Dominion. It's one of my favorite places. It's my home track, and really excited. I'm glad to see Champ Car expanding out, and I think it's going to be an event that'll be really successful. But, Will, thank you so much to you and Tom for coming down. We greatly appreciate you taking time out of your Sunday to come visit us. And you guys going to hang around for a little bit and go talk to some teams?
We'll be here for a little bit, and we're going to go check it out and hang around a little bit. And
hopefully, Tom said he'd never been to VIR, so hopefully we'll get this fog out of here. It looks like, Paulie, I'm starting to be able to see Hogpin, so maybe get to see some racing action.
I hope so.
Take them down to Oak Tree, show them where the old tree used to be, and that's an action spot.
All right, I will.
All right. Will Britt from Dominion Raceway and Entertainment, everybody. Paulie, it looks like we're starting to get some light at the end of the tunnel here. I see David's out there continuing to make laps. And do we have any status updates from the Powers?
No, but if I haven't gotten anything back from them yet on that, Kyle. But, it's good to see the track starting to clear up a little bit. Some of these camera shots look the best they've looked all day. And we're able to stay deep into the corners now where we really weren't able to before. So, we're definitely getting closer and closer to that time when we're going to be able to send these guys out onto the racetrack and get them going here. So it's just going to be a matter of time now. So, it was great to hear from those guys and exciting to be going to. I think everybody's excited about going to a racetrack, that we haven't been to before. So that's going to be a lot of fun.
Okay. Yeah, I think it'll be great. Like I said, I know I seem partial, but it's my home track, and I love the facility. The Will and his family have been very, very good, and to me, especially when I was first getting started in racing, and it's good to see. It's kind of cool that it's kind of coming full circle. So we have we're going to have another guest here in the booth in a moment, but. Paulie, do we need to pay any bills here?
We'll go ahead and take a quick commercial break and be back in just a few minutes. And then we'll speak with another guest as we get ready to light this candle. So stay with us, folks. We'll be right back.
probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George and Jr. are fed up. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today, but they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped them find a deal on the right parts.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Dave's Twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
In the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to Champ Car Live. Back here at the track. Let's see if I can get another guest we're going to bring in here and talk to as we're getting closer and closer to starting this thing. we're beginning to be able to see the track really nicely here. Yeah, so we got a weather delay due to freezing fog. And so we haven't been able to take to the track yet. In fact, I've had more track time so far this morning than our competitors. So we definitely need to do something about that and get these folks out there. And so right now it's definitely looking quite a bit better. And so Kyle's coming up here now, and we'll get an interview with another young man coming into the sport.
All right, sorry about that, folks. I have Mr. Landon Weaver here from Parkway Euro, the 58 Porsche Boxster. Welcome to the broadcast, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so how's your weekend been going so far?
It's been going. We had it was a pretty good day yesterday. We started out, I think, P16 in class, and then we started to move up from there. Ended up finishing P7 in class, which was a pretty good finish for how the race went. A couple of issues here or there. Obviously, the wheel speed sensor, that was yesterday. Threw off our ABS and everything like that. So, but a lot of these cars run without ABS anyway.
Yeah. But that can make things pretty tricky, though, can it?
It can.
Especially coming into turn one and the top of the roller coaster, because the car kind of lifts up a little bit and sometimes can get a bit weird on the locking up.
Yeah, coming down that hill through there, you can feel the car just up and down on the springs and shocks, and it moves around a lot. The car feels very light when you come up through as you transition down into Hogpen. And I'm sure, your car seems like it's pretty well balanced and seems like it moves, but I'm sure have you ever been to VIR before?
I have. I did a 3-day Formula 4 school here with Skip Barber. That's my really only track experience here. Hundreds of laps on the sim. I grew up on the sim and go-karts. So,
did that help you? Obviously on a sim you can't feel it because you don't unless you have a motion sim.
Exactly.
Was that the biggest adjustment, or is that something that you can attest to? Is it hard to get used to it if you've never been here before until you can feel it?
It's actually easier. It's I think it's easier to go from the sim to the actual car. If you do a lot of laps on the sim, you just get to know the line and stuff. But it's easier because you only have one input on the sim. You only have the steering wheel input, unless of course you have a motion sim. But having the car talk to you in real life is a huge. It's just a lot easier. It's what it's going to do before it does it.
You feel the car.
Exactly.
You feel it with your body, and we talk about that all the time. Paula, you're a driver. Les, that feeling in the seat of your pants, it really makes you in tune with your car, and you know exactly what you need to do, and the feedback you can give to your guys.
Yeah, and I think honestly your mind is working a little bit faster when you're in the car. There's more adrenaline pumping through your body.
Yeah, definitely.
So I think you're reacting a bit quicker, and I think it's just a lot easier in person than on the sim.
Yeah, it allows you to feel it a little bit better. So, Landon, obviously Parkway Euro, we've seen you guys out at a number of races this year. How did this team get started, and what's the direction going forward?
So I'm a little new on the team, but the team's been around for a good amount of years now. They raced an AER for I think 5 years or 6 years with an M3, and then they did Lemons a couple of times with a 3 series. I'm not sure what 3 series, but it was a 3 series. And then they raced an Eclipse at one point, but I just joined the team this year, I think back in July. And my payment to them is coming to work on the car. I use my mechanic expertise to help work on the car, and that's my payment toward these guys, because racing's a lot of money, and when you don't come from much money, it's very difficult. So you kind of learn every skill you can and offer that to people as payment.
Are you more mechanical, engineering? Are you?
I'm more mechanical. I worked for Toyota for a couple of years, and then I have a couple of ASC certifications as well.
Oh, nice.
Okay. So how did you, real quick, because we're seeing some good news here, Paulie. I'm seeing drivers in cars. I'm starting to hear motors firing up. And now you're not the first driver out. We're not risking the car sitting there with the driver. No. All right, that was a concern for a second. So
no, I was supposed to be third stint today.
So real quick, who's going to start? What's your driver lineup?
Brandon is going to start out first. This is his first wheel-to-wheel event. But he has time on track.
Okay.
And he was actually in the car for the last half hour of the race yesterday. So he's getting in tune with the car.
So he was able to get some laps, be able to sleep on it, and now he kind of knows plan of attack.
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. And then who's your second driver that's going to go in?
Second driver is John. He's the owner of the team, so he will go in. He's been doing this for a long time, so he'll be going in after Brandon. And then if we need to, depending on how the car is and how fuel is, maybe it'll let me hop in the car, but I doubt it.
Well, hopefully you'll get some time to get in here as we're just about to approach noontime here, East Coast here in Virginia. So real quick, we'll let you get back down there with your team. We don't want to hold you up too long. What is the plan, or do you know of for 26? What's your plan?
Yep.
If not with Parkway Euro, are we going to see you in some other stuff possibly? Or?
So depending on how open the seat is, I may be racing with Edmondson Motorsport at Sebring at the New Year's race. And then next year, we're definitely going to try to make to a bunch of Champ Car events. And then we also have a Cayman that we're planning on racing in AER.
Okay. Nice.
We just bought that car. It's paddle shifts, very, very fast car.
So you guys are pretty much dedicated Porsche team.
Yeah, pretty much. Porsche and BMW.
Okay.
That's usually what we've been running. We ran an Eclipse once, but that didn't really work out well.
And you were telling me you drive something like 4 hours a day or something. Or
every weekend.
Every weekend
I go and help the team on the car in Pittsburgh because I'm from Reading, Pennsylvania, which is about an hour in between Philly and Harrisburg. And I drive 4 hours every weekend to go help work on the car, and that's my payment to the team. I don't usually pay too much money to race with these guys, which is really good.
But that trade's nice because I'm sure they appreciate somebody with your mechanical background and your experience that can lend that helping hand. So, I mean, that's obviously a very fair trade.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And you're demonstrating a lot of passion for the sport. You said you're willing to go sleep wherever you need to, eat whatever you need to get there.
I offered them, like, hey, if you want to get the car down to Sebring, I know you guys don't go far, but, I will drive the truck down there, and I will, for my job, I drive 30-foot trailers every day, so I'm used to it. So, I would drive that down there for the team, and as long as they can help cover costs and stuff like that, I will do anything I have to do to get behind that wheel.
And we were talking off camera, Paulie. Cool. He's another one of those cases, like we talked with some of our other guests, that independence, that desire, that passion that wants to be here. It sounds like John, your team owner, he takes very good care of you guys.
Absolutely.
He's very loyal. You were saying all kinds of positive things about him off camera here, and you just sound very dedicated. He's done a lot for you. So what's the plan for next year? You said you guys are going to do that. Where will we see you guys first? Will we hopefully see you at Road Atlanta?
Maybe not Road Atlanta. We're going to try to get to Watkins Glen and possibly Road America. And Mid-Ohio we'll probably be at. But yeah, that's a tentative plan right now. And then racing in AER next year as well.
Cool. Well, real quick, we'll let you, anybody that you want to thank, any big supporters of Parkway Euro, John, your owner, that makes everything go round, who would you like to give a shout out to and thank?
I mean, I just like to thank, honestly, my team and my family. My family has been a huge part of this.
Cool, man.
If I wouldn't be here if it weren't for all the people in my life right now. I've had so much support coming up here, and I'm so thankful for all of that. I know we're a little late on Thanksgiving, but so thankful for everybody that has helped me to this point in time, and I hope I can go further.
Oh, well, we wish you the best, and you know what? Champ Car's a great place to hone your skill set, and it leads to a lot of bigger and better things. You're racing with some of the best drivers around the world.
Have you ever heard of a guy named Derek Daly?
No.
He's an old pro driver. He drove in the IndyCar for a while, but he started out, I think it was in the Formula One ranks. He's got a book out, 1 or 2 books out. I think you'd find his story very interesting, and there'd be some echoes of the early years for him with what you're going through right now. So you might check it out. I think you'd find it inspirational. Derek Daly.
Derek Daly, I'll put on the list.
Have you heard of Connor Daly?
No.
Okay, that's his son who races for Juncos Hollinger in IndyCar.
Okay.
So check it out. And yes, I know what he's talking about. Your story rings very similar to Derek. So
I think you'd find it inspirational. But thanks for coming to talk to us. Great meeting you. I think we're going to see a lot of you in the future.
I hope so. I hope so.
I think he's a future star of our sport.
He's got stories we haven't talked about yet on the show about his performance out there on the track. So yeah, it's great.
Well, next time we're covering, we'll have to get you back up here, tell more stories.
Yeah.
So Landon, thank you so much for coming up.
Thank you for having me on.
Absolutely. Good luck to our friends at Parkway Euro and the number 58 Porsche Boxster. Be safe out there on track. And John, thank you for giving another young driver and mechanic an opportunity to grow and be successful in this series. So we need more teams like that, Paulie, in this series. And it's those stories like that. And it's funny that Timothy Elliott said, be like Ed. That sounds very much like our buddy Ed Stein with the Shark Car and Infinity Shark Team. So I mean, just so many of those independent stories. It really rings true.
Yeah, it really does. So it was a lot of fun talking to him. You could just see that passion in his eyes, that commitment, dedication, and love for the sport. And of course, you love seeing that in the younger guys, because you think that's just not. You don't typically see that, kind of interest and commitment from the younger folks out there. But so it's great to see that. It really is. A lot of the folks that come into our series, it's a starter series, so we do get a lot of people new to the sport, but we also get a lot of guys like myself that have raced another series and find that Champ Car is just more attractive. Again, same reasons everybody else does. You get maximum seat time and for very low cost. There's a lot of series. We're probably one of, if not the cheapest series to race with. We're on the low end of what it costs to go racing in endurance racing like this. There are other series that actually cost double what it costs to race with us. So this is a great opportunity for folks to come out and race at these bucket list tracks all over the United States, and for a low cost, get that maximum seat time. Kyle, is that how you ended up here? Just by default of the fact that it's just an attractive club?
Actually, my path to Champ Car was thanks to a gentleman named Eric McClure, who is the nephew of Larry McClure, son of Jerry, that is the former owner of what was Morgan McClure Motorsports, which is about 3 hours west of here, was off of Exit 22 in Abingdon, Virginia, the famous yellow Kodak car. But Eric was known for his orange hefty colors. He ran in what was Busch, Nationwide, and then Xfinity, ran some Nextel and Sprint Cup races. But Eric was very much about giving back and doing development. He loved running this series. He actually ran with Caleb Holman, who's another NASCAR guy, and they ran this series in what was known as the Bug Tussle Taxi. It was a big old, I forget the name of it. I was talking to John Curley about it a little bit ago because he remembered that car. He ran up here with it, but they had a Toyota MR2 at Charlotte, and Eric was very big on helping me hone my skills and giving me opportunities. So he asked me to come to Charlotte in 2016 and said, hey, you should come run this Chump Car series. That was back in the Chump days. He said, I think it'd be a good way for you to get some seat time. It looks like our field's rolling off here, Paulie. We're going to finally get some laps on track.
Yeah, looks like the field is finally rolling away. They've decided that the conditions have lifted, and they really do look pretty good around the racetrack. There's just still a little bit of haze in certain areas of the track. And actually, this may be an old image. I'll have to refresh that cameras. Things definitely look a little bit better out there now, Kyle, as we're getting ready to light this candle, get things going here. I can't
wait. It has been far too long.
Team Salen's rolling off the grid, and in tow, of
Wilson
course.
Daly.
We've got Eddie Vedder leading the field after putting on incredible performance yesterday, and already the car's beginning to work in some temperature into those tires, into those brakes to get this thing ready to go.
Yeah, and you really have to. And folks, he's not, doing that to hurt the car. What he's doing is, as we talked about this a little bit yesterday, he's moving the wheel side to side, trying to get heat all the way across the contact patch on those front tires. You sometimes you can do the big swoops, or you can do it a little bit more aggressively, where you're just trying to generate that heat. Like right there, he's like Eddie Vedder. I think that's Dan in the car. He's trying to get heat all the way across and make sure he's covered. And then you'll see him, like we saw with Salem yesterday, he'll lunge forward to spin the rear tires in a rear-wheel drive, and then he'll hit the brake pedal where the nose will dive, and then you'll try to generate heat, make sure those pads are getting to those rotors. And then, Paulie, you had talked about getting that material onto the rotors to make sure that they would grab properly, correct?
Yeah, that's during the bedding process. It's a microscopic thing. They're bedding the brake material into the surface of the rotors as the pads adhere really well to their own material.
I'm not mechanical. That's why I wanted you to say it. You make it sound more pretty.
You just love it when I talk techie, don't you?
Oh, hey, you know what? I'm the non-techie stat nerd. You're the techie guy, so we're good. We got a system here, and we have a special guest that has joined us here in our booth, Paulie. He is gonna hang with us here for the start. He is intently looking as these cars roll off. Mr. Barry Richmond, if those of you that may have heard of him, he is the voice of IMSA, and at VIR he does a lot of the track announcing. Mr. Barry Richmond, welcome to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, sir.
I almost want to say, don't bother me. I'm taking all of this in as they're starting to work their way on the track. Just when the season...
Would you like me to mute your mic so you can just take it all in?
No. No, but just as the season had ended for NASCAR for me, obviously finishing up with IMSA, having the opportunity to come out here December 7th, Pearl Harbor Day, and it's got me all jacked up again.
Yeah. This is exciting. This is one of the most exciting times of the race, is that beginning. And I love, as a driver, actually taking the start when you just kind of get in the car ready, and it's a little different than going onto a track when it's hot.
Yeah.
This is when you have a chance to get the car ready to go, and it's usually at its best. I'm not going to say that too loud, but let's just say the fact is the car's usually at the best start, because it's no flat spots. Sorry, guys. Everything's really properly prepared and ready to go, and it's just a lot of fun.
But really knowing what that track's going to be under these conditions, how damp is the track, how cool is the track, and with these various car makes, how they will respond to that. That's what's so neat about that.
And just how quick can the driver, how quick can he get up to speed knowing you have those cold conditions, but also how, for those that might take a little bit, how quickly can you generate that necessary heat to get up to full speed?
That's right.
And then also with a driver race, and you know this from watching race car drivers, we're impatient by nature. How urgent will they be getting into turn one? Will we see madness, or will they be good children?
Yeah, it goes back to the focus. We don't win the race on the first lap or the 10th lap.
Can you give our driver meetings? Can you stand with Andy Betts, our race director? I think he could have used a little bit of that wisdom this morning as he was reading the riot act to some of our competitors after some shenanigans yesterday.
Yeah, well, we know the nature of drivers, and like you said, everybody's competitive by nature, but we have a race to run. And so, again, it just keeps going back to that. It's so funny. I was talking with my wife about that. We were driving yesterday, and I said, coming to these little 25-mile-per-hour areas, there they go.
And we are green flag racing here at Virginia International Raceway. It's the start of the race to determine the national championship title for 2025. Eddie Vedder into the corner in anger for the first time today.
You can hear him just rolling into that power, just easing. Rolling up to speed, obviously. We're already 2-3 wide racing back here coming out of turn one into turn two. Barry, looks like so far it's a pretty quiet start, Paulie.
Yeah, Parts Badger on the attack here. They've got the bit between their teeth as they head into turns 3 and 4.
Now, this is either Marvin or Cam that started the car. Barry, walk us through a little bit here. You've called some of these races, so in this position, Call us through here, these lower S's.
Well, it's just like when IMSA is here. You've got varied divisions that are running within IMSA, and everybody just needs to know what their car is going to be capable of before they start getting too competitive. They need to stay out of each other's way because we're just now getting some heat into these tires, understanding what the track is going to look like, and you just don't need to over-guesstimate, especially going through the S's. And, so I think we're heading, into lap 2 now. So, again, it'll be interesting to see when they actually get racy.
Paulie coming out of Oak Tree right there. It's either Marvin or Cam in the seat. He was digging hard out of there. He was tracing. He was within 2 car lengths of Eddie Vedder, so we may have a battle for the lead here very shortly.
Yeah, he's definitely on the chase, and you can see that Corvette already beginning to distance them a little bit. That Corvette's just got so much pace, but the big question is, what about durability? What about longevity? That's always been the question mark hanging over their heads.
Well, Dan Tiley was up with us there a little bit earlier during the fog delay, and he said yesterday was a good day, but Sunday's a new day. We're always looking at that reliability, as it looks like Rockwell Autosport in the one car.
Yeah.
Alex Rockwell, and Doug Oakley. We're not sure who started today, if it was Doug or Preston, but we'll have to find out. But they have worked themselves up into second position right now.
Yeah, they've already gotten by the Parts Badger machine, but they're not about to give up yet. This is a much shorter race than what these teams had anticipated. They thought they would have 7 hours of racing today. That's not happening. They've got 4 hours and 16 minutes to get everything they wanted to get done today to win this race.
Now, Barry, when you call the races here, usually when the GT guys come for IMSA here in August, which is ironically the week or two usually after we're here for the 24, their races are usually like 2 hours and 45 minutes. So we're getting into that sprint race territory that we would see here for the pro races.
Yeah, and I was just thinking about that as we were talking off Mike a little while ago, that they got less time to get a lot done. And this is, a race is a race, but this is a championship race. Strategy has got to be different because, as we said, they have to be there at the end, but at the same time, a championship is on the line. And so I always like to think of it a race within the race.
Look at this right here, Paulie and Barry. Look at the draft.
Yeah,
look at it coming into
him
effect.
Up. They're coming into the climbing S's. This is single file for sure at these speeds. Looking for a way down the inside is Parts Badger. It's not going to happen. Boy, Rockwell's going to keep him honest.
He backed the entry up, Paulie. Did you see that? He got back to the power. Look at him. He's
looking for that inside ride. He would love to be down the inside right now as they go down into Oak Tree.
He might try the crossover here. If
through 11, he's going to get the apex, clips it beautifully. Look at the run he has coming out of 12. He's right alongside, and it's a drag race down the backstretch. Porsche versus Mazda.
And I love watching that steering wheel action. I mean, doing everything he can right on the edge.
Oh, and Rockwell's getting away from him here as they climb the hill to roller coaster.
Now, what he's going to do here, guys, is he's going to probably want to get in line with them. They're coming into the brake zone. He decided to stay the course because he's going to straight line brake, transition a little bit here, jump the curve a little, then turn into 14. A little bit of that wheel action you just talked about there, Barry. Paulie, with them being more aggressive, and then with a full fuel load, or actually depending on some of the teams, is that something you got to really remind your driver, hey, you might be on a little bit of a lighter fuel load. You got to watch your transition and your braking into the corner.
Yeah, we were talking to Troy Trulio earlier this morning and Bill Strong. They both said some of these teams did not take fuel. They just made a driver change with the idea of coming out here with a light fuel load to get a big jump here. And certainly, there's a much slower car heading down the front straightaway. That's a hazard for sure and causes Parts Badger to go offline for a moment as they dive into one.
Yeah, that was the guys from Flat Earth Racing in the 389 car, but it didn't seem to damper Parts Badger. He is staying right with him within a couple of car lengths. This is a heck of a battle for second place. Let's take a look at their last lap times here. 2:13.0 for Rockwell, I believe. Oh, no, that might be their best lap. Let's take a look here, see what their last lap. We're still waiting on some of this data to come through, folks. So just kind of bear with us for a second.
Eddie Vedder leads this race over Rockwell Autosport Development, Team Salem, Ketchup, and Mustard follow in tow, with Parts Badger shown in 5th, Wilson Daily Racing in 6th, Money Shift Racing in 7th, 8th it's Brew Crew, Sarburns Autosports 9th, and John Allen Special in 10th.
I want to jump in here too, because when we saw that challenge for position change, he's getting a feel too of what that competitor's car can do, what it looks like, what do I have to do to be able to get a successful run by him. And it's still early, but that type of information is going to be very important.
Yeah, and the nice thing, actually, we were looking at it, Paulie. This wasn't a challenge for position, I don't think, because this was a continuation from yesterday. It was incorrect. Parts Badger sits down in 5th position right now, so Parts Badger has to stay in contact with Rockwell because they're, trying to. They don't want to go another lap down to those guys. As he still tries to stay in tow with him. Eddie Vedder just continues to lead by about 2 laps over Rockwell. Wilson Daly's worked themselves up into 6th position. Money Shift in 7th. Brew Crew hangs on at 8th. Paulie, our A-class leader right now, Sarburns, is up into 9th, leading over the John Allen Special. Now that is in the championship race, and remember, folks, there's 2 races going on. So Barry, the way this works out for us here in Champ Car on championship weekend, and Paulie will probably go on this a little bit further. So we have 2 races within that. We have our championship guys, which is 17 competitors now, and then we have our Winter Classic teams, which right now VIR Racing is the race leader over on that side of it. So there's a race going on within a race here for the championship. We had a few teams that fell out, withdrew from that, and are now just competing in the Saturday-Sunday shootout. So
yeah, that adds a dimension to the race itself for the spectator to realize those dynamics, what is on line here this afternoon. And the drama, again, is intensified because it is a shorter time frame to get these things done.
Paulie, do you think, he just brought up a really good point, and I think we need to talk about it a little bit. We're used to, these drivers went into today going, I had 7 hours left. Do you think only having 4 hours to go is going to ramp up the intensity for these guys?
Yeah, we were talking to one of, I think it was Patricia when she was up here, their race strategist, trying to figure out what they're going to do, moment for moment, because they just didn't know when we were going to start this race. And this has to radically change the direction for most of these teams out here today.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. So real quick, Paulie, Eddie Vedder still continues to lead. Let's take a look at our race here. While we got a couple minutes, it looks like the field's strung out a little bit here as everybody just kind of gets up to pace as we're still on board with Eddie Vedder. VIR Racing leads the 7 hour for today. And then over No Food Racing and the Mazda Miata, those guys, Christian Maloff, got a message from them. Right now it's about a 24-second difference, and then behind them in the 286 is 45th Parallel Racing. We saw them in the action, not having the weekend that they would have wanted. And then it looks like the John Allen Special, they're listed on there as well, but I think they're in contention for the championship. So we'll have to get some clarification on that one. And then leading EC on the other side, Suns Out, Guns Out, is out to an early lead there. Wheels America Racing, who was one of the winners from yesterday. And then M2R is listed on there as well, and I know they were a championship contender. So we'll have to get a little clarification. I think we're seeing some guys. Chump Change in there as well. Orange Crush Racing. We were going to have Sally Mott up here, but I think she had to jet because I have a feeling she was probably the starter. And then we had Landon from Parkway Euro there in the fight there. So there's a good battle. We'll get a little bit more in depth on that later on. But let's get back to this fight that we've got here on our championship side. Last lap for Eddie Vedder was that was tight right there. Last lap was a 2:11.2. And then we'll have to see what Rockwell was running. But we'll see if Eddie Vedder, they got a little bit of time there with the break. And that is less time now for Rockwell to take down that two-lap lead.
Yeah, Parts Badger still really after it right now. Coming by Simon Says, the old Simon Says car, as they head into the snake here. And trying to keep in touch with that Porsche Boxster. They just don't want to let him go, Kyle.
Well, he got caught off a little bit there. The Boxster caught the Simon Says car, the 63, a little bit earlier through the 5-6 complex, and then Parts Badger had to stay shallow. And remember what happened yesterday to TCR, what might not have been TCR, one of the cars that had to stay a little bit more shallow. They got in trouble, so he probably big brake lockup getting into 11 right there by Parts Badger.
He's carrying it. He got a good exit there, so hopefully didn't lose too much for that team. I'm sure they want to try and stay in touch if they can.
They're putting another lap on the G Unit Racing, the 440, and I think that's the Infinity. He's just stretching his hands out, popping his knuckles. But, I mean, that's good. He's on a straightaway. It's a good time to relax your hands. It's very tense racing right now. You have to stay loose in the car. You don't want to cramp up because, I mean, Paulie, if you get uncomfortable in a race car, that can make for a long day.
That's what I keep telling everybody. They just say I'm a diva.
Well, we can be divas, but you want to be a comfortable diva in the car. That's the important part.
So I'm going to ask the novice question.
All right, go for it.
So, again, we talked about the fact that this is a time-shortened race. How much is that going to affect how the car was set up and what they were doing in car preparation for a longer race?
That's a good question. It really just depends on what their strategies were from the outright. I think it might play in the favor of these guys a little bit because that's 3 less hours of wear and tear on the cars, because usually on these doubleheader weekends, it's an 8-hour, and then you can take the car back and do prep, change brakes, swap out some things, maybe make some sway bar adjustments, whatever you want to do. The hard part here is usually then with the car sitting on pit road overnight, not able to make changes, I think, yes, they're not going to have as much time to attack, but it's also 3 less hours on that same set of tires, 3 less hours on that setup. And I know a lot of these teams have adjustability built into these cars, but I think it's more so going to change your driver lineup because now you might have to put your shoes in earlier to go get the job done, especially if you're playing catch-up.
Yeah, and it comes right back again to making things happen in a shorter period of time. You know, and if you think about it, too, from the standpoint of racing in other divisions, a 3 or 4 hour race, you know, that's an eternity, but here it's a different perspective. And they're set up for these 7-hour events, and right now we would be almost at the halfway point.
Exactly.
Under normal circumstances.
Well, and it's turned into more of a sprint race, and we're more endurance racing. I mean, yes, we do have where you come off of a code 35 period where you'll have an hour to go in the race, and it kind of turns into a sprint race. But realistically, this has turned into a 4-hour endurance or sprint race, and you're going to have to get after it because the order for the championship guys didn't reset overnight. I mean, where you left off yesterday, so now you're still having to play catch up and you don't have as much time, but it's walking that tightrope of how hard do I still want to push it. It's 4 hours, but realistically at this point, I'm only going to have 1 or 2 pit stops to make changes.
Yep. And, you know, as the day is moving on, too, again, I can't help but to focus on track positions because if the sun comes out again, it could be a different race. And that's an unknown at this point because, honestly, I live in this area. I did not realize we were going to have this level of fog today.
No, I don't think any of us were expecting it. I mean, we traditionally, when we come here for the 24-hour, we usually get that 3 to 5, 6 a.m. fog that sets in and plays with us during the overnight hours. We don't usually get this when we come here in December. So I think this threw everybody off a little bit. So, and it seems like everybody so far is playing nice, Paulie. I think the message got across from the drivers meeting this morning as we're on board with Tony here in Money Shift. These guys are currently sitting in 7th place in the championship fight. Let's take a look here and see how far they off. They're about a lap back from Wilson Daly. So Tony's trying to make some hay here and see if they can get up into that top 6. As he's headed into 13 now, back on board with Eddie Vedder. Look at the traffic here, Paulie.
Yeah, I mean, we're still stacked up pretty tight. There's a lot of race cars on this track, you know, so just because you don't see as many cars showing up in the NAT championship, there's a lot of other competitors out here this weekend as well, so we've got a lot of cars.
Oh, yeah. And Barry, you've been around this racetrack for a long time. 77 cars on the, you know, you think, oh, it's 3 miles, that's plenty, but 77 cars is a lot of cars on this little racetrack.
Yeah, everything is a matter of perspective and proportion because you get those many entries, it dwarfs a track of 3 point whatever miles it is, and so it's a lot that can happen. That's a lot of opportunity for somebody to miss a turn or mechanical failure, oil in the track, you name it.
Absolutely. So, Barry, real quick, we brought you up here. We appreciate you taking the time. I know your time's a little bit limited today. You got some other engagements you got to get to. Well, we have a minute. Tell us a little bit about your background. You've got quite of a diversified background in motorsports, and you're heavily involved here at VIR as well.
Well, I'm going to start with the latter first, because coming here today for the first time, seeing the cars on track from this perspective, reminded me when I started maybe about 10 years ago doing, and that, interestingly, VIR brought me here to call the K&N Series East race. No one knew NASCAR. And so that was a great weekend. And then they asked me would I consider coming out for, I think, one time for the Pirelli World Challenge and for IMSA weekend. And I'm thinking, like, sure, now let me get up to speed on sports car racing. First couple of years, I'm surprised they called me back. But the good point is, motorsports and racing is racing. I liken what I saw with IMSA, what I have worked with for many years in NASCAR. It would be like having Cup, Xfinity, and trucks racing on the same race, but 3 different divisions. And so once I thought about it that way, I said it makes a lot of sense. But my roots definitely go back to NASCAR, doing photography for Winston Cup scene, Speedway scene, and then finally on a local radio station producing a show for about the last 30 years that profiles and previews the races each week. So, yeah, it's fun.
So you've been involved in motorsports for a long, long time, but also outside of the racetrack, you are work with one of the local radio stations, correct? Yeah, and actually we are the voice of NASCAR, WAKG 103.3 here in Danville, and we're in Alton, Virginia, but just half hour up the road. And so I threw the pitch. We need to do something local to supplement what we do at Performance Racing Network, Motor Racing Network, and Indy Racing. That was 30-some years ago, and we're still doing the local stuff. And I've been very blessed to be able to hold a national hard card, which allows me to go to any track through a local Piedmont Broadcasting Corporation entity. And so that has really given us good inroads and respect amongst the national media for what we do on a local basis. And you've got just a great history. So you've been here, you've been hanging out. What do you think of Champ Car? This is the first foray. What do you think of us? Well, I was just talking off mic with your wife, and I said, just when I relaxed a little bit, the end of NASCAR season, the end of IMSA, and I come out here, I'm ready to go. Just show me what to do here. So it is really a privilege to hang out with you guys here to not only watch the race, call part of it, and I'm starting to really learn what this amateur division. I mean, man, it's great racing. And we have drivers, Barry, and Paulie can attest to this because Paulie's a driver himself. Yeah. He drove with a lot of top teams in the series, and Les is more Cam behind us, Lester Epps. We're all current and former drivers and have a lot of seat time in this series and have done it from even in the Chump days. We have drivers, amateur drivers, like you just saw Landon, the young man from Parkway Euro. He's getting his career started. You have drivers that are just trying to get wheel to wheel all the way up to teams like Salins and Rockwell Autosport, who you called on the IMSA weekends. I mean, and drivers all over the world come and play in this series. Well, I'm going to mention this to you because, we talk about the building blocks to the other divisions. I remember when this young kid at 18 years old, maybe 17 at the time, started driving in the Xfinity Series. I believe his name was Connor Zillage. And, where did this guy come from? I said, look, I've been watching this guy at VIR. This is no surprise, and evidently a lot of other people had too. And so as we look at the people here, what are going to be those next steps? What's going to be the career aspirations? And so that's just what these groupings, these divisions of racing help to breed for that next step. Here's another thing, too. You just mentioned Connor Zillage. We had Ryan Vargas in here with us earlier. Sally Mott may come up and join us, but we have drivers like Landon Weaver from Parkway Euro and some of these other drivers, Dan Tiley with Eddie Vedder. Are we starting to see that divide from road racing and oval racing come more together, come closer, where it's not this, you're a road course guy, to where you're a redneck roundy round guy? Are we seeing that crossover because everything is just marketability and the way motorsports has become? I've had that same conversation with those in NASCAR, and the day of road course specialists pretty much is gone by the wayside. Now we look at people like
Shane Van Gisbergen, who definitely is a force to be reckoned with, but he too is now doing it in reverse. He's learning more the oval and is having more success. We saw that toward the tail end of the season in the Cup Series. And Connor Zilic, who came here and really gravitated to the ovals as if he's been doing that all his life. So a lot of it depends upon the talent and skill sets of the driver, but at the same time, I don't think we have these one-offs that are specialists in their venue. They all have to be versatile enough to be able to perform, whether it's the challenging turns at a Virginia International Raceway or a 3-turn Pocono or a Daytona 500 Super Speedway.
And we're seeing a lot of these drivers. I mean, a lot of our drivers here, they go play in various divisions. They kind of dip their feet in different things. So I think those diversified driver portfolios are what make the Champ Car field so deep. As we see this 3 and 4 wide action, we'll get back here into the fight. Barry, we don't want to hold you up too long. Like I said, I know you got a couple obligations you got to get to today. Your lovely wife Dolores is waiting on you.
Yes, and again, thank you for the opportunity today. I liked hanging out, and again, I'm glad that I got here just when they gave the command to start engines. So maybe I brought you a little good luck as I was coming back into town.
I think you did. I think you brought us a little damn good luck. And also, we want to give some well wishes and a belated happy birthday to Dolores' mom.
Yep, 100 years old.
The next Centurion of Danville, right?
Yeah, Centurion, and she was recognized by the Board of Supervisors in Pennsylvania County and is still getting out, very vibrant. And she's even been out here to VIR once. My wife got her out here.
We'll have to, well, you know what? When we come back next year, you'll have to bring her out for the Champ Car race.
Well, you got to remember, if we do that, it's going to be her call in more ways than one.
All right.
Thanks again. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah. Thanks for letting me be a part of this in the off-season.
Barry, thank you so much.
Thanks, Barry, for joining us today. As we head to commercial break, we'll be back in just a few minutes. The Less is More cam is fired up, and so is Champ Car. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast Gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, here for the VIR 8+7 Winter Classic and the National Championship race here at a blistery, cold, sunny, no longer foggy Virginia International Raceway in Alton, Virginia. I am Kyle Lockrow. He is Paulie Velton. The less is more cam. Lester Epps is on pit road. Eddie Vedder continues to lead the championship battle over Rockwell Autosport Development by a couple of laps. Followed by Team Salem, Ketchup and Mustard, the condiment duo, and then Parts Badger Fast Lane rounding out your top 5. And then don't forget, folks, we have the folks not in contention for the championship. We have a battle on our hands there. We Be Racing, our leading C-Class car there. Last lap at 2:17.94, but 45th parallel in the 286 is not far behind them, only 6.5 seconds. And last lap, they were only separated by about 0.6 of a second in lap time. And then Flat Out Nemesis, one of our championship contenders yesterday, unfortunately had some mechanical issues, had an issue at the end of the day. They have withdrawn by choice out of the championship fight, but they still have a race car and still have a shot to be in contention to get a 7-hour victory today. And I believe they are leading I believe they are a B-Class car. I'm probably wrong, but I think they're leading our B-Class on that side. So we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Okay, let's see if I can bring that.
As we're on board with them right now. Talking on the radio, you can see him communicating as he navigates up those S's. He's got that Mazda flying. Oh, going to catch the Enterprise here. Can he get a run on him? Nope. Flat Earth Racing they kind of used it as a pick there. He decided to stay in line, thought better of it. So he's going to follow the Enterprise down here to the entrance to Oak Tree. So the way you get in here, you go out kind of wide, you turn in, hit your downshift just before 11, and then a tight turn in as you see a little brake lock up. I think that might have been We Be Racing in the BMW, the leading car in the 7 hours. You can see him try to get a run. Obviously the Enterprise and that LTD is going to have a little bit of a run down the straightaway with the horsepower and the legs, but if he can stay with them.
There's our A-Class in what was a 7-hour race today. Supposed to be a 7-hour race today.
Wheels America Racing right now, best lap of 2:16.10 over No Foo Racing. Christian Maloff and his team staying in the fight. Yes, Flat Out Nemesis. Yes, I wasn't proving a liar. Is in the B class here over Fiesta Racing in the 378. And then Spade 7, which is the Simon Says car that we've been talking about. I still think they ought to rename. They do call it Simon Says, but it still has those Bop It colors for the new generation of kids. And then on to the C-Class, we have Weeby Racing, about 5 seconds. They've cut the gap there, Paulie. I wonder if they got held up in some traffic. It's down to 4.9 seconds as we see flat out with a big out-braking maneuver.
Yeah.
And he's going to play 2 here, getting by some more traffic. Nice job. And then 2244, we had John Curley up here earlier, one of the drivers and kind of co-owners of that operation. They are currently in the lead in D-Class. Bimmer Performance Center on pace to do what they had yesterday. They did really well in that EC division and out for more today.
Yeah, nice complement of EC, and we have a nice complement of F-Class cars, I might say.
Absolutely. M2R.
3 cars there.
M2R holds a 3-lap lead over Flat Earth Racing. We've seen them through today, and unfortunately, one of our championship contenders, we lost them. Long-standing Mini Cooper team, Wittenauer Motorsports. John Wittenauer's wife, Kelly, son, Dylan, whole Wittenauer clan, unfortunately had mechanical and engine issues. They fell out, but we will see them at Gingerman in April of 2026. Oh, tight racing here as Flat Out was working around the Schumacher taxi coming through South Bend.
Yeah, they head down now this hill. This is a steep drop down to Oak Tree where they then go back uphill to the braking zone, heading through 11 and 12. You can see treats it like a double apex. Nice clipping at the exit there. This is a lot of fun through here, even driving a slow minivan.
Did you, when you were out there doing the cameras, did you straddle the curbs and run the race? Like, of course, I ran
the Roy run through there to see. What was it that Kyle was saying? Oh yeah, I can see it now. I see it. Okay, I get it now. Yeah, it was fun.
You've raced here, so we have Mr. Bill Strong with us in the booth. Bill, you've got a lot of laps around VIR. This is home for you.
I do, and against Schumacher Taxi, it's kind of cool to see these old guys out there racing.
Yeah, we have a car stranded
I kind of wonder why that Porsche's not faster. You know, I think it's because of all the old guys in it.
I'm going to let you say that to them. I was trying to not get punched out because they were looking like some edgy guys down there.
They're fit, man, for being as old as they are.
Oh, they are some tough drivers. They were actually talking about that this morning. They were saying that as we're going to a yellow here.
Yeah, we had a car stranded down there, so.
You're trying to get me in trouble. I got to go take that camera out in about 3 hours. You realize this, right?
So they're good guys. We started racing with them in 2009. I think there's a whole bunch of us that started with Lemons over at Carolina Motorsports Park. And they were one of the teams that, yep, there he is.
Got another. Right. I think we got another stranded car, Bill, because I saw while we were talking just a moment ago, I think up in as we were turning into turn 14, which is the start of roller coaster, I thought I saw a car stranded off to the side, and we just saw another car. It looked like a Miata stranded at the exit of turn 1 right there. Guys, are we possibly sitting with the cold overnight, maybe a little wear and tear on cars, maybe pushing these cars knowing we only have 4 hours with some attrition?
It's you've done already 8 hours yesterday. No matter which race you were in, it's still 8 hours. That's a lot of racing on these cars. Never designed to do that.
But then sitting overnight, usually at our doubleheader races, bring it in, make some changes, swap some stuff out.
Sometimes those changes kind of work against you.
But are we also seeing where maybe sitting overnight, not doing a whole lot, not able to fix anything, maybe seeing some gremlins?
Oh, yeah, for the championship cars.
That was what I was thinking, because we don't know who it is yet.
Right.
So.
Yeah, the championship, that's always the roll of the dice. Now, the crew chiefs love the Parc Fermés because they get to go to dinner with the rest of the team. They get to have fun and sit back and relax, whereas if they were not part of that Parc Fermé, they're back there taking that car apart, getting it ready for the next day. And, that's a tough job.
How many times have we seen, especially some of these double headers, and if a team's having one of those weekends where everything goes wrong and then some, and they're trying to throw everything at it, or they're having to make a midnight run to go pick up an engine in a junkyard? Right. I mean, we have some dedicated teams here in this paddock.
Well, and the cool thing is, we have some track. I hear all the time, so many tractor trailers at Champ Car, but a lot of them are just loaned out to people, or some teams have them. Some teams have crew chiefs. Mm-hmm. Some people, the guy fixing the car is the guy that actually owns the car, owns it in his garage. And
Eddie Vedder's come into the pits,
like these
our
guys.
Leader.
Pit under code 35.
Yeah.
You lose less track position.
which is what we talked about. Yesterday we kind of started out a bit clean and green, but then as the day went on, we got into, as looks like Dan's gotten out of the car.
Do you have direct contact with Les? Can he hear us?
He can hear us a little bit. Yeah, he can hear us a bit there.
He listens to the show.
Yep.
Yeah, it'll be kind of cool to see what he says, what he hears, and they're looking at something there.
Yeah, they were looking at something the other day. There was something he was mentioning. So.
Yep, this is probably an oil check down there.
Yeah. It is a GM product.
And that was something that Dan talked about when he was in the booth. It's just, he said the car's good, it's fast, but he said the reliability is always something we're concerned about. As Bill, you just pointed out there, Money Shift.
So Money Shift I was talking to, they were having some issues with the car. I wanted oil in the rear diff.
And the rear diff, both on the Corvette.
Yeah. So that's. Well, it could be a problem area at one point, so they just want to check to make sure that they still have oil in the rear diff.
Yeah.
But, some of these teams, wheel bearings are an issue with front-wheel drive cars, so you're always concerned about that.
Well, and the curbs, too, because remember, we've seen that a lot at some of the tracks like VIR, because the concrete section, we talked about this, Paulie and I, he was asking to describe the curbs. The concrete curbs aren't as bad. When you get to the actual yellow and green gator, that's the more abrasive gator. And how many times do we see that tear up rear ends?
Yeah.
That just knocks the living snot out of some of these cars.
So there was, if there's a great video online of, I forget his name, one of the track racers here.
Tommy Milner?
No, young guy. But he's running with the team here, and they're in like third place. And with a few laps, or with about an hour or so to go in the end of the race, he hops in the car and pretty much wins the race. And I'm just watching this. I remember that race, but I was racing at the time. And he was banging off every corner. And I may want to say that he did not take any of the turns. It may have been in the grass. It may have been, it was wild. But he ended up winning the race. Wyatt Foster.
Oh, yep.
And
from Greensboro.
Yeah,
good shoe.
Yep. Awesome.
He's run Champ Car quite a bit.
But he hit every single curb, and those E30s can take it. But you try to do that with some of these other cars, and it's not going to last. I did the same thing with the Bliss Camaro, banging off the curbs, made some fast laps, but it knocked the exhaust down to where it was hanging low. And don't do that kind of stuff, Bill.
Well, and you don't. I think the reason is because some of the tracks we go to, you can use the curbs a little bit more aggressively, but then places like here and Sebring and the bus stop at Daytona, you got to be a little more liberal on the curbs because they're just, the teeth are so abrasive.
Well, I remember when Oak Tree fell down and they reconfigured all up there. We did our first 24 here, and they basically warned us with death that if we hit those curbings on the inside, that it would be like an automatic black flag. So stay off the curbs, because you're going to hurt your car and you're going to tear up the curbing.
Party Cat Racing on the hook there.
That's not good.
No, it's been a little bit of a touch and go weekend for that team. That's Matthew Ward and some of the young kids that are working with that group. They're pitted just down in front of us here in our broadcast booth in the tower on the north course. It's a good group. It's a Mazda Miata group, A-class car, 617.
Here's the wheels on it. Usually if it's on the hook like that, it's missing a front wheel because of those hubs.
I didn't see that. I will have to catch it when it comes down here, but that's a good call, though, Bill, as to why they may have to have it on the hook like that. But they couldn't get it running, but I think that was one of two cars. Paulie, looks like we have another car on pit road here. Looks like they're checking something in the rear end, maybe something around the fuel.
It looks like Team Troxel down there. Les is down there on the scene, checking that out. Our audio's a little choppy, so I'm not giving us a whole lot of audio on that. I'll try to reset that real quick.
Can't see. I was looking at the car as it came down the hill behind on the hook.
We'll get a good vantage point right here. I think it's missing a left front wheel there. Yeah, it looks like it might be missing left front, so good call there, Bill.
Now the question is, where's the wheel and the brakes and everything that belongs with it?
Hey, you know what? The spectators that are here hanging out, our club members, they might have a souvenir for Christmas this week, and you never know. Although I think Party Cat would like their tire back.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, tire, brake system, the hoses. You can keep the broken hose, but I know this for a fact.
That's a stocking stuffer for your kids.
Yeah.
Or for your wife.
That was kind of a weakness on the Toyota MR2s was and you can drink now, by the way, Tim. The Toyota MR2s was the hubs. They would end up breaking.
Yeah, Timothy was already saying, Bill hadn't mentioned his cars yet, so he can take a drink.
We haven't talked about the Opel GT.
No, not yet. So there you go. That's another drink for you, Timothy. Whatever beverage you have in hand, sir.
Yep.
So, Bill, you've got a lot of laps here. I've had the pleasure of racing here. So, what is it today? We're getting some sunlight. It's still pretty chilly out here. What do teams have to be careful about? Yes, we have sunlight, but it's cold.
Stay off the grass. You got to stay on the blacktop, and the reason is that's where all the grip is.
Does this track, as it's aged a little bit, do you think teams need to just be a little bit more cautious till there's more heat generated in there? Is this place just naturally slick?
No. So you say that. You would think that. But we raced on Patriot Course. We did one of the Eastern Championship races on Patriot, which is the inner part of the track. And while they were resurfacing the rest of the track. And it was the Ice Bowl, we called it. It was 19, 20 degrees with sleet. And once you got the car moving, you had plenty of grip. And we were using the old Dureza the Dunlop Dureza 2 tire. And I was amazed at how much grip we had on that course in the wet with ice dangling off your easy ups. So it was crazy. There was a lot of people that were surprised at how much grip this track had. And I've raced on this track in the rain with tons of grip. As we see coming down the front straightaway here, the 86 with his flashers blinking, trying to get around another BMW E30. As they're 3 and 4 wide coming down the front straightaway here.
Big battle here. 614 car, Salen's working through 2244 Motorsports. As we can see still, big battle coming into turn 1, folks. 2 and 3 wide, and you can see those noses dive, those Porsches and Miatas laid into the brake zones, out getting by those BMWs. Nice job by the guys in the Mustang hanging in there. Looks like John Curley and the guys have that Mustang set up pretty well. He's hanging tough through those corners. Good battle. I believe that's your D-Class leader. Got the John Allen Special in tow right there.
That's a fast group of drivers.
Yeah. Well, Flat Out's going to try to go. It's going to be way offline in the corner. Going to need a ton of curb here to get that thing to rotate.
I don't know, though, man. That car, if you look in that car, there is nothing in there that's extra weight.
No.
12 pounds.
No,
yeah, everything. That car may weigh 12 pounds.
I bet it does, yeah. It's like a newborn baby.
Yeah. And the drivers are pretty darn quick. They, it's funny, Randy Popes was actually a couple of seconds slower in that car at a certain track that Randy is good at. And that kind of shocked all of us, because that just shows you how good those flat-out Nemesis drivers are.
Picked off another Miata right there. And it's funny, we talked about the dangers of getting offline. We saw that happen in the lower S's yesterday of getting offline. What do you have to do, Bill? You've raced here. When you get offline like that, how much as a driver do you have to adjust your entries and exits into the corner and things like that so you don't get in trouble?
Well, everybody who knows me, I haven't really raced in a few years here. And when I raced, we really didn't have the marbles that you get with the tires.
How did we do it back in the old days?
In the old days, as he uses his walker. So we didn't have to worry about the rubber marbles out there, whereas I could go anywhere on the track to make a pass. I really didn't need to worry about that. And I've done some races since, and there are times when you really have to plan where your corner entry is because of those marbles. That could send you off, but you got to be prepared for it. If it catches you off, that can surprise you really quick.
Oh, yeah.
And you're off into a field somewhere. But yeah, you just plan your entries. We kind of, at the time, had a faster car than, at least half the field. So we had a rule, just, you're faster on the straights, just get them on the straights. Don't tangle with them in the corners. And, Troy had the same rule with his biohazard car, just wait. I don't know if we do that now. I think the racing has gotten so much more aggressive that you would make that pass. What do you think?
Well, I think that's a good point, because where turn 1, traditionally you would want to be on the right side to be on the inside, but how many times have we seen
I'm always on the outside.
But how many times have we seen guys get on the outside where traditionally you would think it's offline, but realistically you run a little bit of a wider corner, you keep the RPMs up, you get a better run, and then it sets you up getting into 2 and 3. But yes, we are seeing drivers make passes like right in here. Traditionally, you're single file through there, but guys are confident in their cars and using a little bit of the curbs with durability. You can make those passes, and especially with the urgency with less time today, you can take those chances.
Well, see, and right there, in my day, I don't think not many of us would have gone too wide through there. It would have been more single file. Now, the old like Shree Racing and their
Whoa! Spins right. And this is the danger right here. 3 cars, broken 60 seconds. Got 1 white Miata, and that's the danger going through South Bend when things happen, and that's a dangerous spot.
Let's see what happens here, because I might have to go back to my position.
You saw it right here on ChampCar.Live.
We saw synchronized spinning, folks. I don't think we've ever seen that in Champ Car before.
Dave yellowed the corner there. Let's take another look at the action here. It was just as this crowd of cars were coming down from the climbing S's. We saw them coming through 10 and 10A.
And they started to get passy.
Yeah, and as they started to come down the hill, everything came apart.
Yep. I think somebody let up, and as he let up, somebody else didn't let up, and that was the,
So we'll take a look at it again. So we see as the cars are single file up the hill here, they're in close proximity. It looks right here in our shot. You see the the Miata spin. Just the Miata went late into the corner. It spun. I think the Fox Body Mustang, the broken 60 seconds, reacted and spun. You saw the purple Miata right there, the 614 go off to avoid, and then the 316 car slammed on the brakes, and I think it locked it up because it was under load, and I think they just were trying to avoid the Miata that was already out of control on entry.
Get the outside curbing there.
I think he might have. I think you're exactly right.
Because that'll upset the cars pretty quick.
But the Mustang and the BMW were reactive.
And they had nowhere to go.
And I tell you what, the 614 team is very lucky because that could have ended, that could have T-boned their car and potentially ended their day. But a nice job of driving.
Now, we've ended up out there, and there's a big drainage hole down there, too, that if you hit, it kind of makes your car disappear.
Oh, that'll tear.
We do have a car stranded now over in turn 2, coming out of 2 rather than to 3.
All right, I'm going to head back and do my job. Thanks, guys. I'll come back and visit later if you'd like.
Absolutely.
Okay, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
So car stranded down there right now. We had some action there, folks, coming down. So plenty of race action.
That's Black Flag Sarcoma. I think that's one of our race winners this year, Paulie.
There's so much going on now. Boy, we went from nothing to 100. Well, stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
In the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We see Team Salem there. Lots of action on the less is more cam. You saw that Parts Badger was in the pits and getting service there on Les's camera, and then also Team Salem taking advantage of that caution with that stricken car being pulled off the racetrack. Welcome back, everybody, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series National Championship Race here at VIR. Paul Velton with Kyle Lockrow and Les Epps bringing you all the racing action once again this weekend.
Paulie, it looks like it's feeding time at the zoo here as we see Parts Badgers on pit road, a number of cars. There's the 808 car, and behind them, I believe that's one of the BMWs. 702, that's Weeby Racing. I think that is still our leader. Yes, they are still leading over on the 7-hour race side. Outside of our championship, we see the Enterprise, the 696, Lay-in Pipe Racing. We had Bill Petro up here yesterday as one of our guests. As we can see, it looks like it's business as usual for Parts Badger. It looks like Cam just got out. I believe that's Roy. Yes, red gloves. Roy getting in. Thank you, Miller, for giving me an update on that driver lineup. And then that should be, Wilson Daily Racing is in for their stop as well, doing fuel. So, folks, if you've never been in Champ Car before or know how this works, if you take fuel in our series, minimum of a 5-minute pit stop, you have to come in. You're in the pits for 5 minutes. The minute you come in, you check in at the entrance, come in, you do your stop. how it works is during the fueling process, when the cap comes off and all the fueling equipment is there, only 5 people over the wall, your fueler, your fire bottle individual, your driver getting in, your driver getting out, and then an individual who is helping has to be head to toe in safety gear, full Nomex. Only exception is the non-drivers can do sneakers, just so they don't beat up any racing shoes during that process. And then once the cap goes back on, equipment's back over the wall, everybody can swarm the car, do the rest of the work, but you have to be on pit road, minimum of 5 minutes. And then the official will check the clock to make sure that you do your full 5 minutes. And if you don't, Champ Car is watching, and Big Brother will get you, and there will be a penalty.
So Flat Out Nemesis leads the race within the race here today. You know, the team that stepped out of the national championship now leads over Rockwell Autosport Development in the 715, No Foo Racing in 3rd, Fisted Racing in 4th, and Madwag Motorsports in 5th, as Eddie Vedder continues to dominate here in the championship fight.
Bruker Racing in 6th, 2244 Motorsports, the leading D-Class car in 7th. Parkway Euro landed in the guys up to 8th. MMR Racing in 9th. And one of our camera cars, Paulie, the good luck continues. Schumacher Racing has worked themselves up into the top 10 on that 7-hour side.
Oh, they look like they're really flying too as we go back to caution here at VIR. This time it's car 998 into the wall. Wheels America Racing being reported over in turn 11. That's over in the Oak Tree area. There we can see them off in the distance just beyond the flagger there around turn number 11.
That is a tough place when you're driving through there, Paulie, because you carry such momentum through South Bend, and then what you're trying to do is you get the car over to the left side where the brake markers are. You can see the 3, 2, 1, and then down to the turn-in point, which is right about the corner station. And that's a traditional spot where you're going uphill and you can't really see because the track kind of goes away from you a little bit as we see Wilson Daly leaving pit road. Looks like their service is done, headed back into the action. A lot of times what you'll see here is you'll want to go deeper, 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 and then you'll just go a step too far and you'll end up going off and sliding off in there. And it looks like Wheels America Racing unfortunately has slid off. It doesn't appear the car has too much damage, but it's a little hard to see from our vantage point. Hopefully it's just they just need to get yanked out of the tire barrier and then they can go on.
Yeah, safety crew's on their way there to see if they can do just that, get them back out of there and back onto the racetrack. And Kyle mentioned, you know, you can't really see very good as you crest that hill, and I think, well, that's kind of strange. Why would you put a racetrack together where you can't really see what's up and coming? Well, that's one of the challenges that a driver likes, actually. This is what's called a driver's track. You like the challenge of some of the corners being a little difficult, where you're cresting a hill, you're coming up over what's called a brow. You really can't see what's beyond, so this is all about mastering car positional setup on the racetrack, what we call the setup going into the corner. So it's part of the fun of racing and having some corners that are off camber where they tilt the wrong direction, things like that. That's what us drivers really do enjoy, like a little bit more challenge from the racetrack, and VIR certainly offers all of that. But yeah, one little messed up, like you said, Kyle, just got waited just a little bit too long to put the brakes on, and then he found himself sailing off into the grass, and looks like he did touch the barriers there.
Now, again, there also could be, that is a prime passing area where you start to set people up, as we see the Enterprise and some other cars getting some service on the less is more cam. There might have been some contact. He might have gotten pushed offline. We don't know. We didn't see it. But just from racing here as long as I have and being around VIR, I've been in cars where I've watched somebody in front of me traditionally go off the racetrack, and you know, if you're hyper focused on that car, as we see the safety team get into them, it looks like they're going to check. Don't see any big sense of urgency.
So it doesn't look that bad from 90 miles away.
which is a good thing. But that's what we want to see. We want to see the safety team get out. If they're just kind of walking over to them nonchalant, that's a good sign. We talked about that yesterday. That means there's no no big urgency, no risk of, driver injury, anything like that, which is good. But traditionally, that is a spot that guys can get in trouble. And knowing this racetrack is a big thing. This is what we were looking at earlier today. This is what it was when we were under the red flag for the fog.
Yeah.
now it looks so much better. I mean, it's gorgeous now. This is the beautiful Southern Virginia, Northern North Carolina weather here. Beautiful, skyline there up into farther into the Northern Virginia area based on that location. Right there near Roller Coaster, off on the other side of that tree line sits the beautiful Dan River. So what I was saying about knowing, and Paulie hit the nail on the head about knowing the racetrack and track design, understanding your racetrack is very, very important, and that's why time on the sim, like Landon Weaver from Parkway Euro talked about, getting time in a simulator and understanding and getting your bearings of this racetrack is crucial, because it at least gives you some familiarity, and especially with losing the Friday track day that was going to be hosted by our friends at Track Advantage. When you don't have that, having laps on a sim at least gives you an idea of where to go, and then you can kind of figure it out from there. As we see the Flat Out Nemesis guys getting the mirror cleaned up, making sure their co-driver's all situated, getting him what he needs. I think they're working on that windshield there, so I don't think they have to worry about that too much.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it, does it?
No, I think he's kind of sticking his head through the windshield. That's a really, really cool windshield. Now it's what he's trying to do too is he's making sure everything placement's right, but he's also got to get those arm straps in. So you see him right there. What you do is the arm restraints have to get hooked to the lap belts, to the crotch belt, and then because I had to wear these at Daytona last year. When I ran for Todd Lamb with Atlanta Speedworks, we had the roof come off of one of our cars. I think it was the 718 I was in, and unfortunately we got called in, and they had to. I wasn't in the car at the time, but I had never run those before, and you have to just make sure that they're enough because your hands cannot go up above in case something happens. And you have to make sure your placement's right, but you want to make sure you can get full range on the steering wheel. So it's kind of a healthy balance of safety versus drivability of the car, and making sure that's good. That driver looked like he was a little bit taller, so that placement of those is very crucial, and making sure he's sunk down in that seat.
Yeah, the USS Enterprise. So we see EVs are out there right now, and they're working to get the stricken car pulled out. And didn't look like he got too deep into it from our vantage point, so probably not any damage. So we should be able to get back to racing here pretty quickly.
Yeah, it looked like the safety team was just doing a courtesy check on the belt there for the tire barrier there, just making sure everything's in line so we can get back racing here. Drop gear, yeah, that it is very similar. That is a great comment. It is very similar to Road Atlanta. It's a little bit more of a condensed version of what you would see at Road Atlanta. The first one is not as sweeping of a corner. It's a little bit tighter here, and then the Oak Tree is a little bit more of a tighter corner than I would say turn 7 at Road Atlanta. I think you tend to carry a little bit more speed. It's unique, but it's very similar in design, because there is a little bit of a straightaway, very small, when you turn into 6 at Road Atlanta, and then you kind of track out all the way to the end. You have a little bit before you make the turn into 7 to go down the long straightaway. Here, it's like the minute you get out to the left, you're having to turn the wheel again to get rolling, and then open the wheel up to get onto the back straightaway.
Yeah, so Flat Out Nemesis leads the race for the 7-hour. Oh, excuse me, now it's switched to Rockwell Autosport Development, Nofu Racing, Flat Out Nemesis Fisted, Madwag, Parkway Euro, MMR Racing, Schumacher Taxi, Wheels America Racing, which they're just in the wall right now, so it's probably going to change, and then G-Unit Racing, another one of the teams that's with her this weekend. And in fact, I believe we have a in-car camera feed from that car too.
We do. Good run for these guys. They were steady and consistent yesterday, very competitive, but it looks like they just continue to stay out of trouble in their Infiniti. Driver just trying to stay. It looks like he's either cold or had a twitch or something, or just trying to convince himself to stay loosened up in the race car. Maybe he's got a radio or something in there, a CD player.
I don't know. Kyle, I will say you have one of the most amazing memories of anybody I've ever met. I don't know how you remember all that stuff, but kudos to you.
Yeah. Again, that's the part of not having a life and, needing a hobby outside of motorsports. So we're working on it. I know the folks in the booth are trying to help me with that, and or our folks in the chat.
You're in the wrong place.
I really am.
To heal from that.
Yeah. Yeah, I keep coming back to the track every weekend. Yeah,
it's a lot of fun.
Oh, it is.
Appreciate having you.
I appreciate the opportunity to join you guys, and I've really had a great time this year. It's been a lot of fun. I'm glad I've gotten to do a little bit of racing in between, but I really have enjoyed being part of the broadcast, and I appreciate everybody that's tuned in this year, and we appreciate it, and all of our sponsors. I mean, it's been great.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and we're looking forward to do it next year, but we're not done yet.
Nope.
We got the National Championship here right in front of us, and we've also got the big race at the end of the year at Sebring for the New Year's Eve race, so that's going to be a lot of fun too. You can see the Mini Cooper going by there, and yeah, congratulations. Schumacher Taxi, just congrats to those guys for putting on a good show for us with that Porsche Boxster this weekend. Eddie Vedder, though, wow, what a clinic, what an amazing race they've been able to put together so far today. But we talked about this before. It's a much shortened race from what was expected for these teams, and how that's going to affect their strategy. There's probably some guys out there that are chomping on the bit and so excited because things have turned in their favor, and others not so much. Really disappointed and very nervous about how this thing's going to work out. These cautions come out, and we see the key players jumping into the pits at every opportunity to get those pit stops done. And we had a nice sit down with probably one of the best strategists I've ever sat with, and that's Troy Trulio, talking about some of the strategies that he sees playing out in the event when we were early on in that fog delay. That's right. If you're just joining us, we were in a fog delay for almost half the day, weren't we, Kyle? And I wasn't keeping track of the hours, but
about 3 hours, 3 hours and change. Yep, we went green a little after noon time. I think it was almost about 12:15. So it shortened our race by about 3 hours. Our distance today by about 3 hours. And you can definitely tell the intensity is up. These teams are getting after it. But, I mean, it's good to see the sunshine. We haven't really seen a lot of that this weekend. I think it'll help kind of warm people up a little bit. It's still very cold, but I think some sunlight will help. And I think it's going to just provide good racing today. And I think we're in for a good fight. I mean, Eddie Vedder continues to lead this championship race, but I mean, we've started to see attrition take hold here. We've seen a lot of cars starting to have issues, and we know that Eddie Vedder is trying to stay away from the gremlins with that. So if they can just continue to have pace, I mean, they're only up by one lap right now over Rockwell and Team Salen's. Both their cars lay in weight. Parts Badger's not too far behind there. I mean, one slip and you're going to have some people on your heels.
Well, and I can see I have to take back what I said about getting into the barrier there, because they got the heavy equipment out. They've got the trailer with the tire bundles. So clearly they had to do some repair work over there in that wall where the Wheels America car got into the tire barrier there over in turn number 11. So hopefully they didn't mash up their car too much in the process. As they leave the racetrack, we should be going back to green here shortly, and these guys are ready to go. Look at that sunshine. It's such a dramatic difference from what we had just a couple of hours ago. Man, maybe less than an hour ago. And the sun came out, the sky cleared, and we are going back to green here shortly as the yellow has now been displayed. And there's the green flag being displayed on the green indicator, rather. We're not getting anything from the tower. He's stepped away for lunch or something. I don't know, but but he's not involved. But Thronics is.
He probably had to go thaw out.
Yeah, it's still very cold out there. We've had a number of guests come in and say, hey, if anything, I just enjoy being in here in the warmth, because it's still very chilly out there. As Kevin from Money Shift Racing said, hey, Paul, turn on the heat, will you?
Yeah, no kidding.
Warm us up out here.
Hey, Kevin, send some heat our way at some point. Yeah, this has just been one of those weekends. Big, nice out-braking maneuver right there. I think that was that might have been the Shoemaker Boxster right there that made a move. It's kind of hard to tell. It could have been Rockwell. Might have been Rockwell if Shoemaker's here coming onto the front straightaway. So probably one of the Rockwell Boxsters just out-braked. Believe That was one of the BMW entries there, as Salins is in tow, and that should be Eddie Vedder, as it looks like they're going to try to lap by some traffic. And this is that elevation we talk about, folks, as you come up to the top of the hill, the highest point on the back straightaway, and then it's a downhill into the brake zone, slight left into turn 13, into a right-hander immediately into what's called roller coaster, and it kind of flows like a roller coaster. You're to the right and then back to the left, straightens out for a second, continue downhill, and then all of a sudden you turn left, and then it's a huge drop into Hogpen, and you can see right there the car kind of levels out for a second, but then the racetrack starts to slide away from you, which is where you can see the weight transfer and the load on the left front.
Wow, you know, you can really see it. I mean, I just love this when you get it right there, right where the track kind of flattens out there. All that compression goes right into the drive line, right into the suspension rather, and into that left front tire. No wonder they're going through some front tires up here.
And I mean, you beat on it, and especially if you get in there really, really hard and you can get back to the power quicker, that's great, but you also don't want to risk sliding out too quick. So it's a fine balance, but the E30 lean is a trend down there, and it's very well known.
Yeah, they're scraping the door handles down there on those E30s. E36s.
Looking like those Moto America bikes with those door handles, got nice scuff marks on them.
How'd this happen?
You're right. 316 car just coming off of pit road. One of our entries here. I believe they are in the. Let's see, which team is that there? The Green Machine. We haven't talked about them this weekend. Right now, sitting in 37th in the overall. They're part of, because EC, they're not in that championship contention, but they're in contention in their own class and having a pretty decent day. I don't know where they're running in EC. I'll have to take a look here.
As you're looking at that, I'll just give a quick rundown here on the standings. Eddie Vedder leads this race over Rockwell Autosport Development, followed by Team Salin. Then it's the Ketchup car. Then it's their sister car, the Mustard car, in fourth. And then we have Parts Badger, RVA Graphics and Wraps, and we really haven't talked about much this weekend. They're in, looks like, sixth place maybe, and it's a little confusing. I'm getting two fifth place cars here. I think Parts Badger has two.
We saw that glitch yesterday, so I think we might want to take them out of it because they're not in the championship. So I think it's a little bit of a glitch in the
RVA.
system. Yeah.
Wilson Daly there in fifth place then. So Money Shift Racing, Brew Crew, Sarburns, Fuse 15, Race Right, Team Troxel there. We just saw them in the pits a little while ago with the Less is More camera as they were getting serviced.
And to give you an update, we were just talking about, we saw the Green Machine, the 316 BMW. For those fans that are following, that have a favorite driver or BMW contingent just in general, they are running in sixth in EC, so they are knocking on the door for a top 5 finish. So they're having a good race so far with about 3 hours and 6 minutes to go.
And I just want to show you something here. This was pretty interesting. Something on the back, on the front of the Parts Badger car, or the back of the Salins Porsche, looked like it might have come off the car as they were going through that segment of corners there. We'll go back to this. I don't know if we're going to see it here or not. It was as they were going through the corners here. I think it was as they were going from the left to right here. It looks like we're headed into the roller coaster right around here. Yeah,
it looked like a piece of bracing or something came off the car.
It's really interesting. I don't know what that would have been, but that's some point
I
of
wonder if they
concern
ran over something, because it kind of goes away. Because remember, we've seen a few stalled cars right there. Keep rolling it here, right there. It looked like an O-ring or some type of bracing.
Yeah, it could have been something. It looked a little shiny too. Might have been something metal. So hopefully all the cars are still put together.
Well, the other risk is tire. If that's metal and it got kicked up, the question will be if Salins ran over it.
Ooh.
Yeah, big. I don't think he was.
Really gathered him up there.
Paulie, I'm going to mention something here. We just saw Salins potentially. We don't know if it came off their car or run over it. I wonder if that right rear tire is a bit of a concern. Maybe it might have a slow leak after running over that piece of debris.
He certainly had no trouble with him in the corners here. I don't. Obviously, they ran over something and kicked it up in the air, but it could have done some damage.
That's what just has me wondering, because he was very slow getting into the South Bend, which is a lean on that right side. I wonder if maybe he felt something. I don't know. We'll have to monitor it as the race continues on here.
We'll see as he carries on here, coming into the corners here. He really, Parts Badger gathers him up very quickly and efficiently and almost like holds him up. It's really unusual to see the Salins Porsche doing that. And Salins is trying to run the racing line, and Parts Badger actually looking for a way by.
If Roy can get to the power here, he's going to try to get a run.
Yeah, he kind of fades back to get a decent exit, but
Roy's not
just
happy
doesn't
with that
really
one.
have what he needs to get by the Porsche. So that's racing, though, and that's part of what we have to deal with. Is, that's part of the game. Is you have an advantage somewhere, and someone else has an advantage somewhere else. That's part of the sport.
Now, I just noticed something that Roy did. We noticed that yesterday with Eddie Vedder, where they were kind of doing that security pump on the brake pedal. Roy's doing the security pump too. Now, he might just be trying to bring the pads to the rotors, but, as we're getting down to the tail end of this race, you got to monitor your brake, how much brake you got left. He might just be making sure he's got enough pedal, because, he is going deep into the brake zones to stay with this Boxster.
Yeah, and drop gear makes a good point. This is some good racing right here to see these guys that are really probably at the top of their game here, going at it here on the racetrack at VIR and ChampCar.
He's catching them in the most inopportune spots. What he needs to do, I'm looking at this, and I know he wants to drive in there because he's really good on the entry, but what Roy probably needs to do is back up a half a car length and then just get to the power and just get to his bumper, because if he can get to his bumper and stay with him, I think he can get into the draft, and if he stays close enough, he can get a run. Here it comes right
there. Yeah, they are braking really early.
I wonder if that tire is starting to give them a problem with what that came off that car. That looked like a metal O-ring like you would use to close up something. I wonder if Salins has a right rear tire going down.
Oh, but boy, did he! That's what happened the last time they were approaching, 10 there, was he just closed the gap. There was a huge speed difference as they got on the brakes.
As he's lapping by Flat Earth Racing right there, one of our B, I think it's one of our B class cars. Or no, Flat Earth is one of our F class cars. I'm sorry.
So yeah, boy, it made it very easy for him to get by there.
And he's legged out by about almost 10 car lengths there. He's gotten away.
He's so much faster through the slow section here. Could be that Salins is maybe concerned of fuel, and that would have them backing off it. But boy, they were braking really hard going into 10, weren't they?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And honestly, the lap times, they're almost identical. And that was, I believe, the 943 car. So actually, by Parts Badger getting by them, that puts them, right there where they just crossed the line. That's for position. If Parts Badger can get another lap in front of them, that'll put them on the same lap, which will put them in contention for the top 4. Yeah, so Roy has to push it harder.
And Drop Gear thought, well, maybe, they're just doing a lift and coast. Maybe they're trying to save on fuel. And, of course, with those Boxsters, you got to be very careful as you run those things low on fuel. You can easily burn up a pump. If you run out of fuel, your day is pretty much done.
Well, remember, that happened to one of the Rockwell cars, the 4th Rockwell car. Was it here? It was either here or one of the races earlier this year where they had that fuel pump issue.
And that's just a huge disappointment for a team when you're working so hard for all the stakes. This is the big one. The national championship is on the line. Who will come away the victor? Stay with us. We're about to find out.
I'd buy tires online. But then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Fly and Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Welcome to Parts Badger, where we want to be your online machine shop. Through our online platform, we connect our global manufacturing capacity to your fingertips. You can request a quote, place an order, manage your parts, and even share that information with a colleague right online. If you prefer, you can work with our experienced team of sales representatives who are supported by our design engineers and project managers as well. Whether your project's big or small, simple or complex, Parts Badger can get it done. See if we can help your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
In the zone, AutoZone.
All
right, welcome back to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Sorry I screwed up the clock there, guys.
Dan, we fixed
Somebody's
it.
keeping me honest up there, so thanks, Dan. Appreciate you. Finally, somebody called me out. We needed that.
Calm down, Dan. Calm your heart down. It's all right.
Well, I need you guys to help keep me honest and keep me straight, and so I appreciate you.
We got you covered now, Dan. Just relax. We got you. Correct time on there. So under 2.5 hours to go.
Yep, Parts Badger still on the attack. We've got Flat Out Nemesis there. Let's take a look at that. It looks like Rockwell leading the 7-hour race. No Foo Racing in second. Flat Out Nemesis in third. Madwag Motorsports in fourth. 45th Parallel is in fifth. And Schumacher Taxi Service running in fifth.
And then Wheels America Racing, the sister entry, because it was the 998 that I think got into the wall there in 11. And then MMR up to 8. That's fourth in the A class. And then fourth in your C class is G Unit Racing. And then rounding out your top 5 in C class in the 7-hour is Brew Crew Racing in the 244. So very, very competitive on that side. Very consistent in the times. I mean, look at the last lap from Flat Out Nemesis and Madwag, 0.02 of a second separation. And, I mean, they're not separated by a lot of time there, folks. I mean, 29 seconds back to a minute 2, so realistically a 30-second and change separation is not a lot of time on this racetrack.
Parkway Euro being black flagged for violating the blend line. After my expert video that I showed this morning showing everybody where the blend line was.
And you know, Landon was up here, and he was supposed to take that message down to those guys. It happens, but you know, you guys got to be mindful of that blend line. It is a safety thing. Champ Car is watching. You know, just remind your drivers when you come off pit road, all the way down to turn 1 right side. So all the way down to turn 1 right side. Says we're still on board with Flat Out Nemesis here as they are in tow. It looks like that is one of the Salen's Boxsters, I believe. Yep. Yeah, I believe that is one of the Salen's cars as they're lapping by Flat Earth Racing. Tight quarters right there. Able to clear him, I can see in the mirror. And back single file. So as we said, Flat Out Nemesis does list as our championship contender here on the layout, but remember they had some issues, so they have now transitioned over to the Sunday 7-hour race. Ooh, a little tight there as they're trying to work by. I believe that's the 943 car. They're third overall, leading B class on that side. So these guys are fighting hard.
And I just heard number 60, broken 60 seconds, has been black flag for passing under a code 35, and they're not responding to that black flag. They're continuing to trying to raise them. Their team has been trying to raise them on their comms and not able to raise that driver to get them to come in. And they don't seem to be acknowledging the black flag either. So race control, understandably, not very happy with that. Usually you get like 2, maybe 3 laps of grace, and then you better get that car in, or you're going to have even more trouble on your hands than just the black flag.
Well, they're coming by the front straightaway right here. I can see them, so I can see a race director, Andy's in there
taking
throwing
another lap.
Fit. He is trying to get that car in.
So, and I'm not sure where the black flag station is. I can see that on the tower. It's not there. Now, I don't know, somewhere around the racetrack they'll have what they call a black flag station where they'll signal you.
I think it's 14. I think it's the turn into roller coaster is usually where they have the number plate up there for you to tell you to come in. That's where they've done it in the past. So we'll have to see if what's going on here. Is Flat Out Nemesis is in some heavy traffic right here.
Yeah, and Parts Badger, they've got their hands full. Eddie Vedder seems to have some clear sailing for a moment. That sun actually starting to get low. Yesterday didn't seem like it looked like it was much of a challenge from our camera views, but boy, you know, there are some angles here on the racetrack, especially as you're up there around roller coaster, where that sun really is coming into the cockpit now.
Well, I think it was a little more overcast yesterday and it wasn't as bright. So I think as the sun goes down, because it's going to set a little earlier, I think that's going to be something the drivers that finish are going to have to deal with And as we can see, the crew guy again
coming out with a sign.
They're trying like a reflective or something.
They're doing everything they can to get his attention as they come by. So we'll see if we can catch up with them. This ought to be entertaining.
All right. What he's telling him is, all right, we know he's not coming in. You can't throw this at him. You can't throw it at his windshield, but you know, don't blind him. And that's him, I believe, coming down the back straightaway.
Yeah, I think I caught up with him here. He's heading up to the top of the hill here.
Yeah, you're not kidding. The tunnel vision, you know, really, and that happens sometimes where you just get hyper-focused, but this is another reason why it's very important to have two-way radio communication with your drivers. I mean, obviously things happen where the radio cords can become disconnected or go over a curb and something can happen and can kick a connection loose, but you really got to pay attention, and that's something that gets taught with keeping your eyes up and always paying attention to what's going on. Let's see if he can... Well, that's Wilson Daly going by. That shade of green I saw for a second. So here he goes. Let's see if he gets him this time. They're waving at him. Look at the light. Look at the shiny light. Look at the shiny light. He's a race car driver. He shouldn't miss that. The older gentleman with the blue hat. He's like very stern. He was yelling. He gave him the face. If he didn't see that, I wouldn't want that guy. That's the guy I'd want pulling me back from a fight on a short track on a Saturday night.
Well, we'll see if that gets the message across. I don't know. What do you think when someone holds up a shiny plate to you? I don't know. Hi.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I would think as a race car driver. Oh, hi, shiny. Ooh, it's new. Oh, I'm in trouble. Okay. I should probably come get my wrist slapped, and you know, if this keeps up, I might get his wristband cut off for the rest of the weekend. You're done. We'll see you at the next one. See some good 3-wide action coming down here. Almost 3-wide. Sun's out, guns out, and Wheels of America headed down the front straightaway.
There's the Porsche, one of the Salins cars, headed down the backstretch, and Money Shift Racing in tow. We haven't talked much about Money Shift. Their battle still in play here. Shown in 6th place overall, as they are in high-speed pursuit of a national championship title, coming off that big win at Pit Race. This team's got a lot of momentum coming into this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, they've just absolutely been on cloud 9 since that victory at Pit Race, and this has been a big weekend for them. I mean, to be in contention for a championship, nice move right there to get by that BMW. But this team is another one where they are just consistently up front. We always see them top 10s, top 5s, podium finishes. There's a reason the drivers and the teams that are in contention for this championship are where they are today, and it's because of the consistent, but it's hard work. I mean, the drivers put in the work to train and get ready for this, but it's also the time and the effort and the R&D that's done at the shop and testing and prep that goes into getting to these events. I mean, it's not just show up and hope for the best. I mean, obviously Lady Luck has to be on your side, but there's so many things that go on behind the scenes with these teams that a lot of the viewers, I don't think you realize. But you know, days like today, it pays dividends.
You can hear the tires screeching and hopping across the pavement as and the grip must be pretty decent out there. Oh, you can see the car twist just a little bit there as he gets back to the power now.
It's the advantage to the front wheel drive. It starts to come around, smash the gas, and it'll straighten out.
Nice swing around the outside as he gets ready for the climbing S's. Under the bridge we go, and now it's time to go up the hill.
And you'll hear this Honda, it'll just stay flat all the way up through here. Just straight line it using those curbs. Might a slight lift right here. A little bit of brake, downshift probably to 4th gear. Going to try to get right to the bumper of this Miata. Should be able to easily, doesn't even have to worry about out-braking him. Able to clear. Now he's going to catch a gaggle of cars here.
Whoa.
Nice move there. Swung to the outside of Rockwell, one of the Salins cars. Well, we got a car off there in the dirt. And it's one of, is that flat out Nemesis that was off there? I saw a car with no top.
I saw a wing. I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, different car. But it might be that BMW that's got the really cool...
Oh, the Z, yeah.
paint job on it that was out there. It's kind of hard to see from our vantage point with the camera. Man, really hauling the mail in that Civic. You can hear the cars ahead, the revving downshift.
One of the Miatas just got some grass there as it tried to go by Simon Says.
Yeah, Simon Says there to the left. They're hauling the mail down into Hog Pen all together here.
And it's hard to pass through here, but if you can get to the throttle quick, get to the bumper. I mean, obviously, Salins is going to have a little bit of legs right here to just kind of pull down the straightaway. But then on the top end, you can hear that VTEC kick in that Honda.
Honda's doing good coming out of that corner.
It's got a good draft off of the Salins car, and it's going to go by. They'll go by the 7 Spade car, I believe, the Simon Says car.
Here we go.
Well, got to show patience right here. You could try to swing to the left, but the problem is you got the BMW there on the outside, the 113. That's the heel and toe Warriors in Motions car, one of their 3 entries this weekend. Same here, too. Salins is still braking really early. I think that's the 943 car that we were talking about. Yeah, they're really, must be just one of the drivers. They may just not be very comfortable in that car, or they're trying to show patience. Ducked inside another BMW right there. Adam's doing a great job in this car, but he's a regular driver with Money Shift, and he knows the Civic very, very well.
So Eddie Vedder leads the race over Rockwell Autosport Development. This is the national championship race. Then it's Team Salin catch-up, then the Mustard car, Parts Badger, Money Shift Racing, Wilson Daily Racing, Brew Crew, Sarburns, Fuse 15, and Race Right as the number 715 of Rockwell Autosport Development comes down the pit lane, getting ready to head back out to join in the 7-hour race.
And let's go ahead and do a check-in real quick. Best FTD on the day, fast time of the day, No Foo Racing, 2:17.77. That is your race leader on the 7-hour side today. So a great run for these guys. They took the lead over from Flat Out Nemesis. Tell you what, those guys in that Miata are having a heck of a day. Madwag Racing in tow. But that's one of our championship guys. So, and then 45th parallel. Schumacher Taxis up into the 4th position over there on the, I believe because the Madwag guys are still, maybe they're taken out of the championship. Okay, never mind. So Madwag is in contention for the Sunday championship with 45th Parallel Racing. And then so Schumacher Taxi is up to the 5th position, followed by MMR Racing, Wheels America 999 car, G-Unit Racing in their Infinity is up to 8th, 2244 Motorsports in the Mustang up to 9th, and Brew Crew's sister entry in the 244 is up to the 10th place. And then not far behind them is Chump Change, who just ran their fastest time of the day here, 2:21.61, followed by RVA Graphics in the 411. Rockwell Autosport in the 715 has slipped all the way down to 13th. Paulie, they were leading this earlier, just not that long ago. They must have run into a bit of a problem. Last lap was a 7:22, so I think they had to come in and not sure if it was a planned pit stop or if they had to come in for something, but with dropping as far as they did, I would suspect they had a problem. And then 901 Motorsport in the 903. Orange Crush Racing is 15th. Spade 7, I said that wrong earlier. That's the Simon Says car. They're having a pretty good day. They're up to 16th overall.
Nice job, guys. Way to go.
A little bit farther back here, and we got a few EC cars mixed in here. Bimmer Performance Center, Sennhauser Racing, Logan Sennhauser and his guys, 18th. Another fast time of the day right there. 3 of them lit up here on my board. Sennhauser, 2:29.09. Lay-in Pipe Racing with a 2:18.70. And then Club Motorhead, the 603 Mazda Miata, 2:24.61. It's been an adventurous day for those guys. John Allen Special is over there. Are they still? I guess John Allen Special is not in contention for the championship any longer at this point. So they're in 21st. Parkway Euro, Rolling Roadblock, Corsair. Section 8's mixed in there as well. The Fisted Fiesta team. And then the Warriors and Motions guys are still out there turning laps. We got the Enterprise, the Green Machine. Tough break for Weeby Racing. They were leading this earlier, and they've now fallen down to 32nd in the running order.
That's tough. I noticed the 715 of Rockwell not moving quite to the pace as the cars around them, so it seems to be dropping back quite a bit. They just got off of pit road. And Dylan's saying time to warm up a bit for some Champ Car. Yeah, come on in out of the cold and watch some racing with us.
So we are approaching the 2 hour to go mark here at Virginia International. As we see Brew Crew Racing making some moves. They just went by race right down the front straightaway of our booth here.
And you can see Eddie Vedder continuing to stretch their lead.
See some good racing right here. Possibly going to go 3 wide. Nope. Back to single file as they work by the Spade 7 car. That's that Simon Says car. That's it's an Acura, Polly. So, and Andy we're on board with Race Right. Andy at the wheel. They're third in their class right now, and they're running 11th or 12th in the overall. They're having a pretty good day. I know Patricia was a little concerned, Patricia Billings, Pat's wife, said they were a little concerned about not having I think they were a little concerned about pace, but also concerned about just not having time to make up. So last lap was a 2:24, but they're having a pretty good race so far. And, sometimes attrition in the last couple hours of these races can be something you really got to worry about. So we'll have to keep an eye and see. But I think if they can catch a little bit of luck, I think they still have a shot at a top 10. But it's going to be interesting. That sunlight is getting really, really bad at the top of the hill there, and that's going to really mess with drivers as they try to get that entry right into the corner, like right there. It looked like Andy might have gone a little wide. I don't know if that was intentional, but he may be able to slide inside of Rockwell right here. He's there at the door. Nope, you're fine.
Go ahead. I was just catching some tire smoke over there. Thought we had something, but we didn't.
No problem, buddy.
The Rockwell car is actually number 1 car has been reported as having some issues with their door. And thought they were trying to fix the driver's door while they were driving, that it was coming open on them. And that's the Rockwell car I saw that was moving slowly, I think.
Paulie, I'm looking at the race log. It looks like the 10 car just got a black flag as well.
Yeah, the 10 car is actually for a window net infraction. The window net's come down.
Oh, got a car that just went off here. Got a car spun off to the right. That's the entry to Roller Coaster.
Yeah, we'll get down there and see if we can identify what's going on. Looks like it might have cleared already.
Everything's clear there in 10 and down at Oak Tree. I think it was near Roller Coasters where it was there in 14. So we'll try to get to one of those cameras here.
Oh, here we have it's Brew Crew.
Oh, that's a championship car, one of the 86 car.
Yeah, it's Brew Crew there up against the belt there.
Paulie, do you remember when we were here for the 24? Remember that he was either the 86 or the 244 had an issue in this same section. It went off not there in the entry of the corner, but on the other side. That has been a trouble spot for Brew Crew this season here at VIR. That is nosed in hard.
Now, this is the time for Rockwell to get in and fix that door. As Drop Gear was mentioning, hey, that cost them a position. That is a big deal.
That is a big deal.
Door issue for the number 1, the reigning national champion. This is the opportunity to get in and get that fixed real quick before they can. In fact, he is in the pits. Just as I mentioned that, I see him coming down pit road. They've decided to duck in. They just happen to be in the right spot on the racetrack. Who says Lady Luck doesn't count in racing, as they ducked into the pits to get that car repaired before they get back out. And the number 10 car also suffering an infraction for having a window net down. They're going to be bringing that car in.
Not a good last 5 minutes for Rockwell. That's going to change things substantially. Paulie, that's going to elevate Team Salem catch-up within about 3 laps of Eddie Vedder. Looks like one of the Rockwell cars is headed back out. I believe that's the 10 car. Yeah, so the 10 car is headed back out onto the racetrack. One of the Section 8 cars is in as well for service. I think there's a Rockwell addition. I think the 1 car is in as well, but it's hard to see with some of the pop-ups. We'll have to get our buddy Les Moore on that, as I can see him. He is headed down that way right now.
Oh, is he? Okay. Yep. He was right behind me a minute ago. He's everywhere.
He pulled a sneaky on us, Paulie. He got out of there, and he's back in the action.
All right.
So we're still waiting on the safety crew was there attending to the 86 car. The front end of that car, folks, is mangled up pretty good in the right front. Again, don't see a ton of urgency. Looks like the driver's okay. Probably just a little bit of pride hurt and frustration. But again, we saw this issue with their cars in this same section when we were here for the 24-hour. I believe it was Derek or Matt in the car with the I think it might have been the 244. They came in there and they had something break and it snapped. So you got to wonder if something happened in that same section, but instead of going off to the left, it threw the car to the right. We'll have to see if we can get clarification on that from Kate, Arjun, and the rest of their team. But looks like it's going to end their championship bid chances today, which is a tough break for that team. That was your winner, that 86 car. I believe that was your CMP Saturday winner. So another BMW win on the year, their lone victory, but unfortunately ended their chances. So a tough break for those guys.
Yeah, EV crew there to get that sorted out so that we can get back to racing here.
So we'll have to see. We're starting to see a lot more action here, folks. We're getting close to 2 hours to go. Should be getting into that final fuel stop window to get these things packed full of fuel, get it ready to go, and then hammer down to the finish. But the question will be, too, how hard with this, as long as these teams have been going, we'll have to see what happens as far as attrition and just wear and tear on these cars. Can they make it for the last 2 hours without problems? And it's going to be interesting to find out. Yes, I mean, it'll be interesting. We don't know Salen's strategy, but code 35 would be the way to go. But at the same time, look at the clock too. It's outside of 2 hours. Max driver stint is a 2 hour stint, so. Yeah, you get the 5 minutes, but also, too, they're a fast car, they're fuel load, they're having to play catch-up, so you're going to burn a little bit more fuel in your consumption, so may not be time to pit yet. If you were out front and you had a gap, yeah, you could probably go that way, but when you're playing catch-up, it's not as easy because we know that car can't go full 2 hours.
Well, let's see if we can see anything from the in-car video here as we roll this forward. I'm not sure we're on the proper lap. It looked like actually something might have broke as he put that left tire off.
That's what's got me wondering if that same thing happened, what happened to the 244 when we were here at the 24. It was in the exact same spot. Everything looks normal here. He's kind of, corrections on the wheel.
Right, we saw something. It looked like, Kyle, almost like a hard vibration, like something broke on the right rear, but I don't see that up there on the car when he was parked in the grass. But tell me what you think here, Kyle, as he comes up to the top of the hill here again.
He's coming down the back straightaway. Everything looks normal. He's up to fifth gear, high gear, gaining speed, going up the hill, headed toward the brake zone. Again, I just suspect something broke. Just based on the way the car turned. So he's under braking.
Ooh,
he got
right
on
there,
the brakes.
right there. Did you see that
thump?
what?
I wonder if he got on the brakes late.
Oh, man.
I wonder if it wheel hopped.
Oh, no. This has to be something worse than that.
Can you back it up a second? Because I'm wondering if it wheel hopped. Because I wonder if he broke late, downshifted, and it wheel hopped on him. And the only reason I say that is just because of how quick the car turned like that. Or it could have been something broke in the right rear. But just as aggressive as that was, let's see here.
Yeah, I'm not. It's not even on his foot.
Okay,
he's not even
he
on
hasn't
the shifter.
shifted. Okay.
He's
I think
just,
something broke.
He's just along for the ride there, yeah. Once it let go, he knew he was in trouble, and he just put his hands on his helmet. It's like, hopefully I don't break a hand.
Which is that was a smart move to get his hands away from the wheel. As hard as a hit as that was, that would have not been good.
He really is moving here.
I think something broke in the right rear of that car. Again, that happened to the sister car, but on the left side, because when they came into there in the 24, it snapped in the left side and sent the car off to the left side of the track and was kind of off the first part of the corner. So, yeah, that's a tough break for Derek. Hopefully he's okay. See him moving around.
Yeah, I think it's one of these things that I got to say, just a tip of the hat to VIR for the safety. That's a very fast part of the racetrack, and for that to turn out the way that it did is just another indication of how well designed the racetrack is to keep us safe with those belted tires.
Well, let's give a tip of the cap too to the Brew Crew team and for building a safe car. I mean, that too. I mean, obviously VIR for the stuff here, but let's give them a tip of the cap for building a safe car and everything to where he's going to walk away from that just fine. He's got some big action here. Flat Out Nemesis working by Black Flag Sarcoma and their 106 car. We saw them stranded earlier, but they're back in the action.
And with that, we'll take another quick commercial break.
All right, now we're supposed to be at commercial. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We will be right back with the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, folks. Hang with us.
I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Welcome to Parts Badger, where we want to be your online machine shop. Through our online platform, we connect our global manufacturing capacity to your fingertips. You can request a quote, place an order, manage your parts, and even share that information with a colleague right online. If you prefer, you can work with our experienced team of sales representatives who are supported by our design engineers and project managers as well. Whether your project's big or small, simple or complex, Parts Badger can get it done. See if we can help your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's Zero 360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
In the zone, AutoZone.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. An hour and 50 minutes roughly remain in this race at Virginia International Raceway. It's the national championship race here at VIR. Thanks for joining us today, folks. Hope you're having a fantastic weekend with Kyle Lockrow, Les Epps, and myself calling the race for you. Parts Badger still wailing away at it, trying to chase everybody down here. Far from giving up on this effort.
Parts Badger still digging, trying to catch these guys. They're still in 5th. A bit off of Eddie Vedder. I don't think they're gonna have enough time to make this up, but they're trying as much as they can to figure it out. So as we see him heading down the back straightaway here, looks like it's kind of evened out a little bit. So yeah, that is, so Paulie, I pulled up the Sunday race so we could do a little bit of a class breakdown and give everybody a little bit of an indication of what's going on. So let's give you, we know Eddie Vedder continues to lead by 3 laps over Salem Ketchup, and then 5 laps up over Rockwell, which is your defending champion for the 2024 season, and then Team Salem Mustard, and then Parts Badger, who we're on board with. So let's run through the classes here. So No Foo Racing continues to lead in the A class over Wheels America by a lap, and then Madwag is on the same lap as well as Wheels America Racing. Best lap separated by about half a second, so that'll be a good fight for second place and the middle to bottom step of the podium. B class is continued to be led, and the overall leader on the 7-hour of Flat Out Nemesis over the John Allen Special in B class, with Fisted the Fiesta Racing Team rounding out the podium. Simon Says with Spade 7 in 4th in the B class, and then onto our C class.
Oh yeah, sorry.
No, you're fine.
I just clicked it. Takes a second. There you
go. And then the 244 Brew Crew. Right now, unfortunately, it was a tough day for the 86 on the championship side after that incident. But right now, they are on pace to win the C class on the 7-hour side. So a good run for that team over 45th Parallel Racing and Rockwell Autosport Development. And then 2244 Motorsports, the 2009 Mustang, is leading the D class over Broken 62nd Racing. And then we'll check out our buddies in A class.
I thought we did
Or I'm sorry, F class. I'm tired and apparently can't read.
It's all right. Trying to get over there.
No, you're fine. All right, M2R holds a healthy lead over Flat Earth Racing, so if everything stays the same there, they should get that. And Land Pipe Racing, Bill Petro's guys have worked themselves up into the lead there over Section 8 Racing. A great run today for Section 8 Racing in the 626. They have both surpassed Bimmer Performance. Paulie, look at that battle. All top three of the podium separated by 20.5 seconds.
Yeah.
We're really going to have to monitor that closely.
It's good to see Bimmer Performance doing well this weekend. Obviously, Bimmer Performance, just a great resource for us BMW guys.
So Flat Out Nemesis leads in the overall over 2244 Motorsports, and then No Foo Racing in third, Brew Crew Racing fourth, and Madwag rounds out your top five. And then 45th Parallel Racing over Rockwell, their 715 car, the 999 at Wheels America Racing in eighth, the 411 RVA Graphics in ninth, and Schumacher Taxi Service hangs on to the top 10 here in the Sunday special.
Yeah, I'm back over on the National Championship race. We got Eddie Vedder leading over Team Salem catch-up. Then it's the Rockwell #1 car. They got back out there after that door fiasco. Then it's the Mustard car, the number 943 in fourth place with Parts Badger behind them in fifth, followed by Money Shift Racing, Wilson Daily Racing, Team Troxel in eighth, Fuse 15, and Sarburns in 10th. Did I call out? Yeah, it looks like they got that thing fixed. So there's a rundown for you. Hopefully that's brings some folks up to speed. If you want to follow along with your favorite teams, you can do so over at race-monitor.com, or you can check out the Red Mist app as well, the Red Mist website, to see if you can find our standings there. Just look for the Champ Car Endurance Series. There's going to be two events in there, one for the National Championship and one for the 7-hour endurance race today.
So I'm going to go ahead and throw this into the chat if you guys want to follow along and be able to check lap times. Red Mist Racing should be event 88. If it doesn't come up, if it doesn't react, just pull the redmist.racing out of that, put it in your favorite browser of choice, click on it, and then like Paulie said, go to Champ Car, navigate from there. You can easily find it. So Paulie, Eddie Vedder is stretching this lead out there. A 3-lap lead now over Team Salem. Let's take a look at the lap times. Last lap for Eddie Vedder was a 2:11.5. Last lap for Team Salem in the 942 was a 2:18. Rockwell's last lap was a 2:15 as well. Eddie Vedder just seems like they're on cruise control at this point. Dan and the guys just seem to have found a good pace for the car that takes care of it. They're not slamming it off of any curves. I would say in the last hour and 46 minutes of this race, they need to just continue to be on a good pace. They need to just mind their P's and Q's in traffic. They have enough of a gap where they can pick their spots. Right here, well, we're going to split the middle here in some traffic, but the good thing is it's on a straightaway. But they need to just pick and choose their spots. They can afford, with a 3-lap lead, to back off a little bit, maybe wait a corner or two to get by some traffic. Don't put themselves in a position that can essentially eliminate them from a championship. So I think these guys are doing a great job. So coming down the hill here through Roller Coaster, coming up on Spade 7. Ooh, a little bit of tight there. I think that was one of the Wheels America Miatas. And see, that's what you got to be careful about, is in that position. Oh, it looks like we're going yellow here, Paulie. Not sure what's going on the racetrack. We'll have to find out.
Yeah, it says yellow flag full course. So most likely that means we're going to end up going to a purple 35, and there it is.
113 car is stopped in turn 1, Paulie. I just saw it on the marching ants. I didn't mean to cut you off there.
All right. Well, we'll take a look at our turn 1 camera, but I'm not sure if we can see anything there. I tell you, there's so much sunshine now coming into the tower here, it's getting a little difficult to see the screens, but I don't see that car there.
So if you go back to our turn 2 camera, the car is going to be off to our left, camera left, based on what I'm seeing on the GPS that Marching Ants is showing.
It looks like they're just under the hill there, aren't they?
Yeah, just off there. Because remember that, folks, if you've never been to VIR, if you leave the racetrack, the earth starts to kind of go down a little bit. It kind of goes away from you, so you can see the truck. The car is probably hidden back there because of the guardrail and because the elevation drops.
Yeah, they've got a couple rows of tire barriers back there and a giant catch fence if you really get yourself into trouble, get down in there. So it looks like they're, like you said, Kyler, they're way over in 2 there, so must have slid off the racetrack as they were trying to get around the corner and just couldn't keep it on the track.
Tough break for those guys. And don't forget that as the Heel and Toe Warriors and Motions team, they got an amazing presence. That's our veterans that race with us at some of our events, especially here at VIR. We had Craig Wiggins from the group on yesterday, was talking about the promotion they're doing, their Toys for Tots drive. So if you guys get a chance before you leave the facility today, run out, go get some toys you can donate, be a great opportunity to provide a Christmas for some underprivileged children, and it's amazing what those guys do. Every time we see them, they're always doing something for somebody else.
Well, it kind of reminds me of you and Tanya, really, because you don't just talk about these things. You go out and you do these things, so Kyle reached out to me yesterday. Hey, did you want to do anything for Toys or Tots? And I said, yeah, absolutely. Just send them, say we're going to go shopping. So picked up some stuff and dropped them off. So props to you, Kyle and family, for the way that you act on, you don't just talk the talk, you walk the walk.
Well, I mean, we appreciate it. I mean, we know if we were in that position, we'd appreciate if people did that for us. But we like to do that. We're big supporters of our veterans. As both of our Salen's cars are in, Ketchup and Mustard in for, looks like this is probably going to be their final driver changes. Say, dropped gear. Hey, look, code 35, they're in, and they're inside, and with that 5 minutes, they should be able to put the hammer down and roll. But yeah, we just like to do that, and we made sure to pick up stuff all from. It's all from. Sorry about that. We had somebody come into the booth. I think they were looking for race control. So what we were saying is they were looking for. We're always trying to help, and everybody from ChampCar.Live, Paulie, myself, Les, we all contributed and wanted to give to that and wanted to help give some kids a great Christmas.
Yep, absolutely.
So still under code 35 here at Virginia International Raceway for the 8+7 Winter Classic that also consists of our national championship. We will, for the first time, I don't think probably in our series history, Paulie, we're going to crown our champion in the same calendar year, correct?
I don't remember doing them back-to-back like this. In fact, it's been a long time. Yeah, I remember. If we've done it, it's been so long ago, I don't even remember. I started racing in Champ Car back in 2013. So I don't remember doing a championship on the same. I don't know. It was a long time ago when John Condren was in charge back then.
Oh, thank you, Timothy. We appreciate that. Yeah, it's we just like to give back. We know it's important, and yeah, we like to walk the walk as well. So we just like to spread it out there, and especially supporting the Warriors in Motion. I mean, those guys, they served our country. They did a lot for us. But as we see Flat Out Nemesis coming in for their final pit stop of the day,
everybody's taking advantage of this.
Yeah,
this is the godsend everybody was waiting for, with an hour and 40 minutes left.
And that's your overall leader, folks, on the 7-hour side, and they are also your leader on the B-class side for that for today's 7-hour race. As we see Salem still in the pits, just obviously you have to do. They're in. They took fuel, so they have to do their mandatory 5 minutes. So now the question will be, you put your fast driver in at the end, whoever you're going to have take it to the checker. Salins is in a position where they're 4 laps back now, but Eddie Vedder, I believe, still will have to come in. They have not made their final pit stop yet. So the goal for Salins at this point is get out there I'll guarantee you it's probably, either Will or Wayne Nonemaker in the car to finish, probably from the fire suit I'm seeing. So what he's going to do is once he goes green, he's going to go like gangbusters and just start pushing that car, probably seeing qualifying type laps out of those Porsches to try to make up some ground, because they want to push it as hard as they can, because while Eddie Vedder has to sit for that mandatory 5 minutes for the fuel stop, they're going to want to gain as much ground as they can. So, and then on the other side of that, Eddie Vedder has to have a very good last stop. They have to make sure they don't run into any issues or anything that costs them time, as we are going back green, Paulie.
Yeah, this is wild. We've got the picture-in-picture with Salen's leading, trying to get back onto the racetrack. Actually, they got a car pulling in front, so they waited for that. Now they're going to head back out to head back onto the racetrack, and we're already back to green with the leader of the race.
So coming through the NASCAR bend, which is turn 3 here at VIR. You can see him staying very shallow, because you want to tend to straddle those curbs if you have a car that is durable. Now he may get caught up a little bit here. That Miata went a touch wide. I think that's Madwag Motorsports in the 251. But see, right here, he can just kind of pedal it a little bit, and now he's got the legs. Yep, that's Madwag with a pretty beat-up hood there. Paulie, weren't they? I think they might have been involved in that incident up at the top of the hill.
Yeah, there were so many cars that got caught up in that snarl. Very well could have been, Kyle. And Billy Salen letting us know Wayne in the ketchup car, probably Joe Salen in the mustard car. The guy's not sure where his dad's at. But yeah, thanks for the update there, Billy.
We appreciate that. Yep. Good run out of the corner there for Eddie Vedder, going by Parkway Euro and one of the Rockwell cars. Paulie, I just was looking for our championship teams. Team Troxel has worked themselves up into the top 10. Good run today for those guys. Last lap was a 2:17.89. Let's see how far back they are from the... See if I can find it here. Not far back from Sarburns. Let me update this. There we go. Team Troxel is up to 10th. They are one lap back from Sarburns Autosport, so possibly a good battle here for 9th place. And let's keep an eye real quick too while on that EC battle for Sunday's race, because that's getting to be really exciting. We saw those guys were within about 20 seconds of each other, and yeah, we have 3 cars on the same lap together in EC, with Bimmer Performance Center now out front over Section 8 that's in the 626, leading over Green Machine. So we're really going to have to keep an eye on that race. Let's see what the separation is. Still on board with Eddie Vedder. See him working traffic here.
Coming up through the snake, and it looks like Flat Out Nemesis leaving the pits now. You can see on the Less is More cam. Thanks, Les, for getting us all the big happenings down there in the pits. As we're on board with Eddie Vedder. Boy, it's been a stellar weekend for them. Can they hold this thing together all the way to the end of this race today? An hour and 36 minutes unofficially remain in the contest. Down the hill here for Oak Tree again. Setting up these 2 cars for the pass, just patient through here. And he's going to drop the hammer and fade to the right. Fortunately, that Miata saw him coming and just went ahead and stayed left. I think he was interested in setting up that BMW for the pass, but gave room to the leader of the race to come through. Yeah, thanks, Les, for those awesome shots down there on pit road as Eddie Vedder heads into roller coaster. Down the hill we go. they've done such a great job, too, of marshaling the lead of this race for so many laps, too. They've done a fantastic job of handling the pressure that comes along with leading the national title race. See him trying to, yeah, that is so tricky going through there. The track bends to the right at a very high rate of speed. He had a slower car to the inside. He had to make very sure that he didn't find himself running out of racetrack there and end up off in the grass. That would have been a disaster, but did a great job of just sawing through the wheel and just keeping the car on the racetrack. All right, through turn 3 now. Setting up for the 4A complex to 5. I believe that's 4A, and then that takes them into what we call the snake. They're S's, but they're quite a bit shallower than as you get up into the climbing S's. Slower through here. They try to stay on the throttle all the way through there. Setting up for a pass on another Miata. He's going to want to get over here, just set up the car perfectly for the S's, Kyle. If you don't get these S's right on the way in, doesn't that kind of blow it for the whole complex?
Yeah, you really have to set it up accordingly, because if you go too wide in one section, it throws off your balance, and then having to reset and adjust the car, and then at that point you really have to just get on the brakes. But if you go too far, you can actually put a tire off the racetrack, and there's a very significant drop off the curbs, and you can actually damage your car pretty good. So you really, if you have to in a heavier car like that, you might just have to lift a little bit or a little trail brake just to get the car settled, but you can straight line that pretty well if you set up properly.
That's probably what they want, is to go flat out all the way up there if they can, but it's a gut check at the top of the hill, isn't it?
It's very inviting to do so, but actually when you get toward the top of the hill, that right-hander, you really have to turn, and then the track kind of goes away from you a little bit, and you kind of have to give up a little bit. Plus, if you carry too much of that speed up there and the car's unsettled, as you come up to the crest, you have to get on the brakes to then make the left-hander for South Bend. So it's kind of a balance of manipulating the weight of your car and the transfer to not overstepping and getting yourself in trouble.
Yeah, they want to get set up nicely for that left-hander, and they can maybe push themselves into a situation. It's not really a good setup for that corner.
Yeah, it's for the lighter cars like Miatas and some of the cars that don't require the lifting, it's a little bit easier. But when you get a heavier car like Eddie Vedder, you're probably going to have to lift a little bit. You're going to have to adjust. Oh, nice move by Race right there on one of the BMWs.
Yeah, and his speed, too. He's probably carrying more speed than about anybody else on the racetrack up at the top of that hill. They've got the horsepower, and they've got the speed overall. As they're now they're on the tailgate of Race Right.
And just, again, they're showing just great patience and experience with this team. I believe that's Dan back behind the wheel of the car. And right here, he knows he's going to catch Race Right. Backed out of it. He knew he wasn't going to clear him in time. And it's not really going to kill his momentum too much, because he has to lift and ease out of it anyway to get through the S's. So that actually just allows him to reset himself, and he could smoothly get through there. And now he's not putting himself in a spot. Now he has enough time. He can monitor the closing rate to the traffic. He backed off a little bit early, knowing that he and Race Right, the 21, I believe that's either Andy or Dale, are going to catch these BMWs in front. Now he's on the straightaway where he can just get up through the gears, leg the car out. He knows he's got the strength here to get by, going by lay and pipe racing. Getting a pull from that BMW, going to pull left as he goes there, and then he'll get back in line. He may try to get that car. He may try to play another one as we come up over. He did, and then he'll probably ease up a little early, because the closing rates of the Escort are the 808 car. I forget which make that is. I'll have to check. But he's monitoring that really, really well. And then as you can see him, he just cleared him coming through. Blue flag being displayed for probably that 808 car and a couple others. But you see him now, he's trying to chase down the Brew Crew car. I believe that's the 244. That should be your C-Class leader on the 7-hour race side. Infinite Loop Racing. We haven't talked about those guys. It's the Contour.
What's on this?
I saw debris? I think it's a debris flag. There may be some debris, some type of fluid, or somebody might have kicked up some stuff down there. I noticed that last lap when we came through, but then all of a sudden as you exit turn 1, it goes back to green.
So with that, we'll take another commercial break as we reach the bottom of the hour, and we'll be back here in a few minutes. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. So much more to come. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George and Jr. are fed up. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today, but they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped them find a deal on the right parts.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Fly & Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Dave's twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Eddie Vedder leads this championship fight with Team Salem Ketchup, Rockwell Autosport Development, Team Salem Mustard, Parts Badger behind them in 5th place. Money Shift Racing also in the hunt behind them. And now we've found out that the classes will also be awarded national championship status as well for the championship race. So there's a lot on the line here.
So, Paulie, while we have a couple minutes as we're on board with our overall national championship leader, and then, just like normal for the 7-hour race, we will have our race winners and then our, podium finishers in each class. Paulie, let's maybe, when we get a chance here, let's do a rundown of our class leaders and all that.
A lot of smoke over here.
It looks like a lot of brake lockup getting into turn 1. Not sure who it was.
But, yeah, I can kick that pylon over to you so we can look at that.
All right, so while we got this pylon up here, let's go ahead and hit our... let's do our 7-hour guys real quick, because we know Eddie Vedder's got that healthy lead over there, but let's keep an eye on these battles. We don't want to forget about our buddies in the 7-hour race, because that's getting pretty dicey down there. So right now, 2244 Motorsports has the lead over. They're on the same lap as Flat Out Nemesis, and they are your D-Class leader on the 7-hour side. And then Flat Out Nemesis is your B-Class leader. Brew Crew has fallen down to 3rd in the overall, but I'm not sure if they have come in and made their last pit stop or if they still have one to go. 45th Parallel runs 4th. Madwag Motorsports in 5th. No Foo Racing in 6th. Rockwell Autosport Development in the 715 in 7th. RVA Graphics and Wraps in 8th. And a lot of headlight flashing as we go down the front straightaway from the one car, one of our championship contenders. RVA Graphics in 8th. Wheels America Racing, great run today for the 999 in 9th. And 901 Motorsport, the 903. We haven't talked much about Frank Reynolds guys this weekend. Been a little bit of touch and go for those guys, but they are up into the top 10 in the overall for the Sunday 7-hour. Let's go ahead and do a quick class rundown for you, let you know where your favorite competitors are. Madwag Motorsports leads the A-Class right now over No Foo Racing. They're on the same lap, only separated by 10.3 seconds, so we're really going to have to keep an eye on that. The only concern I'd have for Madwag would be the front-end damage that they have on that Miata. I wonder if that's a bit of a hindrance for them down straightaways, because I just saw No Foo Racing go by. Let's see. I think they're closing in on them. I think that damage is being a little bit of a buffer in the wind. Yep, it's down to 6.8 seconds, Paulie. We're going to have a battle on our hands for A-Class here on the other side. So we'll have to see if No Foo Racing, how quick they can get to them. I think the aero disadvantage on that Miata is, with these long straightaways, is causing them a problem. And then Wheels America Racing rounds out your A-Class podium. On to the B-Class here, folks. Flat Out Nemesis continues to lead B-Class over Fisted Fiesta Team. And then Spade 7, Paulie, Simon says, may get a podium finish today in the B-Class if everything rounds out, which is one of our fan favorites. On to C-Class. Brew Crew Racing in the 244 continues to lead that over 45th Parallel Racing and the 715. One of the Rockwell trios is rounding out that podium, so good run for those guys. On to D-Class. 2244 Motorsports, your overall leader in the 7-hour, is leading your D-Class pretty handily by about 18 laps over broken 60 seconds. And then, unfortunately, Bluestone Racing is 4th in that class, so it looks like they will round out the podium, although they haven't had much success today. Let's take a look at our friends down here in the F class. M2R Motorsports right now is poised by about 21 laps over Flat Earth Racing to take the F class win. And then Flat Earth will be guaranteed the middle spot on the podium. And then let's take a look at that tight battle in the EC here. Bimmer Performance Center has got a lap gap now over, it keeps bumping between Land Pipe Racing. I don't know what's going on there. There's a little bit of a glitch in our system. Not sure what's going on here. It's interesting. Might be a transponder issue, but Bimmer Performance Center is leading this race in EC by a lap over Section 8 Racing. I got to say, great run for Alan Martin's guys today. We know they've had a lot of mechanical issues this year, but great to see them having a good run. And the Green Machine rounding out your EC podium. So got through that. So, Paulie, let's go ahead and go back to our championship competitors, and let's give our fans and friends here following along what the update is there. You want to do that for us?
Okay, so it looks like we've got Eddie Vedder leading the overall, then followed by Team Salem Ketchup, Rockwell Autosport Development, Team Salem Mustard, Parts Badger, followed by Money Shift Racing, Wilson Daily Racing in 7th. Then it's Fuse 15, Sarburns Autosports, and Team Troxel now in 10th place.
And then your overall champion right now, if things stay the way they are, Eddie Vedder will take, at that point, if they can hold for another hour and 20 minutes, the national championship overall, and they will be your D-Class champion. Most likely, they're probably going to, I guarantee you they're going to take your D-Class championship because they're the only D-Class car there, but we'll make that more official as we get closer. And then Team Salem Ketchup right now leads in the C-Class, so they're poised to take the C-Class championship. And then Parts Badger, if they can hang on over Money Shift, that's going to be tight. We need to see how much they're separated by. That could be a tight battle. And then Fuse 15 right now leads over by 1:57 seconds over Sarburn, so not much room for error there. Fuse 15 really has to make sure that they keep all their P's and Q's. Whoa, a lot of handful of wheel there by Flat Out Nemesis coming out of Oak Tree. And then Race Right Silver Bullet hanging on to the podium. And then, like we said, Parts Badger in the B class. About a 2-lap lead, so they have a little bit of a cushion, but not enough breathing room yet. There's still room for them to catch up with an hour and 18 to go. And then our F class leader right now is N2R. It's the only F class car left in the championship fight after Wittenauer was forced to withdraw due to the mechanical. So they are poised and most likely will take your F class national championship. But again, unofficial at this point. We'll make it more official later. EC again does not qualify for that national championship, but they are in their own fight on the 7-hour side with Bimmer Performance Center and others. So folks, you've hung with us this long. We're in for a fight. We got a close battle. We know Eddie Vedder's still hanging on here. Let's transition back real quick to the 7-hour race, and let's take a look at that tight battle we got going on here in A class. Down to 4.5 seconds. No Foo Racing is slowly catching up. Eddie Vedder's in for their final pit stop. This is your champion. We'll have to keep an eye on this. So Madwag leads by about 4.5 seconds over No Foo on the A-Class side for the 7-hour. So folks, keep an eye. That's going to be a tight battle. If you're a Madwag or No Foo fan, might want to strap your TV or computer down because it's going to get exciting here in a few laps. Eddie Vedder in the pits for their final pit stop.
Yep. Yeah, no doubt. This is going to be their final pit stop. This is it. Once that driver leaves, it's going to be completely in their hands. The national championship title will be on the line. They're checking everything on this car to make sure that it's all completely ready to go. They're not wasting any time, but they've got about 5 minutes for that driver to sit there until it's time to for them to leave since they entered the pit lane.
And it's agonizing. You can see the clock going up there at 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Now, the advantage to this, Paulie, is they're right at the exit of pit road. So essentially at about the 4:45 or 4:50 mark, you can just ease your way down there. Hopefully they can check it and get you checked.
Yeah, I'm liking how he's getting his wristband ready to go before he shows up at pit out. That means the driver has his head ahead of the game. You've got to keep your head ahead of the race car. You start falling behind, and that's when the mistakes happen, and that's what starts to really cost you. There's the countdown. They're cutting them loose.
Yep, right at the 5-minute mark, and right there, that was perfect.
He
well
needs to
executed.
obey the bend line and watch his mirrors as he comes out. We don't want any silly mistakes because this is for all the marbles, folks.
Nicely done. Stayed right all the way down to turn 1. These guys have experience. They've been in ChampCar. They know VIR very well. So this isn't anything new for them. We'll have to see what things look like the next time they come across the start-finish line to see what that gap is to Team Salem Ketchup. Paulie, I'm checking on that battle. I know I keep going back and forth. It's down to 2.9 seconds in that A-class for that Sunday race, guys. No Food just keeps cutting in. I think the saving grace for Madwag is through the corners, because it's a Miata, they can still corner pretty well, but down the straightaways, I feel like that hood bow and that damage is just, it's absolutely drag that is slowing them down substantially.
Yeah, Troy Trulio was telling us this is a track where you're on the gas a lot. You're just really winding out that motor for several seconds before you go to the brakes. And so you really do want that aero to work well for you. It could definitely cost you some time here.
And you don't think about it. When you think of VIR, you don't think of aero, but how many times when we go to here, Road Atlanta,
the Enterprise found the dirt there at the exit. It's like they're going to back out. Oh, boy, that's not a great idea.
I wonder if he got in a little quick. I mean, at least the good thing is hopefully he can get the car rolling. Yep, he's found first gear. I bet you he got in there a little quick or got caught in there and just slid off track.
Yeah.
But good news for Eddie Vedder, though, because that's the last thing they wanted was to see, because they want to be able to get out there and start getting some time. It looks like so far the separation is 2 laps, but folks, we got to give it a lap because we don't have live, scoring line loops around the racetrack to where it's constantly updated. We only get updates as they hit the line with the transponders, so we want to give you an accurate depiction, plus let things cycle out after the pit stop. That last lap time, 7:14, that's included with the in and the out in the pit, so just keep that in mind. So looks like Eddie Vedder just hit the line. It looks like it's going to be about 2, I would say just a touch over 2 laps. And the reason I say that is because Team Salen's, I think, Ketchup hit the line and it flipped down to 1 lap back, and then Eddie Vedder hit it and it went back to 2. So probably 2 and change is what I'm thinking. And it's not much in the change department. Last lap for Eddie Vedder, obviously getting up to speed, was a 2:23. Last lap for Team Salen Ketchup was a 2:13.58. Last lap for Team Rockwell was a 2:13.60, and they're only a lap back from Team Salen Ketchup. So Eddie Vedder really just has to continue to be on their toes and just keep an eye on things. And these guys have done a great job of it today. So 2244 Motorsports continues to lead the Sunday race. We talked to John Curley earlier today. He was telling us about his adventures from working in the NASCAR side of things, and now he's transitioned over to road racing. And it looks like maybe some of that NASCAR experience is paying off here. Remember, we're only a couple hours north of Charlotte, North Carolina, which is kind of the hub for stock car racing. So I bet this is exciting for these guys to potentially come away with a win in their home territory. The only other track pretty close that we would run would be Charlotte Motor Speedway on the Roval or Carolina Motorsports Park in Kershaw, South Carolina, just about an hour south of Charlotte. So I bet this will be cool if they can pull off a win at home. As we see 45th Parallel trying to get around to BMW, weren't able to do it, didn't have the legs, but now Eddie Vedder's trying to work through this traffic. They backed off, nice move there, stay in single file, knowing they have time. Again, don't want to put yourself in a position or get boxed in and cost yourself time. Maintaining that 2-lap lead over Team Salen. Going to get held up here a little bit. Showing good patience. Coming up out of Hog Pen. Able to clear the 113 car. Looks like they were able to get that car back moving again. Eddie Vedder up into 5th gear and rolling down the straightaway. Little security pump on that brake pedal. Make sure they still got what they need. And headed back into turn 1. A little bit farther back in the order. Great run today for Wilson Daly Racing. I know Chris and Brad wanted to really contend for that championship, but these guys, last lap was a 2:13.7. Great run for them. They're 9 laps back of Eddie Vedder at this point, but 4th in the C-Class. I mean, these guys were up against a big dog fight. Remember, they were fighting hard and were in the top 5 at Daytona earlier this year. They were pretty competitive at Watkins Glen when we saw them, and it's great to see. I mean, it's a tall order to keep up with some of these cars, but they've done a really good job of it. They're only a lap back of money shifts, so there's still a lot on the line if they can hang on. But a great showing for these guys, and we're glad they came down from New York to be part of this, and look forward to seeing more of them this season. Fuse 15, going to be a tight battle there between Fuse 15 and Sarburns. I believe they're separated by about a lap. Yep, that is correct. So again, Fuse 15 has to keep the pressure, you know, off from Sarburns off of them. They got to make sure they don't fold under that pressure. The best lap for Fuse was a 2:17. Best for Sarburns was a 2:14.4. So we'll have to monitor those lap times and see where they sit at this point. And then Team Troxel about 25.2 seconds back of Sarburns. So they're just continuing to gain ground. Last lap was a 2:20.83. Sarburns might have just come off pit road with that 2:29, not sure. Take a look here. Nope, that was a green flag lap for them. They probably got held up in some traffic. They've been averaging about 2:27, 2:29. Yeah, they probably got held up with a little traffic. But it looks like Team Troxel is on pace to pick up the 9th position. Oh, looks like we have yellow on the racetrack, Paulie.
Yeah. Thought I heard someone come over our walkie and say at the top of the S's, the car might be in the wall.
I'm showing a stop 693 car on the racetrack. It is up at, the top of the S's. Oh, big hit, Paulie, into the tire barrier.
Well, he's steaming pretty good at least.
So down to a code 35 here.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see what happened. That's a tough part of the racetrack late in the day. So looks like they're headed out there to test to that. Bruker racing in the pits. Looked like Arjun just got out of the 244. I believe that is still your C-Class leader on the 7-hour side. So they're having a good showing today.
Parks Badger went ahead and jumped into the pits like at the best possible time.
No, excuse me. 45th Parallel is leading on the 7-hour side. So apologize for that, folks.
So this will carry them through. They've got an hour and 8 minutes left in the event, so this will get them to the end.
Okay. You good? Yes, sir. You got your drink connected? I'll do that now. Okay.
So I believe that's Cam getting back in the car.
And Doppelgear saying, just ran the numbers. Vetter can slow to a 2:21.6 and still not lose the race if Ketchup keeps the 2:18 pace, which is, thanks for running those numbers. That's interesting stuff. I know that sometimes guys that are gifted at that they can't help themselves. Just gotta do that stuff.
It helps when we have those people that do it for us from afar.
Yeah,
all these production teams we've adopted. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's really cool. And Bernie's helped out a lot in the past because they've got time. Nathan Garner has helped me out quite a bit too. And they've got time, and they're just gifted in that way to dig into that stuff and get us that information. It's pretty cool.
So, Paulie, we've seen some of these cars on pit road. A code 35, it looks like it might be a little bit of an extended, they might have to do some work on that tire barrier there based on where the impact was, as we see less over by the bridge.
Yeah.
Getting us some cool vantage points.
Yeah, this is the bridge that takes you onto the racetrack. You actually cross over the racetrack, and that puts you on the inside of the racetrack.
Are you thinking Les is trying to get out there and be part and shake up this order a little bit with his scooter?
I think he was trying to get some coverage over there.
I know he was.
Some fun because he messaged me. He radioed me and said, "Hey, yeah."
Yeah, he wanted. Yep. He wanted to get out there and go racing. I know, Les. 2:07 lap time. I bet I could do a 2:06 on this scooter.
Funny.
So, but now Les, you're always doing a great job getting us some great shots on pit road, around the facility. He's always on top of it. So we appreciate all the work he puts in with this. So while we have a break in the action here, let's go ahead and take a look. We'll give you another rundown on the 7-hour side and let you know as we're approaching the final hour of this race kind of where everybody stacks up. So for the 7-hour race, Flat Out Nemesis is now taking the lead back over from 2244 Motorsports in their Mazda Miata, leading the B class over there, and then 2244 Motorsports is leading the D class, and then 45th Parallel Racing runs third in the overall, leading your C class. Then let me take a look here.
Okay, I got the national championship. I just brought it up.
Oh, perfect. Okay. And then the No Foo Racing guys are 4th in the overall right now, and I believe they are leading the, I want to say they have taken the A-Class lead over Madwag Motorsport. So if they can hang on, that will give them the A-Class victory for today. But a good run for those guys. That'll be a good battle. Then Rockwell Autosport in the 715 is in 6th. 411 RVA Graphics and Wraps, good run for those guys in 7th. Brew Crew Racing has fallen down the order a little bit to 8th, and then 901 Motorsport in the 903 in 9th, and then Schumacher Taxi rounds out your top 10. We'll have to take a look here and see what's going on as far as the rundown with that. And we have a guest coming into the booth here in just a couple of minutes, somebody that we were going to talk to earlier today, but she had to go drive her race car, so she has been nice to come up and visit. So we'll give her a second to get ready.
Why don't we take our commercial break now under the caution, and then when we come back, we get a chance to talk to her. So
sounds like a plan.
Stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at VIR this weekend. 1 hour remains in this contest. It's all come down to this. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Fly & Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast Gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back, everybody, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race at Virginia International Raceway, the national championship title on the line, and Eddie Vedder in the hunt and poised for the win, but still about an hour's worth of racing left. So as we're looking at that, we've also got another guest up here in the booth.
We do.
Visit with us, Kyle?
We do. Miss Sally Mott from Orange Crush Racing. Welcome to the Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. You've been playing in Champ Car quite a bit this year. We've seen you in a number of races. So how's your weekend going so far? Helps if I open your mic. It's been a long weekend.
No worries. I totally agree. It's going pretty good. Yesterday we got 3rd place in the A group, so that was pretty cool. That's my first ever podium in Champ Car. Every time I do an endurance race, unfortunately, we never actually make it. We always break somehow. So this is the first race that we've actually done the whole thing.
Checking those boxes. There you go.
Green to checkered, full thing. So it's going pretty good. Today we started 3rd. We had to pit a little bit early, so we went to 10th. I got us back up to 5th. Now we are making our way back up. Hopefully get a podium today. Banking on some teams to maybe pit a little bit early. So it's all strategy. But I mean, it's going good so far. It's the best Champ Car weekend I've had.
That's awesome. You guys are sitting 17th right now, it looks like. In the overall running order, I'll have to have my main man here, Paulie, get a run of see where you're at in that A class. You guys are, I believe you're A class.
Yes.
So I think you guys are having a pretty good weekend so far. So, Sally, you have you competed in the Wayland Mazda MX-5 series this year. You drove for Jared Thomas Racing with Motorsports Engineering. He's based out of, I think, Evansville, Indiana. So how was that this year? This is your first year in MX-5 Cup, right?
Second year.
Second year? Okay.
Yeah, no, it was good. It was my sophomore year. Last year was my rookie year, which was actually captured on Amazon Prime in a docu-series called First to the Finish that features the women in the Mazda MX-5 Cup. That was a crazy experience, having my rookie year on camera for the world to see all my mistakes and ups and downs and the struggles of just being a new driver in MX-5 Cup. This year was definitely better. We got better results. The pace picked up. I've learned so much in terms of racecraft and just how to handle myself, and then on the other side of it, the marketing and how to get the sponsorship. So MX-5 Cup's definitely changed my life, and it's been kind of a launching pad for my career.
So obviously it was kind of a whirlwind, it sounds like. So a little bit of background. Let's give some of the folks at home that might be watching. How did you start? Where did you start? And what got you to that MX-5 rank?
Yeah, I actually started driving go-karts at 8 years old.
Okay.
My dad's been racing since he was 8, and he has about 40 plus years of experience racing pretty much everything, so he's been kind of my coach, the reason why I got into it. And I started professionally racing when I was 15, so 5 years ago. I'm 20 now. I did about 3 years of karting and then decided I wanted to do this as a career. So I was like, well, sponsors don't really care to see their decal on a go-kart. Like, we got to move up to cars. So we recognized that Mazda was doing a lot for the grassroots racers, and they had a very good ladder system. So the natural next step for me was Spec Miata. So we got a Spec Miata, started doing some racing at Harris Hill Raceway in San Marcos, Texas. I spun out for probably the first 5 to 8 races I did, because it was just such a learning experience going from a go-kart to a car, and like getting used to the suspension and the weight transfer, the body roll. So I finally started winning in that, and then actually got a call from Ben Keating, who lived in Victoria, Texas, which is where I lived at the time, and he's a 2-time Le Mans winner, and he has a Champ Car team. And he told me, he's like, hey, this is my favorite weekend of the year, is when I get to go with my friends and run Champ Car, because he's used to running in WEC and IMSA, which are very high stress environments. It's a professional setting and there's a lot on the line. So when it comes to Champ Car, it's like, oh man, this is fun. The vibes are just very relaxed. Everyone's here to just have a good time, but it's still competitive, right? So he invited me to jump in his private jet, fly into the Danville Regional Airport. This was 2 years ago. This was my first ever Champ Car race ever. And he had plans to do MX5 Cup a month later. And so he kind of sat me down. He had this conversation. He's like, Sally, what are your plans in racing? What are your goals? And I'm like, well, I just started Spec Miata, and the pinnacle of Miata racing is MX5 Cup. I was like, I'd really love to do that. And he's like, well, I'm doing a race next month, at Petit Le Mans. And I was like, oh, okay. And he's like, you should just jump straight into it. And I was like, I don't have that much experience. I don't think I'm ready. And he's like, he kind of gave you a pep talk. He's like, you should jump into it.
Yeah, so
that motivation was kind of what started it all. I ended up finding some sponsorship money and doing it, getting my name out there, because my goal was to get into the MX5 Cup shootout, because there they have a Women's Initiative scholarship. So this is kind of like a long shot for me, just a dream. And I was like, if I can get to the race, get my name out there, get a nomination, become a finalist, win it, then I'll have a seat for a whole season. I was like, I don't think that's going to happen, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to try and give it my best shot. Here we are. It happened, right? And when I won that scholarship, Mazda said, hey, we want to shoot a docu-series and we want you to be one of the stars. And I was like, well, okay. I'm going to just give it my all this year and hope for the best. And I would say it made for a very interesting show and kind of kicked off everything for me.
No, that's really awesome.
It all started at Champ Car.
And it's true. I mean, it does happen in Champ Car. I mean, the fact that Ben speaks so highly, we had him in here for the 24, and he spent a long time with us, and he was just so quiet about it and just so nonchalant, because that's just Ben. But he elevates this series, and you're just living proof of that, as we see a little bit of 3-wide racing, now back to single file racing, getting through into Oak Tree. And it springboards. We talk about this. Yes, it's a grassroots series where friends and family can come out, build a car, come out and be competitive. But drivers like yourself, Ben Keating and Randy Popes and others, they elevate drivers like yourself to move on to those IMSA ranks, to become national champions and run at that pro level. So do you feel your experience here in Champ Car has really helped that? And is that why you keep coming back to hang out in the series?
Yeah, I would say, especially in the off season and in between races when I can fit it in, Champ Car is a very good way to keep myself in the seat, stay active in the community, and stay sharp, right? Because especially in the off season, the sim is great and all, because that's pretty much all I have when I'm at home. But I would so rather come out and do these races. And the thing is, it's affordable. It's come out, have fun, be competitive. Go out there, do the best you can, and win.
And you can learn. You don't have to.
You learn, yeah.
You're not necessarily answering to sponsors that weekend. You're not doing this.
Exactly.
It's like Ben always says, it takes the stress away. He can come out, and honestly, he sometimes even says, I drive the best on these weekends.
Yeah.
Because you're not thinking about, well, I got to do this for my team. I don't have to go to this appearance for ABC sponsor or whoever it is. So it allows you to unwind, and then you can be fresh when you go back to the pro ride.
Exactly. I mean, it is definitely a refreshing perspective, kind of, because then I like being with racers who maybe it's their first race ever, and they're like, hey, my friend said they're racing and they have a team and they're jumping in the car for the first time, and it's just everything's so new to them, and they're, they get out of the car for their first stint ever, and they're just like, oh my god, they're just having so much fun. Like, to me, that's cool. It just kind of gives me a perspective of like, wow, this is my life. Like, I get to race cars, and not a lot of people get to do it, and when they experience it, it's just kind of it's a life-changing moment, and it clicks. You get the racing bug, and all of a sudden you've spent $1 million, and you're like, wow, where did all the money go?
Exactly. But it's also fun to kind of vicariously live through your friends that get to do that, because then you remember your first time, and you kind of get to go back in time a little bit mentally and go, I remember that feeling when I first got to do it. And it's cool because you get to share it with them.
Exactly.
So transition a little bit. I don't want to hold you up too long here, so you can go back down there and be with your team here. So going into 2026, you've been doing your IMSA stuff with the MX-5, but I'd been hearing your name with a little bit of roundy round stuff. You want to maybe shed a little light? Is there a little diversification coming here for your driving?
Yeah, I decided to kind of make a little pivot in my career, although I love road course racing. Kind of had to take a second to see where I wanted to end up, like what's the bigger picture, and I feel like the way for me is to kind of strive towards NASCAR. And, coming from Miatas and road course and just the nature of MX-5 Cup, the bump drafting and the highly competitive racing that's required to do well, I think I'll fit right in terms of, just the competition level. Like, our field is spread out by tenths of a second. I mean, if you're not on par with the top 10, then you're fighting as much as you can, but it's like you're bumper to bumper, right? And that's kind of the nature of NASCAR. I've just never driven anything with that much power, that's that heavy, as big, like the tires and everything. So I think the reason that I'm making that move is sponsorship dollars, the exposure. My goal is to become a household name and actually make money in the sport, not have to mortgage my house to go racing. It's just so expensive. I'd like to make money because at the end of the day, it is a career, right? And I put so much into it. It's like I just need to be in front of a bigger platform. So I am going to do some late model stock racing next year, and hopefully, I mean, it all depends on budget, right? Racing's expensive, but...
Well, we're in budget season. I mean, it's that time of year where you figure it out. Looks like we got a slower car. Is that Madwag, Paulie, that looks like they just took the North course?
Yeah, he just grabbed the
That was the battle for our A-Class. Sorry, Sally, I didn't mean to cut you off there. But looks like Madwag, Paulie, that was our second place in the A-Class on the 7-hour side. So, Sally, if you guys are in fourth, that might just elevate you guys up into a podium position. I wonder with that damage, Paulie, if maybe that radiator got damaged and overheated from it. We'll have to keep an eye on that or see if Les can get us an answer.
Yeah, interesting. He decided to go ahead and pull off. I don't know. We can't see over that part of the racetrack, so...
Maybe he was seeing something on the temperature gauge and he didn't want to risk it grenading on the racetrack. So precautionary move, maybe decided to take the Nord course cutout and pull off there. So, but Sally, like I said, we'll kind of make sure you can get down there to be with your team. So it sounds like you're going to be diversifying your portfolio, learning a little bit more. And obviously marketing is a big part of that. But if somebody's interested in sponsoring you and getting involved in your program, where can they find you?
Well, SallyMottRacing.com, my Instagram, Sally Mott Racing, Facebook, Sally Mott, LinkedIn, Sally Mott, email, text, LinkedIn, anywhere, honestly. I am definitely looking for opportunities. And if you have any interest in doing anything with late models and getting behind what I'm doing, definitely let me know. Happy to have new people on board, and my goal is really kind of shed some light on women in motorsports and get more get more girls in the sport, because I think that's what we need. So if that aligns with what you're doing, let me know.
Excellent. Well, real quick before we let you go, is there anybody, sponsors, partners, anybody you want to thank, give a shout out to before you head back down?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely have to say Coble Commercial Properties, which is right on the center of my suit. My dad for sure, smartenergize.com, Shift Up Now, A Victory Racing, and of course Orange Crush Racing for having me out here this weekend. And
then obviously Sawbelt for keeping you safe.
Yes, yes, Sawbelt for
keeping
sure.
you nice and warm this weekend, right?
Definitely. I'm actually wearing this, and I'm okay.
There you go.
I'm feeling pretty good. So.
Well, there you go, folks. Not only will Sawbelt keep you safe, but keep you nice and toasty.
Yes, but not in summer.
All right,
very cool in summer.
Exactly.
Ventilated.
Awesome. Well, Sally, good luck the rest of the race, and we'll look forward to seeing you more. Hopefully, we'll see you out here in Champ Car again next year.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Looking forward to it.
All right, Sally Mott, everybody from Orange Crush Racing. Paulie, let's get back to the action here and give an update of what we got going on.
Yeah, Eddie Vedder leads by about 2 laps over Team Salem Ketchup in their Porsche Boxster, followed by Rockwell Autosport Development in the number 1 car. And then it's the Mustard car back there in 4th place, back about 4 laps from the lead. And then we have Parts Badger, Money Shift Racing, Wilson Daly, Fuse 15, Team Troxel, and Race Right, Silver Bullet. They're in 10th place. So looks like the gaps are 2 laps, 1 lap, 4 lap, 1 lap, 7.5 seconds for Money Shift up to Parts Badger. So there is a bit of a tight contest going on there. We want to keep an eye on that. And then we've got Wilson Daly, 1 lap, 4 lap for Fuse. 1 lap down to Race Right. So the gap's opened up quite a bit here. It looks like we got a 4 off and continue being recorded for the number 302. And that's the Sennhauser Racing team. They were able to keep it going, so good on them. Haven't heard anything about the Madwag situation with them ducking off the racetrack, so I'm not sure what the story is there yet, but if we hear anything, we'll certainly let you know. And that's Money Shift Racing passing the number 1 car as they head into roller coaster here. And then in the number 1, taking it back in the braking zone as they start plunging down the hill towards Hog Pen. All right, into Hog Pen now for the run back up to the front straightaway to start another lap here. And interesting how they made the pass. They had the momentum down that back stretch, but couldn't keep it in the braking zone. We'll see if they reel them in again. It sounds like he might be lifting off the throttle a little bit. And down into turns 3 and 4. I could hear the driver kind of laughing out loud, like something going on there was funny to them. So,
are you saying Adrian was laughing like he's having too much fun?
I don't know who's in. That's
car? Adrian in the car.
I don't know.
I could see
just having a good time.
I could see Adrian laughing.
The number 60, broken 60 seconds coming in.
42 minutes and change to go here, Paulie. Eddie Vedder still holds that 2-lap lead. What can Team Salem Ketchup do at this point?
Just stay after it. Keep doing what you've been doing, because anything can happen to that Corvette, and you want to make sure that you're there to pounce. And flat out, really in a very different kind of race, but things going well for them too. Leading the race within the race, the 7-hour race that was cut well short. As we head into the final 40 minutes of racing here.
So Flat Out Nemesis is still leading that B class on that 7-hour side, and as the overall over 2244 Motorsports. And I just got a message from 2244, Ben Ebeling, who is part of that program that John Curley coached him, and he just wanted to say, I got out of the car and I wanted you to let the team know just how proud I am of our guys this weekend. We just made our last stop. We're sitting P2, and it's awesome being only our 4th race with this car. So, Ben, I made sure to get this out there for you. He's really proud of you guys. John, all the guys involved with that team are really proud and excited for it. And we're proud and glad to have you in Champ Car as Flat Out Nemesis, a great outbreaking maneuver there you've seen here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone on Parts Badger. I'll tell you what, these Flat Out guys, they live by their team name, I'll tell you that. But Ben said the guys have worked their tails off this weekend for everything, and all of our families are staying home warm. They're the smart ones. So, but they said they appreciate everybody watching, and we appreciate you guys being part of Champ Car and being part of this doubleheader weekend here at VIR.
Boy, the weather's gone 180 degrees. It's gorgeous out.
I know.
It's sunny. It's beautiful. It's comfortable outside. Well, maybe for most people it's not that
It looks really, really comfortable on camera, but Sally was up here.
Them,
she was warm, but she had those hand warmers in her hand while she was doing that, and she was kind of, it looked like she was doing exercises with her hands. She was trying to keep the hand warmer moving through her fingers because she said that stint was a little rough in the car.
Says it feels like it's 49 out there, 43 degrees. And for me, that's exciting. I think that's great. But
that's about the warmest we've had all weekend.
All day long, I'm sure it's pretty miserable. So the championship, just looking at Troy's notes here right now. D-Class, the number 91. C-Class, the 942, which is Salen's. D-Class, of course, 91 is the Eddie Vedder machine. The number 1, the 3-Class, in 3rd place, it's the number 1 of Rockwell Autosport Development. So C-Class, 942. B-Class, it's the 414. And that's...
The 414, that's Parts Badger.
Parts Badger, okay. And then, so they've got some class winners identified here. Maybe 524 already and 3 A class.
That is Fuse 15.
And 321 for F class.
Fuse 15 has to keep pushing, Paulie, because our friends at Race Right, Patricia Billings and her team and Pat, they have their best lap is a 2:16.35. They are they've gotten within 2 laps of Fuse 15. So that
making notes. Yeah, that's not for sure. He's just making notes.
Well, I mean, anything can happen, but that's where we stand as of right now, folks, with 38 minutes to go. Paul, it was looking on the order here. Bruker Racing just lit up with FTD, fast time of the day, 2:15.46. That's 2 in a row. They must have put their shoe in the car. And then the Schumacher Taxi, 2:20 flat last lap. Great lap for those guys. They're still hanging on in the top 10. And this is, mind you, folks, this is the Sunday 7-hour race
I think he's got one of the Salen's cars right next to him. Oh, wow. Under braking, lets him go into Schumacher. That's the second time I've seen that. Is that just the nature of that corner? You really want to be on the outside, so would you have to brake early to let him through?
Well, what he was doing is he knows that Salen's is, he obviously doesn't know which Salen's car that is from the driver's standpoint, and you know that they're faster. So at that point, what he's doing is he's sitting offline because, he's online, for that portion, but you're giving Salen's the inside to get through there in turn 14. So what he did is he just cracked the throttle, let off a little bit, let him go, and then you're not holding each other up, and you're just living to fight another day. Plus, you're not in the fight for what they're in the fight for. 2 different races. It's respect. Good single file up through here, and I think
that's the Troxel folks heading through.
I think that might be Suns Out, Guns Out right there in their BMW. I'm not sure.
Down into Oak Tree we go. And they'll wrap around through turn 12 and then back on the power. I'm back on board with Parts Badger here. Still giving it all they've got. That car's held up really well today as they head back up onto the front straightaway. unofficially, 36 minutes remain in the race with Eddie Vedder leading by a couple of laps over the Salen's catch-up car, followed by Rockwell Autosport Development in the reigning national champion car. And then it's Team Salem Mustard in fourth with Money Shift Racing in fifth. There's our friends in the Porsche 944. They haven't really been in the news today. I suppose they're glad to hear about that. They just want to go out and drive a race. And it looks like we got a car dropping fluid. It is the number 614 of MMR Racing. So they made a note as driver counseling. They'll bring him in and talk to them about this dropping fuel thing. And that's a common problem we run into. If the car's going to be dropping fuel, it's usually after a pit stop and the car gets overfilled and they just don't have the venting sorted out. So sometimes as you're going through the corner, the fuel will spill out of the car and onto the racetrack, and that's a big no-no. So they'll call them in for that.
Yeah, we've seen that on a few occasions this year at different facilities. And, I mean, we know teams are trying to pack those fuel cells full and try to get them up the gooseneck a little bit. But you got to be careful because, especially the load here at VIR, you don't want to be spilling fuel on the racetrack because if somebody hits it, that could ruin their day. Plus, that fuel sitting there on that racetrack can damage that pavement.
Yeah, it's hard on the racetrack.
And the racetracks don't really like it, and then we get those nice expensive bills that we don't want, and then it just ruins everybody's day. So as we see Parts Badger Cam still getting after it here, chasing down cars in front.
Yep, they're after it, heading up the hill here.
So Paulie, Eddie Vedder still leads over by 2 laps over Team Salem Catch-Up, and then a lap behind Team Salem Catch-Up is Rockwell Autosport Development. I mean, the Eddie Vedder guys are just consistently 211s, 212s. They're just kind of on cruise control at this point. Just taking care of it. It looks like now they're just trying to keep the car off the curbs as much as possible.
Yeah, they get that brake squeal back here at the end of the event, just like they did yesterday. So it seems to be business as usual for the Eddie Vedder camp.
Looks like Team Troxel has worked themselves up into the top 10, and Race Right has as well. So they're in the top 10, and great job for those guys. Great run. I mean, they've been up against a tall order. We know Eddie Vedder's fast, Team Salem, Rockwell, Money Shift, all those cars are up there. And Paulie, Money Shift Racing has surpassed Parts Badger for the lead. We're going to have to keep an eye on this one. 19.7 seconds separated Money Shift over Parts Badger.
They're so fast. This car has just been on rails and so quick the last several races. Boy, that team's really turned things around.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, last lap for Money Shift was a 2:19.2, Parts Badger a 2:22 flat.
I can tell Kevin's not driving. Yeah, Adrian's in the car. He's just an excellent driver.
No matter where Adrian goes, he just has a lot of raw talent and has that ability. And, of course, we're going to roast Kevin. He's not here to defend himself. So, all in good fun, though. Kevin is a big supporter of Champ Car, and we appreciate everything Money Shift Racing does for this series, and we hope to see them again next year. But, I mean, a great run. And if they hold on to this, they're going to lock down. If they can hang on for another 32 minutes in this position, they're going to lock down that B-Class championship, which would be a huge accomplishment on top of that Pittsburgh win that was so substantial for them this season. Whoa, that was closer. I thought he was going to go. Oh.
There's kind of a wall over there, isn't there?
I figured when he'd get the run, I figured Adrian would just go to the right, but I think he's like, I'll just stay in line. Whoa, man.
He's grabbing some of that air as best he can.
Oh, he is.
That's why he's cutting it so close there as he heads into roller coaster here.
But you got to be careful about that too, folks, because that closing rate, if you're trying to get as much, but you got to know exactly. I mean, Adrian's driven this car a lot, but you have to know exactly when you can move that car because you don't want to misjudge it and clip the back of a car.
Yeah, then you'll be hitting people like Kevin.
I'm not getting in the middle of that. You know Kevin better than I do. I am not getting in the middle of that when you dug your own grave, buddy.
Kevin told me, he said, I don't crash much.
So
Kevin stole my van. I'm still not happy about that.
I still remember. You were telling me about that story off camera. That was funny.
No, it was not funny.
No, it was funny because
it was frustrating.
Because it was a while back and you were still really upset about it.
I was running like a gazelle.
All right, guys. Well, while we recover, we are going to take our final commercial break. 31 minutes to go here for the national championship to decide it. Eddie Vedder leads over Team Salem Ketchup. You guys have hung with us so far. Hang on. We'll be back shortly.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Dave's twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
In the zone, AutoZone.
All right. This is exciting. This is it. The last 30 minutes of racing for the national championship and this 7-hour race here, which was shortened by a couple, 2-3 hours. Was it 2 hours or 3 hours it was shortened by?
About 3 hours.
About 3.
About 3 hours.
So it went from a 7-hour to a 5-hour, 4-hour. Yeah, I can count.
One of those hours. One of those single-digit hours.
So Eddie Vedder, we just so happen to have cameras both in both leaders, the Eddie Vedder machine and the flat-out Nemesis car, which we put a camera in there for the first time. I got to meet Charlie. It was great. They were very welcoming and let us put a camera in there. And so if he wins this race, I can't wait to go to their teammates and say, "See, I told you so." Because there was some doubt with one guy.
Well, and then also, too, that you're also going to have another feather in your cap because you're going to have, if Eddie, the camera on the national champion. And by the way, if you think Flat Out Nemesis is backing off a little bit, knowing that they have a lap lead over 22:44, how about FTD on the day? 2:07:27 turned last lap by these guys. They're not letting up by any stretch of the imagination. And 22:44 Motorsports, you think obviously they're in chase mode. They're within 0.9 of a second of their fastest lap of the day. So, guys, the hot shoes are in these cars. The hammer is down. There is hardware on the line.
Yeah, and I think the track's probably at its best that it's been all weekend. With we got a little bit of sun out to warm things up. The temperatures are finally up a little bit. And Flat Out Nemesis now catching up with the overall leader of the race. That was interesting as they went down through Hogpen. Flat Out's always had the pace. They've always been so fast. And better being careful here with traffic going down the inside.
Now, I have a feeling Eddie Vedder may just, I was going to say, he's probably just going to let these guys go. A couple quick shifts there. Whoa.
Nemesis is always just so fast.
2:08:39, he just, got held up in a little bit of traffic there. They're fast, but remember, guys, too, you still got to keep that thing together. Chasing the wheel heavy out of turn 1. But I think they're pushing it knowing they have to.
Yeah, I think sometimes, certain drivers, they don't drive well when you tell them to back off. That's when the mistakes kick in. You just let them keep their rhythm going. They're almost better off just to let them go.
Well, I think also, too, knowing that they're only a lap up over that Mustang, I think they're just thinking, all right, you know what? We need to continue to push this. We need to make sure that we continue to hold that gap and even try to increase it a little bit, because then if they do get held up in a little bit of traffic, that gives them the ability to wait a corner or two. But from what I can tell, they're on the charge, and I don't think that's a problem. But
yeah, it's still a race.
Yeah.
As they come through the old oak tree. There's Eddie Vedder letting the car walk all the way out to the exit. Winding up through the gears here.
Still holding a 2-lap lead over Team Salem catch-up. But regardless of what happens today, you got to give a call to Money Shift Racing for top 5 in the overall. Parts Badgers had a good day. Wilson Daily Racing. The Team Salem's guys, usually when Team Salem shows up, you think, well, it's a race for second place, and it's hard to beat those guys. But I'll tell you what, Eddie Vedder has brought it to that team so far today, and they've just had such a good weekend so far, and hopefully they can hang on for another 21 minutes. And then Fuse 15, another, such a good run for that team, poised to take the A-Class championship. But I got to give a call to Raceway. I mean, they've just consistently been up front all year long. They haven't had the race that they've wanted. I mean, they're only a lap back, and they just turned their fastest lap of the day, Paulie, at 2:16.10 for that car. So Dale is pushing the car.
You made that up.
I know.
No, you did. It's a 216. We can see it on the screen.
Well, I kind of went into my little crystal ball, and I'm like, let me think. Yeah. And you know what? It happened to work.
Just so happened.
For once, it didn't make a liar out of me. But you got to give a call to these guys. I mean, for a team that's still relatively new to Champ Car, I mean, they've just been so smooth, so consistent, and I think they knew it was an uphill battle this weekend. The Code 35s didn't go the way they wanted yesterday, but, I mean, they've made a masterful recovery today. Patricia said losing Friday practice really kind of put them at a bit of a disadvantage, but now that Dale and Andy have gotten reacclimated to the facility, I mean, they just turned their fastest lap of the day. I think if they'd had that Friday practice,
I think they just passed Parts Badger.
They did. Not for position, but that shows a lot of strength. Parts Badger has been 221, 220, 222. Not sure what's going on with that car. I wonder if maybe they're just trying to nurse it at this point. They just seem like they've been having to take it easy a little bit for the last couple hours. I wonder if maybe they started getting indications of stuff not cooperating or something, and maybe they just said, all right, well, let's back it down and let's just try to do the best we can. Does this sound a little sour to you compared to what it did earlier? It just doesn't sound as powerful.
Yeah, maybe he's got, with all the banging they've done on the curbs, and maybe I wonder if they broke some exhaust. They broke something like a header or something. That would be a problem.
And that might rob them a little bit of power. And
yeah.
It just doesn't sound as crisp as it did earlier in the day.
It could be something going on here. The pace looks pretty good, so. Oh, a little bit of tire lock up there. Staying after it.
Yeah, race rate's not getting away.
It sounds a little odd.
Because I mean, earlier in the day, I mean, they had put in, I mean, race rate just now is pulling away from these guys. It just makes me think that they're having something going on here to where they're just down on power, but would maybe get a clarification.
Yeah, it definitely sounds quite a bit different. It's louder. Something might not be right here. Exhaust leak, yeah.
I love that line he takes through there.
It does. It sounds like something's leaking. It could be a cracked header or something like that.
See that line he took through there, Paulie? He was all the way to the edge. I mean, his left sides were about on the curb, but that's what you want to do because you want to get all the way out there, and then it allows you to make the turn in because you don't want to have to turn twice. You want to turn into the corner a little bit, open the wheel up slightly, and then you want to make one distinct turn into Oak Tree. If you have to turn and then kind of turn again, it really throws your momentum off, and it doesn't let you get back to the power the way,
He was really hoping that guy would fade out to the right, and he ends up just holding the inside line.
Well, I will tell you, probably that A-Class car was planning to go to the left. I think the closing rate was so much there that I think the A-Class car was planning to give Parts Badger the right side, which is the optimal line through Roller Coaster there, and I think it was just a misjudgment, and I think, just the timing. I mean, Parts Badger closed up on him really quick.
Eddie Vedder, 17 minutes out from claiming the national championship. What an incredible accomplishment that would be for this team who's struggled with a chassis that probably should win more races, but they've had trouble really locking it down. But they debuted this car at Road Atlanta and took the win. It was like, wow, okay, here we go.
It was last year, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was really amazing.
14 laps, wasn't it, they won by?
They started off so strong and then immediately started having trouble with the reliability. They've got quite a story, and it was great talking to Dave and getting some of that story. The previous Freddie Mercury team. looking for the win here today.
And the cool thing is we got to talk to Dan Tiley as he was able to come up. I mean, he usually doesn't because they're on such a skeleton crew. I mean, Dan and David and the guys usually have to crew in addition to drive. So the break was kind of cool that we got to let him come up. He could tell his story, kind of give some backstory to Freddie Mercury, and then talked about the initial build with the broken 60 seconds car that they're racing against today. So like you said, Paulie, quite the story. And this is going to be big. If they can hang on here for about 15, 16 more minutes, this is going to be, I think this could be an upset of a championship. I mean, they've shown the pace, but I don't think it was necessarily expected. So Justin Garvin, our buddy Average Joe's just got a hold of me and said he thinks, because he's a Miata guy, he's had his team, he thinks that he sounds like it could be a coil pack going. So that could be something.
Well, that would definitely be, yeah. If the coil pack is beginning to fail, that's going to cause ignition issues, and that definitely will give you that odd sound, and it'll certainly affect power output. And the car could stop at any moment with a situation like that. So it's a very serious situation for them as far as could cause engine damage, and it could completely fail, and you'd lose all spark. So thanks for that, Justin. Appreciate the input there. That's good intel. That could very well be the situation.
I want to say that's what happened. Because I drove for Justin here in his car in 22, and when we did the North Course, I want to say one of the days I thought we had something like that go on Saturday, because I remember Tanya and I had to run over to Martinsville to either an Advanced Auto or an AutoZone, or parts store over there, and we had to run to get. I mean, we were scrambling to get something for the car. I forget exactly what it was, but I remember it was something with the power, and then all of a sudden the thing just came alive on Sunday.
Yeah, the coil packs are kind of finicky because it's an electronic device. It can be really affected and get flaky with temperature. So sometimes it's fine and other times it isn't. It can make it really difficult to diagnose, especially if it's not consistent. Dropgear's saying, well, a misfire wouldn't stop a car. And that's true if it's just one cylinder. But when you have a coil pack failing, it's a single contained unit, so that whole thing could go at any time. So flat out Nemesis still vying for victory, just 13 minutes. We're a timed race event, so it's not about the lap count. Just want to finish more laps ahead of everybody else. That's how you win the race.
Paulie, we need to keep an eye on a battle here for 6th place. Wilson Daly Racing is up within about 35 seconds. They're on the same lap as Parts Badger.
Oh boy.
Right now they're about 6 seconds faster. And with that issue with Parts Badger, there is a chance that Wilson Daly might be able to surpass them for 6th position. So we need to keep an eye on that in addition to everything else going on. I want to give a call, too, to Black Flag Sarcoma. They had a little bit of an issue earlier. Nice recovery for those guys. They're on the bottom step of the podium as far as the National Championship side of things in the A class. So good recovery for those guys. Eddie Vedder's still out front. They're just kind of cruising at this point. Last lap, 2:16.5. They've backed that pace down. I know one of the guys was saying they could get down to a 2:21 at that point and not lose it. But I think they're just cruising at this point. I think they're really just backing off. They're really letting a lot of guys go. They're just trying to not navigate any traffic if they don't have to.
There's Parts Badger there. Looks like they're getting sized up for a pass.
Yeah, it's wheel. Oh, that's risky. Wheels.
Almost went for him in the climbing S's there. You got to have a lot of car under you.
That was the 990. That was the 998 Wheels America car, and that car's already been through the ringer today with that issue down there in 11. But they're still after it as they're going by one of the Rockwell cars, and looks like a few of them are going to go by.
Here we come. There's Parts Badger.
Staying right in tow with Wheels America. Let's keep an eye on that gap here. Just came by. Wow, Paulie. 7.
Oh, there goes Nemesis.
7 seconds gained that time by Wilson Daly. We'll have to see. I mean, at the pace they're going right now, it's going to be close. They might be able to get it. I would say about 2 laps. It's going to be close.
A lot going on out there. 11 minutes unofficially.
Been such a wild weekend, so let's go ahead and take a look over on the 7-hour side here. So Flat Out Nemesis continues to lead this race on the 7-hour side, not your championship. Remember, and ironically, this was a championship team yesterday, and due to some mechanical issues, they had withdrawn from that, and now they've taken that and they're over on this side, and they have taken the lead over 2244 Motorsports, who leads the D class on that side. And then RVA Graphics has worked themselves up into the lead with Brew Crew Racing kind of looking like they kind of had some issues. But 411 car from RVA right now is poised to take the C class over on the 7-hour side. And then No Foo Racing is right now, we'll have to monitor the gap. I can't really see it from where I'm at here. About 40 seconds. They're up on Mad Wag Motorsports right now.
Yeah, and the guys in the chat are picking apart this whole Parts Badger thing, trying to diagnose it. They're saying, look, it's got an Ecotech in it. Those are individual coil packs. It's not one coil pack, which is a good advantage for Parts Badger. That means most likely if they're having a coil pack issue, it's just one cylinder, and they should be able to limp this thing all the way back. I would think their lap times would be a little bit worse off, but they are falling back. Bernie doesn't think there's enough time for Wilson Daly to catch Parts Badger. But, yeah, those is looking like a wounded animal out there. But, boy, they look great behind the wheel.
It's going to be close, Bernie. They may not get him, but I'll tell you what, they're putting up a fight. It's down to 22.7 seconds, so another lap surpassed here. Yeah, it's going to be close. I think you might be right, but we'll have to see, though, because it also depends on if Parts Badger, where they're coming up on a group of cars, and with not having that power, how well can they get through the traffic is the thing, too.
It feels like they're actually the ones being overtaken.
Right.
Here comes Salins by. They're just down that cylinder. You can hear a lot of popping through the exhaust. That would correlate as well with the unburnt fuel coming through.
And you can tell he's having to drive the car harder through the corner because he doesn't have... Oh, got a car off over here on the right. Saw it coming there through Hogpin. It's on the right side as you turn in to go down through Roller Coaster.
351. I haven't seen the update come through yet.
Hopefully this doesn't bring out a code 35 or a yellow. I mean, we're not going to get any complaints from Eddie Vedder on that side of it, but I think some of these guys in these battles are not going to want to see that.
Yeah, there's a local caution over there.
It looks like it is the 6. No, that it's hidden behind the marker right there. It's kind of hard to see.
Yeah. Well, keep an eye here. It's on the. We'll keep an eye on things, but for the meantime, we're going to focus on the championship leader here, as they're just a few laps away.
So, Paulie, we talked about it. They have 3 wins this year. They scored the win at Road Atlanta. That was their second Road Atlanta 14-hour in a row. So they'll be looking for a three-peat when we go back there in February. And then they took the Sunday win at CMP, which is one of their other home racetracks. And then they took the Saturday victory at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And those 3 wins, which, again, are the only 3 wins this year for Chevrolet, And then also they lead in the D-Class overall victories. That has been what's led to their success and what qualified them to get here.
Yeah, nicely done, guys.
And it's crazy to think the position they're in right now, because remember the heartache at Daytona? We thought they had Daytona locked up. They had a 3 or 4 lap lead there, and then all of a sudden it went bad there. But you know what? They've had a really masterful recovery.
Yeah, they've had some heartbreaks at Daytona. That's not the only one that they ran into with it. And Parts Badger continuing to fall behind here. This onslaught attack here in the closing laps of the national championship run.
It's down to 19.6 seconds on that one gap there. The guys in the chat were talking about it. Sorry to cut you off. Yeah, that car's still stalled there. It looks like that might be Madwag again.
Okay. Eddie Vedder beginning to climb the hill again.
You saw the finger pointing there. He's just pointing traffic by. Doesn't want to put himself. He's going to let the Parts Badger car go by. He's just in cruise control with 6 minutes to go.
Yep. The cars come down the front straightaway here. A bend into turns 1 and 2. All right, Salins is up ahead. Comes through turns 3 and 4. You can see the sun beginning to set now. It's starting to get later. And Eddie Vedder looks like they're just kind of holding position here behind the BMW, just following along. Here goes Salins for a move up the hill.
Staying right into on the bumper RVA graphics. It looks like Parts Badger there hanging out. And we just received word that when Eddie Vedder comes by this time, they're going to get the 2 to go.
Nice.
So only a couple more times around, and if they can hang on, we're going to have a new national champion, Paulie.
It sounds that way. And it looks like Eddie Vedder is doing just what you had suggested there, Kyle. Just following the conga line up the hill and just keeping it clean.
Yeah, there's not really anybody coming up to him. A little bit of brake lock up there. I think that was the 558. That's just typical late in the race. Tires are worn out. Brakes probably getting a little mushy there, but no big deal.
Coming down into hog pen.
So far, everything looks good. Again, should get the 2 to go at the line when they come by us.
Oh, we're getting a word that Money Shift Racing is slowing down.
Yeah, last lap was a 2:53.21 for Money Shift. They only have a lap lead over Parts Badger. If they can just hang on, they can lock down that B-Class championship right here. Nice move. You can see him just taking it easy. Didn't want to force the issue with Race right there.
Flat out Nemesis leading in the race within the race. Things going smooth for them. They're up at the front of this group that's kind of all running together here. So what's going to happen here is they're going to checker flag the national champion first before the rest of the also rans for the race within the race. So
got a local yellow, got another car off.
Oh yeah, looks like he's facing the wrong way.
Got another spun car there off there at the exit of 6. Another one of our Miata drivers.
So that means Nemesis is going to have to make another lap in order to take that checkered flag. There's Money Shift Racing beginning to slow. Here comes Eddie Vedder up behind Money Shift as they come through Oak Tree.
Yeah, you can see Money Shift. They pulled immediately to the right. It looks like the car is losing power at this point. Yeah, you can see a little bit of that notorious blue smoke coming from behind the car. It looks like they may have a motor starting to expire. on that car, but if they can just get it to about half pace, they should be able to hang on. They still hold, well, actually, no, Parts Badger's only 25.8 seconds back, and there is a substantial difference in time here. Oh, no. Oh, man, Paulie, this is heartbreaking for that 502 team. This may give an early Christmas present to Parts Badger if they can get to them in time.
Yep, this is going to be one to go. This is going to be one to go for Eddie Vedder this time by, if I'm not mistaken.
It should be. We will get the one to go this time.
Oh, when it gets a little loose there under braking, that car pivots like you wouldn't believe. And Parts Badger vying for that position. We'll see if they can gather it up. Eddie Vedder coming down the front straightaway.
Yep, we just got the one to go right
Should
here.
see the one to go coming from the tower here.
Yep, there it is right there.
There it is. They're being signaled. They're going to receive the checkered flag if they can get around here just one more time. Wow. Such a storied history here for this team, and there has to be so many thoughts and emotions going through the minds of the driver and the team back in the pits. Toes and fingers are crossed. They just want this to happen. Coming through the 3-4 complex for the final time here. Eddie Vedder in the 91 Chevrolet Corvette. Parts Badger. Flat out nemesis. Team Sayland.
Parts Badger lost, real quick, Paulie, I know we're getting ready to call this. Parts Badger has lost 6th place to Wilson Daly Racing. It is only 4.9 seconds. Wilson Daly may get a top 5 out of this.
There's money shift. They go sweeping by to take that spot back.
And that's the change for the lead in your B-Class championship right there, Paulie. If Parts Badger can hang on, they are going to be your B-Class champion. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
Eddie Vedder coming through here. Through Oak Tree for the final time. The national championship title on the line. And Rockwell Autosport Development doesn't seem to be able to defend this title as Eddie Vedder heads up the hill. Back on board.
You can see him just easing back, laying back intentionally. You heard him roll out of the accelerator as he goes through roller coaster. Going to come through here for the last time.
It's like he just wants to stay out of the traffic here, Kyle, and just ease it down roller coaster.
Coming into Hogpin here. No traffic from behind. Eddie Vedder rolls onto the front straightaway. And here he comes, your 2025 TireRack.com National Series champion is going to be Eddie Vedder. Congratulations to Dan Tiley and his team. An amazing feat. That's going to be their 4th win on the year while they claim the national championship. A great win for those guys. National championship winners at the opener at Road Atlanta. Claimed one of the races at CMP. Got one of the races at Road Atlanta. And to cap it off, a national championship for this team. A good history for them. Awesome job for Eddie Vedder and those guys. As we're on board, and Parts Badger, as they're coming through, Parts Badger has claimed the... they took the checker. Yep, cool. Everybody should be on the cool-down lap. So Team Sayland catch-up, Paulie, will claim the C-Class championship. Taking that. Nice job over Rockwell Autosport. Parts Badger Fastlane will claim the B-Class National Championship. Great job for those guys. Fuse 15, Paulie.
Money Shift has parked it.
It looks like it has fallen down. What a tough break for those guys to lose it on with just 2 to go. But Fuse 15, the 524, is going to be your national champion for the A-Class. And then F-Class National Championship is going to go to the 321 Mazda Miata M2R Racing. Great job, guys. And then let's head over to our 7-hour race, Paulie. Let's break that down here. Flat out nemesis, I believe they've already taken the checkered flag. They are going to take your B class and your overall victory for today. 2244 Motorsports and their Mustang, who's going to take your D class win for today. RVA Graphics and Wraps, a home race victory here in the C class. And how about no foo racing, Paulie? A class victory on the day. Brew Crew Racing C class car rounds out the middle of the C class podium in your top 5. And what a recovery for Frank Renault and his team. It changed here at the line.
I think Nemesis, I don't think they've taken it yet because they were ahead of the champion when they crossed the line. So there's the checkered flag for the 7-hour race. Flat out still shows that they had the lead. RVA went sweeping by, though, didn't they?
They did. All of a sudden, wow.
So you wouldn't sweep by like that on a cool-down lap. So now they've cooled off.
All right, so I guess, sorry about that, guys. A little premature
Maybe
there.
They picked up a lap, but there's the checker. So the reason they didn't take the checker was because they were ahead of Eddie Vedder, that group of cars there. And so they didn't take the checker. They had to come back around and complete another lap.
Okay, that explains it. So it looks like the top 3 in your C class is going to be RVA Graphics, Brew Crew Racing, and Rockwell Autosport. I thought it was going to be the 901 Motorsport 903, but it looks like Rockwell has taken the bottom step of the C class podium. Wheels America Racing is going to be the second place in the A class. And how about Schumacher Taxi, one of our camera cars, going to round out your top 5 in C. And G Unit Racing rounds out your top 10 over there. Let's take a look at your F class winner over there. I believe that's going to be, Paulie, I believe that's going to go to Flat Earth Racing. They're going to get an F class victory.
All right, guys, way to go.
So great job for those guys, just staying in the fight. Hey, that's proof right there, Paulie. How many times have we said the biggest thing in Champ Car racing is just finishing the race?
I thought the biggest thing in Champ Car racing is to have a ChampCar.Live camera in your car.
Well, it does help.
Because that's what brings wins.
Well, Dan talked about the reliability. It just got him a national championship.
That's
so
right.
Great job. And then let's take a look at our buddies
You're welcome.
EC. The EC win, let me just make sure I pull it correctly here. I don't want to give you the wrong one. Bimmer Performance Center, those guys in the 132 car are going to be your EC winners on the day. So congratulations to those guys.
So there's going to be 2 impounds. This is they're going to impound probably here and then over at the tech shed. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what's going to happen here. So they will have separate impounds. This is so sweet.
That's cool.
I love this. My heart breaks for Money Shift Racing because they had done so well and they just couldn't quite carry it home. But what a beautiful, you got the sunset, you're on the racetrack. I mean, it's just so cool. And Parts Badger also having some mechanical issues. That's sad because you just want people them to come back, full force. You don't want this kind of stuff.
No, you don't, and it makes it tough to do because you want to race it out. You want to beat your buddies on the racetrack, and you hate to see them come back on the hook or for it to be decided by something mechanical.
Yeah, we got a number of cars stranded on the racetrack being pulled in, so quite a few cars that folded in the last moment.
It's been an eventful day for a lot of teams.
Money Shift waiting for their tow. But, wow, what an amazing event. So Flat Out Nemesis giving thanks to the corner workers as they come through.
So congratulations again to Flat Out Nemesis. It's a bummer that they weren't able to stay in the championship fight, but what a recovery after kind of having to pivot a little bit. Not only a B-class victory, but they're going to get an overall victory here at VIR.
Yeah, at least they got an overall win for the other race, and so maybe next year. That's it. There's always next year, and you just never know. I mean, I don't know how many people would have said, "Oh, Eddie Vedder's going to win the national championship next year." Are you kidding? I mean, they've had so many challenges and problems, and with reliability, dependability. They've had the pace, but boy, this is an incredible victory for those guys. Hats off and congratulations to them, and hope they enjoy this. But yeah, we'll come back next year and we'll see who comes up with the 2026 title. But for this year, the victory to the victor goes the spoils, as they say. It's all Eddie Vedder, so hats off to you guys. Well done.
Yeah, well deserved. And I mean, congratulations to all of our class champions. Congratulations to Team Salins for C-Class. Congratulations to Parts Badger. It's been an up and down weekend for them, and they're taking the B class. And congratulations to Fuse 15 on their A class, and congratulations to M2R for F class. That's awesome for those guys. And then congratulations to Bimmer Performance Center. I think they swept EC on the weekend. I believe that's 2 in a row for those guys. So,
all right.
Great job for those guys. We don't want to forget our buddies in EC. So we know that they don't qualify for that national championship, but much deserved, and they deserve the recognition for they deserve that recognition for those EC wins here. I see it's interesting.
So I suppose that's going to do it for us, folks. Is that no, that's not. I thought that maybe that's RBA, but their paddocks right there. So I suppose that's going to do it for us, folks. What an amazing contest this weekend, an amazing race, and it was really special because we got to do it with you guys, our friends. That's what makes racing so enjoyable, is we get to do it with friends and family. So thanks so much for joining us this weekend, folks. An amazing event here again this weekend, and with Eddie Vedder taking the national championship for 2025 in the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Congratulations to you and all the folks who came out and competed with us this weekend. We say thank you. And so for Les Epps and Kyle Lockrow, I'm Paul Veltzum, and we'll see you next time, folks. So long.
Bye.